Good morning, everybody. Good morrow, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and good night. What is good, everybody? Happy hump day. It is indeed a Wednesday. It's a wobbly Wednesday, guys, in the market. Let me know how you're all doing, where you're all coming from, and how your week is going so far. We're halfway through the week. So hopefully you guys are having a good start to the week and maybe even a good end to the week. Wednesday is one of those weird little days when, it starts off well and then you get to Wednesday. But then for me anyway, like Thursday's my last trading day. So it's like, well, the week's already nearly over anyway on a Wednesday. So bit of a weird one, yeah. I suppose it's one of those strange little. It technically is hump day. It's technically halfway through the week, but at the same time, it's not. So, yeah. Anyway, good morning, guys. What is good? I hope you are all doing well. Let's have a bit of a catch up with chat this morning. I'm going to be solo this morning as Rich has had a power cut. So you guys are going to have to be the absolute legends I know you are and keep me company. We've got a whole lot of Spanish, or that's not Spanish, that looks like Portuguese maybe. Is that Spanish? No, I'm going to go with Portuguese. We've got a whole lot of Portuguese. Again, I'm going to assume with some more Portuguese. We got some Spanish. Buongiorno. What is good? Giovanni, how are you doing? And it is a new day. Welcome in, people. Indeed, guys, it is now a new day. Come smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new here, people. Unbiased Trader coming out. Good morning, all. What is good? You are early in, Unbiased Trader. Good to see you in. Azrael Trade. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Azrael. How you doing, my brother? We have got Down coming out. Hi, hello there. How you doing? Greetings, MGN Volunteer. How are you doing, my friend? Good morning, everyone. Matthew Roberts. What is good? How are you doing, my man? Good morning, Howish, London boy and Protea gang. Indeed. Well, Protea gang is MIA at the moment, so it is just London boy hosting you guys this morning. Not sure. Hopefully, the Protea boy will get in sooner rather than later, but he has said, "Look, I'm trying to sort this power cut out. It may be a case of a solo session today." So let's see what happens. Good afternoon, Sri Lanka. Big shout out to Sri Lanka, all my Sri Lankan viewers out there. What is good? Vishamon saying, good morning. What is good? Vizzy, I'm just going to call you Vasi. What's good, Vasi? How are you doing? Good morning. It's too early to try and butcher people's names, so I'm just going to try and shorten it. Pratik, good morning, bro. What is good, Pratik? How are you doing, my man? Hope you're doing well. Hello, just short the WTI. I catch the move the moment from the top. Oh, dude, nice. Let's so I'll take a look at. I haven't looked at WTI in a long time, so we'll have a look at that. First one Portuguese, second one Spanish, third one Italian. Okay, yeah, I thought that. Yeah, I can kind of gather that was Portuguese. That one I did have my suspicions because I know that. No, mate, yeah, I had my suspicions that was Spanish, and then yes, of course, buongiorno. Where was I? There we go. What is the bias of gold today? I shall star this comment as well, and I will have a look because I've already got the gold chart up. I haven't looked at it yet, but it's the first thing that opened up when I opened TradingView. Good morning. Although it is currently afternoon in India, it's 9:03 a.m. in your city, London. So good morning, brother. It is indeed. Also, if it's the afternoon in India, let us know what time it is out there with you guys. Big shout out to all my Indian viewers and all my Indian friends out there. What is good? If you are new here, please smash that subscription button or that subscribe button. Absolutely, my man. Definitely smash that subscribe button if you are new here. And if you are new here, welcome to the 5ers family. Welcome to the best community you are ever going to need in the prop space. What is good? Good afternoon, Trade Center. Again, big shout out to my Indian friends out there. Good morning, all in chat. Azrael, absolute legend, my man. I'm from Namibia. Hope you are all good, big bro. Brother, I'm good, my man. Noveni, thank you very much. I am very good, and a big shout out to all those Namibian viewers out there. I'm in a long, mate. Okay, interesting. So you're in a long. Let us know where you're longing from. Oh, sorry, I've just seen Noveni's comment. What do you think about GBP USD? So I'll tell you what, I'll be looking at gold. I'll be looking at pound dollar. I'll also be looking at NASDAQ. And then we'll even look at the WTI, because I know that you guys were asking about WTI. We've got Poland over here, so big shout out to Poland, all the Polish viewers out here right now this morning. Just 3% to go before passing 100k account. Bro, that is absolutely amazing. Remember, do not rush it. Do not, whatever you do, just try and place a trade to get it over the line. Wait and just follow your processes. If it ends up being an extra month or two, that is absolutely fine. These things happen in the markets. Sometimes the markets aren't showing you what you need to see or what you want to see to pass the account. So with that being said, it doesn't matter whether it's one trade, you do it in under 3, or if you do it in 1 to 2 hour trades over the course of a week, 2 weeks, or 2 months. Just follow your processes and trust your plan. But big shout out to you, my man. Big shout out to those Polish viewers out there. Sir, how many languages do you know? Dude, I know a few languages, just none of them fluently. English I'm fluent in. I know the tiniest fraction of Cantonese. I know a little bit of Spanish, because my brother's very good at Spanish, so I know a little bit of Spanish. What else do I know? Tiny bit of French. Know a bit of Welsh. That's about it. None of these languages I'm fluent in. It's probably one of my biggest pet peeves. I wish I knew more languages. And what I mean by that, I wish I was fluent in more languages. But yeah, no, that's pretty much it. 1 p.m. here in Karachi. Oh, dude, that's awesome, man. Awesome stuff. So yeah, big shout out to India. Good afternoon to you guys. NQ looking bearish to me. Good morning, all, and EU-GU thoughts, trade analysis. Awesome. Right, now that we have caught up with you legends in chat, and there's 61 of you in right now, hopefully there's going to be 61 likes on this stream. But just before, I have got an espresso. So I've got my espresso here with me, but first I'm going to smash out some water because I feel dehydrated. Yes. You know the rule, guys. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated, and stay profitable. Right, I'll tell you what, we'll go like literally top down. What I mean by that is pound dollar at top, euro dollar just underneath, then it's gold. Then I'll take a look at the NASDAQ, and then I don't know that unbiased trader. Karachi's in Pakistan. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. Big shout out to my Pakistani viewers as well then. I'm sorry. I don't know. Oh, man. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what, I'll generalize. Big shout out to all my international viewers out there. Maybe if you're going to give me a city, give me the country of the city as well. Save future embarrassment. And then I'll head down to the NASDAQ. So let's start off on pound dollar. Wow, it is hot here today. We got another wave of heat coming through the UK, which is nice. Let's have a look. When it comes to pound dollar, okay, Azrael, I can see why you're saying about longing. Damn, that's looking nice for some longs. Well, thought you were British, not American. I am British. Where do you get American from? Yeah, man, I'm British. Right, okay. Right, so we got this consolidation. Order flow is clearly bullish, which is really nice. Consolidation at these lows. Bullish momentum. We topped off last night. No, we didn't. So this is Monday. This is Monday night. And then bearish over Tuesday. What's the date today? It is Wednesday. Yeah, okay, yeah. All of Tuesday was bearish. I just had a bit of a brain fart then. Americans are horrible with geography, dudes. Yeah, fair point. Yeah. I'm even worse. I'm true American if that's the case, man. I'm rubbish with my geography. I fell asleep in 90% of my geography classes, and I'll tell you what, it's starting to show. But doesn't bother me. I'll just travel instead. I'll do my very own geography lessons when I travel to the locations. But there you go, geography teacher. Anyway, yes, so we've got consolidation now after the Tuesday drop back into the Asia. In fact, no, this is the London Open of Monday. So London Open of Monday, we've tapped into that sort of consolidation zone there, and now we're starting to get a bullish movement out. So that's really nice on the hourly time frame. Not sure if Griff is trading pound dollar and trading this sort of price action, but this is really nice. Break continuation, pull back into a valuable area before reacting from it. As we head down onto the 15-minute time frame, we can see now that we've broken and closed above the 50 EMA. We've also got this nice little pullback area there that could serve as a bit of a base on the 1 hourly. Yes, it does. So we got based on the hourly, we got a little bit of a pullback or consolidation on the 15-minute. Nice big break and close above that. Pull back into it now, a reaction from. Now, the one thing I'm finding a lot of the time when it comes to pound dollar and euro dollar is that price has a tendency to more react from. Now, what I mean by that is it'll break out, pull back, then continue. So I find that a lot more with currencies opposed to commodities, opposed to like indices, gold, and pretty much any form of precious metal, as well as the indices. Then even stocks and shares. I don't trade stocks and shares. I certainly don't leverage them. But those of you who do, I'm sure you'll find that they'll break out and trend a lot more. Opposed to the currencies. Currencies will have they're a lot more range bound in the market, so you'll find that they do pull back a little bit more often, where you're able to get in either on a second entry or a better entry, I suppose. But again, it depends your style and what you're looking for. I used to have break and retest. I used to look for higher high, pull back, higher low, continue like entry, continuation to higher high. So that's what I used to look for on pound dollar, euro dollar. But recently, especially on the 5-minute, it has been shaping up quite nicely now for consolidation breakout, which is my goal strategy. But today, it doesn't seem to be doing that as much. Today, it seems to be a little bit more consolidation, wicking, indecision. We are getting bullish momentum, but the 5-minute is very ugly. I think the lowest time frame I'd have to be on right now for pound dollar would have to be the 15-minute. That being said, 15-minute over to euro dollar. There we go. Perfect. So euro dollar is very similar when it comes to understanding the price action. When it's still very much wicky, although. Ooh, guys, we've got a bit of a conflict of interest here. This is quite interesting. So what's going on here, when we just, again, mark out basic order flow, what we've got here is we've got a low, pull back, failure to break higher, so we created a lower low, continue lower, failure to go, lower high I meant, so failure to go lower low, pull back, failure to go lower high, meaning now that we're in this trading range. So now that we got this trading range, everything inside here is garbage price action on the 1 hourly. We've continued lower, pulled back, garbage price action. Then we've dropped below, creating a new lower low, solidifying the downtrend, pulled back now into an area of interest. Now, this garbage price action now sets up perfectly for the area of interest due to the fact that this was the area that broke the structure and continued that lower time frame. That higher time frame, lower price action. And we're still under the bearish, still under the 50 EMA. We just got a hell of a reaction on the 1 hour. We just had news out. No, we haven't. That's a big reaction, given that if that was a 5 minute, it wouldn't be. But given that that was a what? Damn, so this is the 5 minute candle. I was gonna say, given that that was an hourly candle move. That's Euro USD as well. We've got nothing out for Euro. Let me just go in financial juice. Let me see if financial juice is out. Um, 917, 918. Okay, Trump on Iranians. I don't want to engage with them. They're sick people. Lovely. What a lovely man. Donald Trump. Okay, so Trump's back now with just causing havoc by the seams of it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, there it is. There we go. Trump, I think Iran moo is over. You can't win with this guy. I mean, look, it will make sense in just a second with my... Yeah, 3 minutes ago. Why is he talking about Spain? Spain is a wasted cause. I don't want to do trade. I'm sorry, I need to wait for LJ on this one. We got half an hour before LJ comes out. Why is Trump getting involved with Spain? We got summits or anything? This guy's nuts. This guy is actually crazy. What? Okay, so that'll explain the drop. Did we get it? Wow, yeah, we got it on pound dollar as well. What's the Dix? NASDAQ drop? Yeah, Dixie got a big move up. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, bless me. Wow, okay. Trump making London session difficult. Why is Trump awake? It's too early for him. He should be sleeping, surely. Oh dear. Right, okay. Let's have a look in chat, see if you guys know any more than me, because god damn, that was something. Wow, you guys have been chatting. Sorry guys, I didn't realize that you guys have been chatting so much. Let me try and catch up with you guys. Analysis of the gold chart. Yes, yes, my man. I do apologize. I was analyzing Euro USD, but then we got that absolute just tank on the Euro. So I just wanted to see what that was, and it turns out it was Trump just arguing with more countries again. I'm not a fundamental person, and I'm only using small targets, just 1-to-1 and some 1 to 1.5. Azra, bro, I really hope you smashed a TP just before you got shafted. I'm really hoping you got taken out on your... Oh man, where could you have been traded from? Maybe lows down here. 1-to-1, maybe let's go with a 1 to 1.5. You wouldn't have had a 1 to 1.5. Let's go with 1-to-1. Dude, I'm really hoping you hit TP before Trump decided to just ruin things for everyone. It's annoying, man. Trump being Trump. Kazakhstan Almighty, what's good? Big shout out to Kazakhstan, Almaty, sorry, not Almighty, Almaty. Big shout out to Kazakhstan viewers out there. Let's have a look. Amchi Mumbai, have you traded in Sim before? Paper traded, etc. I was going to say, that was to Doc. Sorry, man, I thought it was to me. I was going to say, yeah. But apologies. Dude, I am tired. Hi, I'm from Mumbai. Please suggest me which is better, 5k, 10k, or 100k account for beginner guide. Honestly, I'm going to go with 10k. 10k. Only reason I say that is, again, is following processes, guys. That's the whole point in trading, is to follow your processes and actually, especially as a beginner, learn from your lessons. I say to my partner, I say to everyone around me that's close in my circle, when they're doing tests or exams or they're revising for stuff, if they ever do a mock exam of sorts and they fail, or they get questions wrong, that's okay. Because perhaps it's because I'm a trader I learned this, but some people struggle to understand that losses, like failures, are okay. Getting stuff wrong is okay. The only time getting something wrong isn't okay is if you don't learn from it. Now, when you get something wrong in the markets and you don't learn from it, it suggests you're going to do it again. And if you do it again and you lose again, and you're consistently losing due to the refusal to learn from mistakes, then yes, that's a loss, that's a mistake, and that is wrong. The only time a loss is bad is when you don't learn from it. When you are learning from these losses and you're understanding and journaling and asking yourself, why did I lose this trade? Then yes, losses are absolutely fine. That's perfect. It's natural. And so is getting questions wrong in mock exams, tests, whatever it may be. I know a couple of you were sitting exams, as some of you in college, uni, and you're actually coming to the end of your season, not your season, your term, should we call it, your academic year. So mock exams, getting them wrong is fine because you're learning from them. So Doc, to answer your question, I'd always go, if you're a complete beginner, go with a 5 or 10k. Don't go in with 100k because you're going to take losses. The first thing I would do, if you haven't already, open up a demo account, and I'm assuming this is what Usam was talking about. Which was, have you paper traded or traded in Sim? The best thing I could recommend to you is take up a demo account. Demo account, just trade on a demo account that is the same size as the account that you're going to be trading with. So therefore make it 10k. And the reason I say 10k is it's cheap. A 10k account is super cheap, guys. It's not expensive at all. Depends, and again, depends what actual account there's loads of accounts at the 5ers. Me personally, I prefer the high stakes accounts, but you've got bootcamp account, you've got hyper growth, pro growth, you've got loads of different accounts that you can be trading with. The best thing, like I said, the best thing in my opinion that you can do is literally trade a paper account. Just trade an account that doesn't mean anything to you. Understand, get your losses, get your lessons out of the way. Then once you've done that, there we go. I've just got there we go. It's the 5ers website here. Once you've actually got your bearings, should we call it, with your account size, that you're trading demo with, then go into your account. Then go into your buy your prop account. And then once you've done that, I'd recommend keeping it similar sizing. So I'd keep it as cheap and as small as possible for now, because you're even going to take losses in the challenge phases and even in the funded phase. Whereas 100k accounts are a little bit more expensive, maybe for those a bit more experienced traders out there that are looking to scale with some bigger accounts. And again, you've got one step hyper growth. Just go over to the 5ers website, literally 5ers.com, and then go click get funded, click CFD, 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. You've got a 5k account here and you've got a 10k account here on the hyper growth. And then as you can see here, you've got all the what do you call it? Requirements. There we go. Let's call it the requirements. So that was the pro growth. Again, you've got hyper growth. Again, 5 and 10k. So the hyper growth is a little bit more expensive. The pro growth, $140 for a 10k. 5. What? My mouse just glitched then. 5k again. You're looking at $74, and that's for a one-step challenge. So you've got loads of other accounts. What is going on with my computer right now? Right, there we go. Then you got two-step high stakes. Again, I got to be very careful. My mouse, I think, its battery is dying. Again, you know, the new and the classic. You got 2.5k account as well, guys, for $19. You know, so again, you don't need to spend a lot of money. Get a demo account, get your bearings, and go with the 2.5, a 5, or a 10k account. 10k account, new and classic, are around $69 to $78. That's super cheap. So, and that's for a 10k account, guys. You know, you've got 5, you've got 2.5, and that's the traditional high stakes as well. And then again, step 3-step boot camp. You have got 20k, which is only $22. So it depends what accounts you're looking for. Have a look, go find what works for you, and then open a demo account up first. Do some paper trading, get your bearings. Let's have a look at gold. Whew, gold, we had a bit of a drop there as well. Woof. Gold, yes, I tell you what, I will take a look at gold before I continue catch up with chat, because again, apologies everyone, because obviously we had that news coming out from Donald Trump a couple of seconds ago, or a couple of minutes ago now. So we had to have a look through that, see what was going on. He's even talking about Iran now as well. He's literally, this man's got enemies everywhere. So these are the two. So Trump, Spain is a wasted cause. Don't want to do trade. Fair. Then Trump, I think Iran MOU is over. What can you say at this point when it comes to Trump, man? So anyway, let's just jump in with gold. What are we looking at on gold on the 1 hourly? 1 hourly time frame of gold, guys, looking super nice. Again, we are starting that bearish. We're continuing, that bearish momentum. You know, as we can see, basic price order flow. And then as we head down to the 15-minute, what can we see on the 15-minute? We want to see our areas of interest. We've got nice little consolidation here. We're under the 50 moving average. We're also getting our consolidation here. I wasn't actually biased on gold with a consolidation on London Open. I was actually waiting to see if we could see a break and close below. And the reason I say that is if we go into the 5-minute time frame, you can see really nice tight little consolidation here. Even if you want to really tighten it up even more, we could go with consolidation just down here, something a little bit like that. And then we also have a consolidation just down there. I was waiting for a break and close under this level here because, again, we are clearly trending bearish, clearly downtrending, and we're also under the 50 moving average. So I wanted to see a trade something a little bit like this. Now, when I thought to myself, I want to see something a little bit like this for gold, I wasn't thinking that, Trump would be the person that creates that. I can't trade from this break and close below. Like, you guys know I love a break and close strategy. I was kind of waiting for price to come and break and close just under here so I could enter around here and then have that sort of continuation pattern, or that sort of, consistent move and reaction from, which we didn't get. So again, Donald Trump's just making life difficult to trade once again. So right now, I'm not seeing anything in gold. I'm heavy bearish, especially now on this candle breaking and closing to the downside. We've also broken and closed on the lowest point of price from yesterday's New York low. Maybe a bit of a pullback, and then I think we're continuing our downtrend trade over here. So I think we're going to continue lower on price today. Never tried prop firms. I trade in XNES. I don't know what XNES is, but never tried prop firms. Well, like I said, welcome to the best prop firm in the galaxy, not even in the world. Like, even aliens are like, bro, get on the 5ers. But yeah, man, big shout out to you then, Doc. Welcome to the 5ers. Like I said, make sure you do subscribe to the channel. We're live every single day, man. So if you ever got any questions about certain accounts, if you've got questions about fundamentals, about technicals, myself, I'm a technical trader. I'm a naked trader. I don't use indicators. The only indicator I do have is a moving average. It's a 50 moving average. When it comes to fundamentals, in 30 minutes time or 28 minutes time, we've got LJ joining. He will be your local friendly neighborhood fundamentalist. He will be breaking down, hopefully he'll be breaking down whatever the hell just happened with Trump. So that'll be interesting. Hopefully he can shed some light on that. And then again, we've got a pile of other fantastic hosts and guests that join. So you're in a very good place now when it comes to the prop firms, because again, we can answer pretty much any questions that you do have. And if we can't, guys, go over into the chats, into chat support or the support team, and they will help you. Kavish, it's okay. By the way, we are all with you in the stream. Don't feel alone or stressed in the stream without Rich Butler. I appreciate that, man. You know, it's been a while since I've streamed alone. I don't mind streaming alone. It's just difficult. You know, it's difficult. You do feel like you're talking to yourself. So, Kavish, I really appreciate that, brother. Really big shout out to you. If you've learned and tested a strategy and have some data to support it, better go with a 10K or a 25K account, as the targets are smaller. 50K or 100K will mess with the psychology, man. I agree with that, but I'm going to disagree at the same time. I'm going to disagree because you said the targets are smaller. The targets are the exact same. The only difference is it feels smaller because the financial is a smaller number. However, the target's the exact same, but yes, I do agree. 5K for me, a little bit small. 10K would be the bare minimum. I'm even trading with 10K account now. I'm just under 2% up on a 10K account. You know, so we try. Even I trade with 10K accounts. So don't think that just because you're trading with a 10K account, you're not trading big enough size. 10K account, I've watched people get thousands of dollars worth of payouts. I've interviewed people with thousands of dollars worth of payouts just on a 10K account. So yes, definitely doable. That would be my bare minimum personally. But 25K account is a really nice spot to be trading with as well. But yeah, absolutely. You know, I'd go for something smaller. The reason I would go for something smaller is not necessarily messing with the psychology. The process should be the same. It would be the financial. 50K account, 100K account, they're a little bit more expensive. The 60K account's a little bit more expensive. And if you do blow them, the ability for you to go again is going to be a little bit more difficult. Azrael, Will, we are all here to give you company. Don't feel alone. Really appreciate our brother. Absolute legend. GU for me today, given what's going on in the Middle East. Yeah, I don't blame you. Having said that, he's even venturing into just ripping apart Europe when it comes to slagging off Spain. So even the, GBP, USD, pound dollar, euro dollar, even euro dollars having a bit of a turn for the worst. I mean, not really. Euro dollar makes a lot of sense why it's selling off. I know it was fundamentally driven, but order flow was suggesting, even on the hourly, hourly we had on euro, price was clearly moving to the downside. 15-minute as well. If we just get rid of that, there we go. 15-minute as well, also showing bearish order flow. We're clearly showing bearish order flow, putting in lower lows, lower highs. And then on the 5-minute as well, we're also showing bearish order flow under the 50 moving average. And we're clearly channeling and trending to the downside. Again, a little bit of crappy consolidated price action. Only until this morning during Asia session did we start to channel up and pull back into a really nice area of interest, tapped into it, and then Donald Trump decided to speed up those shorts. So again, other than the pound was looking nice for potential longs. That is not a trade. Pound is looking nice for potential longs, but euro I was still short bias. Gold I wanted to be short bias, but again it kind of come a bit soon. But yeah, again, gold short bias. NASDAQ short bias as well. We got some serious heavy bearish movement in the market. Start to consolidate and get a little bit choppy around here, which was New York session yesterday. And then again, we continued that bearish channel over Asia session. So in all seriousness, if you had a bearish bias on NASDAQ, gold, or euro, I think you would have been okay. You'd probably even be positively slipped. If you were GBP USD, if you're trading pound dollar looked quite nice for some sort of short-term intraday longs, but it just, yeah, I think pound dollar is the only one you would have been shafted on a little bit today. But yeah, absolutely. Keep your questions coming in, guys. We'll get to all of them. Yeah, absolutely. If I do miss them as well, then feel free to ask me again, because again, I do apologize. You guys are chatting away, and unfortunately, I don't have Rich to analyze the charts while I catch up with chat, and vice versa. So I'll have to do everything. Usam, anytime, man. All the best from Pakistan. You got this. This is what I love, man. Everyone's supporting each other. Absolute big shout out to you guys in the community. Even when you guys don't just come out and ask myself and Rich questions. You come out and genuinely just ask each other questions and interact with each other, which is amazing. Azrael Shawmate. Gold may crash because of uncertainty and things happening last night. Cowish, you are absolutely bang on, my man. You are absolutely perfect. I'm not going to bring that comment up because I don't know what to say about that comment, if it's a nice comment or a nasty comment, or if he's just shocked. So I'm going to skip that one. I don't know what that is. Sagamanu, bro. Sagamanu, what about you, man? I hope that was clean. I really, I hope that was clean. Do you share data regarding profits that you made on your prop firms with the Indian government? Dude, I'm not from India, but again, my best advice to you guys would be seek some legal advice. Depends where you're from. Unless you're from the UAE, where it's tax free, or unless you're from other tax havens or tax exempt countries, whatever your situation may be. If you're in a country that is taxable, and I'm 90% sure India is I'm sure India's got like 15% tax. I'm sure it's low, but I'm sure it is taxable. My best advice to you would be go seek legal advice. If you are earning money, yes, the government's gonna want a portion of it. So if you're in India and you're making money from prop trading and you're actually getting payouts, then yes, you're gonna have to tell the government, unfortunately. Don't get me wrong, we all wish we didn't have to, but that's just part of the rules. It's either that or go for a sleepover behind bars with a few other people who decided to break the rules. But again, biggest advice to you, my man, would be seek legal advice from an accountant or a solicitor in your jurisdiction. Wow, massive sell happening right now. Yeah, Cowish was bang on with that. Trump is speaking. Craig, yeah, Trump's just, like I said, Trump's just being Trump. He's just been awkward. Will, check gold, impulsive sell. Yeah, WTI and dollar are exploding. Indeed, the Dixie just moving bullish. I had a lot of movement coming through there. Let's have a look at the WTI. There we go. WTI, massive movement to the upside on on the oil. USD pairs are going all around. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone trading against the dollar right now, it's probably taking a little bit of a hit. Oh my, yes, what the selling? Yeah, again, Trump being Trump. Good morning, William Davis, Mr. Motivator. I saw your YouTube channel. You have become a guest from many different podcasts. That's super nice, dude. Oh, dude, that's sick, man. Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know I posted. I don't post on my personal channel, to be fair. I post like shorts now and then. But yeah, I've done a lot of podcasts. I've done a lot of podcasts actually. Some prop firms. I've done some just traders. Just Louise Bedford's podcast was probably one of my best podcasts. Is one of my first podcasts. But yeah, man, I've done a lot of podcasts. I've also done a lot of events across the UK as well. So I really appreciate that, man. Big shout out to you, Elvin. Oh my god, 5% achieved, account passed. Bro, yes, my man. Absolute legend. That's sick. I'm assuming that you're the correct side of the market when Trump was being Trump. But Pawem, absolute legend, my man. Big shout out to Poland there. Absolute legend. 5% achieved, only 3% needed to pass. Let me know as well, was that phase 1 or phase 2? Usam, whoa, what even? I know. And bonds as well. Gold is in waterfall. Yeah, Giovanni, it's gold's in a bit of a shit state at the moment. We're continuing that. Wow, it's just not chilling out. It's not relaxing anytime soon. This is just continuation now. This is continuation or momentum post speech. So we're just getting follow through now. Because Spain has opposed the war and it's criticizing very critical of Israel. Oh, okay, interesting. So that'll be why he's coming out with those comments. Fair. Always be curious about the fundamentals. Absolutely, man. Even if it's not something you're the most confident at, always be curious. Always be open-minded and willing to learn. The Spain PM is a tough boy to control. Oh man, I'm gonna go put the news on or something. I'm gonna go put live broadcast from like Bloomberg or something on it. This is interesting. Richard saying, got lucky with a short looking for a long. Man, I think you're going to be catching a falling knife at the moment if you're looking for longs. Be very, very careful. But yeah, I look, you got it right. You were right with the market. You didn't get lucky because your analysis was correct. However, yeah, I think that you were lucky on the form of Trump was being Trump. Attempted the same short twice, only to be exited at break-even, small profits, and now it fully worked. Oh man, Usam, that sucks. That really sucks. It's not Trump, it's AI which is bugged. Oh, Bias Trader, are you messing with me here? Yeah, just seen one of the comments, even European session isn't safe anymore. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense because he should be sleeping, surely, but nah, surely not. I'm out, Will, in break even. Oh, thank God for that, man. Azrael, you worried me there, man. But I'm glad. I'm glad that you're out at break even. Well, it's okay. By the way, we are all... I've just seen this. Has my stream just glitched? Not Almighty, Almaty. It's a city. Yes, no, I know. I corrected myself, bro. that wasn't a geographical issue. That was just I just didn't read it properly. Yes, no. I guessed Almaty was a city. Yes, no. I'm not that dense. Chill. God damn it, Sam. In short, In short, for GJ, haven't closed. Still waiting for more drops. Hopefully, technical analysis and fundamental in my favor. That's 2 confirmations. Okay, GJ. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. GBP, JPY. In shorts on GJ. Okay, what? What time frame are you looking at shorts, my man? Because unless you got in previously, let me know where you got in. Because I'm just looking now. I'm tempted to be a little bit more bullish on the 1 hourly. 15-minute. Again, 15-minute. I haven't got an analysis. I'm sorry. I'm trying my hardest to find shorts, but I'm not. I think I'd gamble a buy if I was to just throw caution to the wind and open a random sell on pound yen. It'd be long. It would be long, bro. I'm sorry, but I can't back you short. Please let me know. Let me know what you're looking at on pound yen. I'm 18 years old and started trading 2 months ago. Can you give me some advice which strategy I should follow? Brother, well done, my man. That you're gonna, first things first, I'm gonna give you some life advice from someone who started at 17 as well. You know, I was 17 when I first started trading. So I'm gonna give you some life advice. And I don't mean, like, I'm not going to act like your granddad here and pretend that I've got, like, 100 years under my belt. I haven't. I'm only 24. I'm 25 in 25 in 3 months' time. That's scary. So, yeah, like, I'm only 24 now. But when it comes to life advice in trading, you're going to get a lot of shit coming your way. You're going to get a lot of people coming at you, questioning why you're doing it. You're going to get a lot of people trying to tell you that you should be buying Lamborghinis, you should be living that 18-year-old lifestyle. You're going to get a lot of people out there trying to tell you to get a real job. You know, the best thing you can do is early on, like, focus on why you're trading. So, Kunaz, I'm actually going to ask you personally now. You don't have to answer in chat. It would be cool if you did, because I can continue my advice to you. But my Instagram is just here. You can message me on Instagram with it. I did the same for Usam. So you're more than welcome to message me on Instagram. And I'll try and look out for your message if you do decide to do that. But you're 18. You're young. That's a tough age to be anything. You don't know who you are as a person. You're still trying to find yourself in the world, let alone try and be a business guy, let alone try and run a business that is, you know, probably one of the most difficult businesses to run. And the reason I say that is because trading isn't one of those stereotypical businesses. Trading is one of those businesses that everyone treats like a side hustle. Do not. Trading is a business. It's a business that 95% of people fail at. So you're going in already on the back foot because you've got a lot of sort of immaturity, and you've got a lot of sort of that lack of life experience. So you're going to learn a lot of lessons along the way. My best advice to you is don't go strategy hopping. Don't try and find the perfect strategy that's going to earn you £1 million a month. Dude, it doesn't exist. Get the hell off social media, or if you are on social media, unfollow all these money influencers. And what I mean by that is the people flexing their Lambos, flexing their 100k days, 100k weeks. You know, someone I know actually smashed out their first ever 100k week this week. He's an awesome guy, and Oh, no, sorry, it was last week. Awesome guy. Again, he's not a scammer. He's not anything bad. He's a genuine trader. But that's bad for the psychology. You don't want people like that around in your aura. And the reason you don't want people like that around is because it's going to create a psychological doubt. It's going to create FOMO. Dude, you're 18. Take the process slow. Stick to one strategy. My advice would be stick to a simple strategy. Don't overcomplicate it. Learn basic order flow. And then when you learn basic order flow, literally, I'll tell you, I'll give you a super basic strategy now that you can go away and test. Basic order flow, understand your trend, identify consolidation, look for a breakout, enter on the breakout, stop loss on the previous low or the current low, and look for a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2. That simple. Chuck a 50 moving average, execute on the 15 on the 5-minute time frame. Okay, so you're looking for your trend. You're looking for your trend, put your 50 moving average on just to identify that you're above it, and then look for your trend, make sure that you are bullish. If you're looking for longs, make sure you're bearish if you're looking for shorts. Wait for a break and close above a consolidation zone, stop loss on the previous or current low, target a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-2. Super basic strategy, super easy to follow, and just test the guts out of it. Open up a demo account, test the guts out of it, stick to it, and do not strategy hop until you fully understood why you're doing it, you're fully understanding your strategy, and you truly know that the strategy isn't working for you. Because again, I speak to 90% of genuine profitable traders out there. And guys, I do all the trader interviews, the successful stories for the trader interviews that get posted on the YouTube for the 5ers. Most profitable traders will say to you that all strategies work. 90% of failed traders fail up here. It's a mental issue. So, dude, as an 18-year-old trader, man, I am fully backing you. I'm fully supporting you here. You got this. And providing you can keep headstrong, providing you can understand why you're doing it, don't go out chasing parties, girls, and or boys, depending on what gender you are, or what you're into. Again, I'm not out here to judge. You know, don't go out here chasing those dopamine hits. Don't go chasing the Lamborghinis. Don't go chasing parties and jet setting internationally. That'll all come. I promise you that'll all come. Just focus on your goals. Focus on what you're truly looking for. Focus on what you're waiting for. Focus on your processes and asking yourself why you want to be a trader. So genuinely keep it basic. Understand why you're doing it. Make sure that your mental and your psyche aligns, because you're going to get a lot of external pressure from friends. You know, I don't know if you've got a girlfriend or boyfriend now, but they're not going to understand. And then you're going to go through, and again, as you get older, as you go into the big open world, you're going to get girlfriends, boyfriends, you're going to get partners coming at you. They're going to have a big influence. Your parents, your siblings, the friends that you hang out with, they're going to have a big influence. So make sure that you're aligning yourself first. And then when it comes to the trading, order flow, order flow, order flow. Understand how the markets move. Spend hours and hours just sitting there looking at the markets and just watching how they move and pattern recognition. And another thing is, and I usually keep this for my community or my students, understand how your eye works. And what I mean by that, and this is my little giveaway to you, because you're 18 and you're young and you're first joining, everyone else is going to get a benefit from this as well. Understand how your eye works. Now, everyone's eye is different. You know, a lot of people like bright colors, a lot of people like, blues and reds, a lot of people like grays and blacks. Understand, I like my neutral colors. It helps me see the markets a little bit better. Hence why, I got two-tone black and gold, because that's my personal brand color. And then I got grays and blacks. Other than that, I've got whites for my charts. As you can see, it's all neutral colors. The only time I haven't got neutral color is when I put a position on. And even my stop loss is a neutral color. The only thing that's not is my profit zone, which is blue. But again, that can be whatever color you want. You can get as creative as you want. So understand how your eye works. Don't create a chart that looks sexy, create a chart that you're able to look at for hours on end and helps you understand pattern recognition. That would be my advice to you, my man. Don't look at necessarily following a strategy. Look at actually understanding the markets first and understand how you can develop a strategy on it. However, there was a little strategy you can go in there and have a play about with. So hopefully, I hope that helped, man. Louis, good morning, team. What's good, Louis? How you doing, brother? In gold shorts, Scribble, absolute. In fact, big shout out to Scribble, man. A long time no see. In gold shorts, yeah, I don't blame you. Gold is tanking post Trump announcement. So yeah, gold is just wow. Let's refresh. Okay, we've got nothing new, which is good. Let's go back. There we go. So yeah, we got nothing new out today. Let's just refresh this to make sure I am on the right page. There we go. Yeah, so 3 a.m., 4 a.m. We had New Zealand dollar news. 5:40, so 20 to 6. We got Swissy. We got the chairman Schlegel. That sounded weird in my head. Schlegel. There we go. We got Chairman Schlegel speaking, and then 7 p.m. we have got FOMC. So, for those of you who are new and don't know, FOMC is a big no-no. Stay the hell away from FOMC at 7 p.m. UK time tonight. But we have got LJ coming in shortly, so he will, I'm sure, break down FOMC minutes for you on potentially what he's forecasting or what he thinks could happen. So he'll give his 2 cents on that. Will, I got auto exited twice on 2 NQ shorts with small profits. Only for the original to trade to finally work out without me, thanks to Trump. Bro, I know, man. That sucks, dude. It really does suck. But honestly, that's just the markets for you. The markets just sometimes decide to be really, really bloody annoying. But what can we do? The best thing we can do is just try to control our emotion after it. So, yeah, just, I don't know, get a punching bag, go punch it, go scream into a pillow, go do something that doesn't involve you revenge trading. And yeah, bro, I feel you, man. I feel you. However, we've also got Protect saying, I caught the entire move on gold. We have got legends like this that just, yeah, fair play, man. Fair play. Yeah, wow, that's awesome. Yeah, dude, that's what I mean. Sometimes, look, providing you get the analysis right, you do also get lucky. You do get lucky. Like Azrael trade, he was in a GU long. I don't know if any of you other guys were in GU long. I was fully backing that. I think GU long was looking nice. I think there could have been higher price action. Trump ruined it. Trump sank it. So unfortunately, it's just one of those things. Usam, Will Davis is a legend. In fact, yes, my man. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, bro. Don't push it, lol. Buys aren't ready yet. I don't think so either. I think buys are... I think you're going to be catching a falling knife if you're buying right now. Okay, Japan increased bond yields, so I think Japanese yen will be bearish for long term. Well, I mean, that backs up... Oh, I got to go get yen up again now, haven't I? GBP, GPY. Okay, yeah, so you're thinking the yen is going to be bearish, meaning that pound yen is going to be bullish. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see what LJ thinks of the yen bonds bond yields. So we'll have to see what he thinks about that. Gold, as I wish yesterday. Yeah, gold is just it's tanking monstrously at the moment. I'm not even interested in considering buys right now. I think shorts maybe, I don't know, maybe overextended now. Maybe a bit of a pullback. We've actually come lower and broken and closed below this low now, which was from last Thursday. Oh no, we haven't closed it. We've broken it. We haven't closed it yet. So, let's just see what gold does. It's absolutely tanking at the moment, which is really interesting. How are people trading contests getting 30% in such short time? Full margin, mate. Simple as that. Full margin. If there's, the contest there's no financial entry, so you don't need to pay to get into the entry. So you literally just, full margin. There's only upscale. So when there's no payment requirement to go into the contest, then you may as well full-fledged it. There's nothing to look after. You may as well just absolutely go for gold. But yeah, no, I fully agree with you. It sucks for those who are actually really trying to win the contest in a legit way. But you're gonna get people out there. That's a pretty long suggestion. It was a pretty long suggestion. It was indeed. But I'm assuming this is referencing the 18-year-old comment. Dude, it is a long suggestion, man, but sometimes that's just what some people need. This is a clear example of no trade day, save your capital. 100%. Suhash, 100%, my man. Yeah. Just fine example of a no trade day. Yesterday was the same, actually. Yesterday was a great example of a no trade day. I gave London session a go, got nothing, and then I just decided to stay away for the rest of the session. Then Trump is too crazy. Yeah. Again, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Yeah, it's the same with every contest. In Thunder Next, you can check the leader trader. Yeah, dude, it's the same with every competition. Any competition that's free to enter, it's just going to be absolute full margin, straight to see what they can get. This day feels a little bit like a taste of the apocalypse. Welcome to the financial apocalypse. Oh man. Where's your IG? IG's there, bro. There it is. Will_Davis_official. Will Davis, just come live every day and keep teaching us like this. Then see how we catch the trades. Dude, Pratik, I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, big shout out to you guys. I'm here every day. You don't have to pay. It's free. It's a live stream on YouTube. And truth be told, I probably give way too much information away. I could probably just come on here, chat, banter, chat shit, trade live, and then that's it. But I give so much value away here. It's completely free to you guys. I speak. I give you insights on what I trade, on what I talk about when I'm talking at events. I'm in London end of this year. In fact, no, October, a couple of weeks after my birthday. I'm in London speaking in October. I'm in Miami speaking in January, and then I'm back in. I'm in Dubai then. March, I believe it is. So, I speak all over the world about trading. It's something I'm passionate about, helping people and trying to genuinely clean up the trading space and clean up the trading industry. So, just make sure that you're coming here with an open mind. And more importantly as well, you're not only coming with an open mind, you're also coming with one of these. You're coming with a book, you're coming with a pen and paper, and you're coming willing to learn. Because like Pratik said here, I'm out here not necessarily teaching you guys. If you guys learn from stuff that I talk about, big shout out to you. You're all legends. And again, if I can change someone's opinion or someone's goal or someone's life in their journey of trading, I feel like I've succeeded, because that's the whole point in this. Is I wish there was someone like me, someone like Rich Butler, someone like LJ. I wish there was someone like us us hosts in chat who could actually come on and maybe give me a little bit of advice when it comes to trading. So, CC Cat Lady, what is good? My crazy partner, I love you. I love you too. Big shout out to my partner, Absolute Lunatic. but my favorite lunatic on planet Earth. So big shout out to the beautiful Cece. Rich isn't here for her to flirt with, unfortunately. Sorry, Cece. I traded WTI since the Asia session, and it was good. Nothing spectacular, but good. I rate that, man. Now I'm flat, frozen, incapable of doing anything. Big movements on my screen. You know what? Like, again, it sounds like you're afraid there, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't ever be afraid of the markets, but definitely ask, and again, ask yourself why. Like, why are you afraid of the markets? And I feel like you've kind of already answered it. Incapable of doing anything. That's fair enough, but I'm hoping you're incapable of doing anything due to the fact that you're not seeing anything in the market. Big movements on my screen. 100%, man. These moves are big. This move here isn't tradable. I don't care what anyone says. If you manage to maybe get in on a pullback because you wanted to, trade these lows and you got in on a long, then congratulations, your trade played out. But I'm sorry, this is not tradable. It's huge price movements due to just Trump being Trump. So yeah, the fact that these markets scare you is okay. Don't think that because you're seeing these movements that you're a bad trader and that you're scared of the markets and you shouldn't get in on the markets. Just know that if you're getting markets like these, like if you entered in over Asia session, Wednesday, we need to look for. Okay, so Wednesday, Asia was here. So if we're looking, you're trading maybe the low here, you're taking out at the high of, just before New York open, so whatever your trade may be over Asia, congratulations, that's absolutely awesome. If you took a loss because you came down here to break even, whatever it may be, stop loss on the low maybe, whatever the case may be. That's a lot of maybes. Mr. Maybe instead of Mr. However now. Just make sure that you're following your plan. Plan to, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And if you don't trade your plan, then yeah, you're going to be petrified of the markets. But if you are seeing this sort of price action here and being like, oh my God, I'm incapable of trading this. There's nothing going on here. I can't trade this. Good. Because that's you telling yourself that this isn't according to your plan. You are looking at it saying, I don't know what to make of these markets, which is perfect. That's good. Then stay the FOA. Stay away from the markets when they're like this, because yes, this is where accounts are going to be blown if you trade outside of your plan. If you trade outside of your plan, you don't know what you're seeing, and you don't like what you're seeing, and you trade it anyway, you're going to blow your account because potentially you're going to take a loss and you're going to feel emotional, you're going to revenge trade. You're still not going to know why you revenge traded, and it's just going to be a whole lot of downward spiraling when it comes to the markets and when it comes to trading outside of your plan. Dirk.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry for being late.
That's right, bro. That's right, man. You're only 9 minutes late. It's not bad.
Well, this is like within my DNA that I cannot be late as a German. It's an impossibility.
Oh man, do you know what? I made myself an espresso.
Nice.
This morning.
And how is it?
It's cold. I haven't touched it.
Wow. Okay, that's what happens to me.
I actually haven't touched my espresso, so now I got an iced espresso to enjoy after my stream. So there we go. What's news, Dirk? How are you doing, man?
Not too bad. Had to do, all the stuff you always need to do when a quarter ends, means like tax stuff, GST declaration, and all those beautiful things that I always delay far too long until it's really last minute. And then I curse myself at myself because I spent like 2 or 3 hours doing all this bookkeeping stuff that I hate doing, but that of course is necessary. Yeah. And then I had to pick up my daughter from school, and thus I was a little bit late. I didn't have any chance to look at the markets yet today.
Have you not? Well, I tell you
what happened?
I'm going to let you have a look at the markets real quick before I go and tell you why. If you haven't already guessed why, I'll let you have a look at the markets. What's your thoughts?
What is happening? Crazy. Okay, what did I miss?
You've missed a lot, my friend. You've missed a lot. There's no news coming out, no high impact news, nothing to come out to affect the markets. So
It was Donald Trump again.
it
What did he say, man? What did he say again? Oh God.
was indeed Donald Trump, mate. Donald Trump. He's now picking on Spain. So
Okay.
now not even the European session is safe. So we had Trump here saying Spain is a wasted cause. Don't want to do trade. So yeah, that we had Trump slagging off Spain, and then in just Trump fashion, we're not surprised here, but in Trump fashion, he's also slagging off Iran.
Of course.
So yeah, so what can
Well,
you
that's
say?
so we can expect that later on today we are going to get like the reverse Uno card again from him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, literally. So we had Trump saying that I think Iran MOU is over, and then we also got him saying, I don't want to engage with them. They are sick people. So
Oh, okay.
again, he's just, putting the entire, nation, the entire country and all its people into one category and
Yeah.
calling them sick.
You know
So
what?
that's an incredibly fair comment, I suppose, isn't it? Why not? Let's all judge one nation and
I'm going to buy
mass
the NASDAQ.
umbrella them as sick people. Should we, Trump? Well done.
I bought the NASDAQ just now, NASDAQ future.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Let's see.
nice.
Come on, I'm going to buy gold.
I'll be honest with you, Dirk. Like, I love that trade for you. You're a braver man than I am. I couldn't be buying NAS right now.
I'm going to buy. Let's sketch that out quickly here. We are here in gold. If I put my stop there and I bet a bit on a bounce back.
Welcome, Berlin boy. Oh, dude, I love that. London boy, Protea boy, and we've now got Berlin boy.
Let me quickly execute that.
While you do that, I'll have a bit of a catch up with chat too. So
All right, good. Long gold, long NASDAQ, guys.
Wow,
5 minutes in the office,
yeah, 'cause
directly jumping into trade. What could go wrong, possibly?
I mean, look, he's already spoken. He can't speak now. He's going to give it like a half hour to an hour buffer, I reckon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I reckon, look, dude, I reckon you bang on. I reckon we've got to pull back.
We should have. I mean, it's okay. It's like
I
0.25
think you're
per trade.
stretching it. I do think you're stretching it, but I love your TP zone. I'd love to have a pullback back into the initial
Yeah.
pre-move. I'd like to mitigate this whole move.
I'm 100% sure we are going sooner or later today. We are going to turn around. If I'm maybe a bit early, that might be, but you know what? That is. If I look here on the 50-minute chart, we are down to the 3 sigma of a standard deviation. That's a very, very huge move in a very short time, and normally that should snap back sooner or later. It might, of course, be that Donald Trump is like sharing more stupidity. So I should open probably financial juice parallel to this.
Dude, not often do I have financial juice open. I always I trade throughout the day with two tabs open permanently.
Yeah.
Like they're cemented, and that is my trading view and my Forex factory. Now everything else, my terminals open and close as and when. Everything else I use, my EV Mercs, my stream, my YouTube, it all opens and closes as and when. Cemented from the minute I open turn my computer on to the minute I turn my computer off and head to bed. Trading view and Forex factory are those that stay open. Now I've even got financial juice open.
Yeah, it's the question. I should have bought actually their subscription when they had this great offer. What was that like for 200?
Yeah, dude, I thought about it, but dude, I haven't even bought the premium for TradingView. I'm just.
Oh, I do. I have it every year, every Black Friday when they have like their 75% off deal. I buy another year, so I have like rolling forward like 550 days of TradingView premium subscription.
Dude, I love that.
Especially since I'm starting to work more with order footprints, like
fair. Yeah. For you, I rate that a lot. We've got Elvin coming out. Good morning, Dirk. Will, my friend. The orange guy had made a big disaster again today. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. It's in his speech as well. It's just what he says. It's not even like no one cares about how people says things. Sometimes how people say things gets taken out of context. I was like, ooh, I don't know if he meant it like that. The thing with Trump is he doesn't even. It's not even out of context. He's just so vile with the way he talks, and it's
What does he have against Spain now suddenly?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's now after Spain. He's now like, oh yeah, Spain's a wasted cause.
But why? What happened there? Did they insult him? Or?
I believe it was Usam that gave me the down low. I'm not sure, but apparently Spain has criticised and opposed the war and is highly critical of Israel. Again, I don't know that I believe that was Usam that said that. I have no source.
So the usual somebody has a different opinion from me.
Basically, mate, yeah.
The whole nation is stupid, not just that.
Yeah, pretty much. It sounds like Spain has said this is wrong, and Trump has said, well, your whole civilization is wrong.
Yeah, yo, that's awesome.
So we got Roya saying, why is he up so early? I don't know. Maybe maybe in his old age he shit the bed or something. I don't know. Anyway, guys, I've been going an hour and 17 now. I am tired. I am ready for a nap.
And your cold espresso.
I'm gonna go enjoy my cold espresso. But the sun is shining, so I'm gonna go sit out on the balcony. I'm gonna go enjoy listening to the birds singing with my cold espresso. So guys, thank you very much. There's 170 of you in right now because you're absolute legends, every single one of you. Smash that like button, even if you're on the YouTube or if you're on the X channel. If you are on X, make sure that you repost the stream and share it with your buddies. Comment, get involved in the live chat as well. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new here, and if you are on the X, follow us or head over to the YouTube and subscribe to us there. But guys, thank you very much. Make sure that you look after Dirk and ask him some awesome questions, and make sure you all start blowing to the upside on his NASDAQ long, because even I'm going to be watching that thinking, oof, let's see what happens. So anyway, guys, thank you very much, and in the meantime, see you in 2 hours. Peace.
Take care, Will. See you in 2 hours. All right, so then it's just you guys and me for the moment. LJ will join us later too. He just sent me a message that he locked himself out of his apartment accidentally, but I'm sure he'll eventually find his way back and to us. Like I said, quickly, I do that rarely, honestly speaking, like jumping into trades. Here we go. There's almost at the stop loss here already, so I might have been a little bit early there for that trade. I rarely do that, of course, to just jump into a trade out of a feeling. In this case, I did it. But good chance that we are going to see the stop loss here. Sometimes that works quite well. Especially if we are dealing with areas where the market is already approaching nesting buy limit orders, although not a big zone, not a good delta there actually. But let's see. And Dirk is fearless, and I love his courage, but his confidence is coming from his massive experience. But we can't replicate it because we yet to see the situations again and again to build confidence. I can promise. So first of all, thank you for that compliment. I'm not fearless. I can guarantee you that. Everybody has fear, and it doesn't really matter how long you were in the markets. But you're right. Of course, you see patterns over and over and over repeat. And these trades, for example, I risk 0.25%. So even if I lose them both, I will be down 0.5%, which is okay. It's like just normal trading. And what was I about to say, actually? Sorry, I totally lost my chain of thought. What else are we looking at? So let's maybe have a quick overview of what is currently going on. Wow, look at this here. And that was a nice divergence here in the MACD. But yeah, that I wasn't watching the markets back then. Let's have a quick look at the daily charts. So gold, we have seen now the breakout, sadly to the downside, obviously. And LJ and I, we were on Monday talking about these levels around 4,000, where we said might be a good place to buy them. How are we looking? Euro, dollar, not so much happening. Aussie, also nothing really right now. So let's see the others. How are we looking on the NASDAQ? That one is an old one. Now, what I don't like, guys, I'll be very honest with you here. You might remember when we broke back over the blue moving average here, the 8 weeks moving average, that I basically said, well, I like that, and that should actually lead to us attacking the upper side again. Thus, my trade from last week there, which worked out beautifully. What I don't like, honestly speaking, is what we see if I zoom in a little bit now. We closed yesterday underneath the 8 weeks moving average. We are going lower right now. What that usually means, not always, but usually, and is that we might actually start testing these bull market support bands. So this area here right now, which is sitting somewhere between 27,150 and on the upper side 27,770. So if we really go all the way down there, that would be actually my target to build up longer term swing trades. Again, I'm talking here about, trades that I then want to hold on to maybe 3, 4, or 5 weeks, because in a bull market, and those of you that have seen me more often already here with the 5ers, usually when we touch this area of a bull market support bands, it's like long term always in good area to rebuy. Sometimes not, like the crash we had in 2025. I mean, eventually we had the V-shaped recovery as well. So that is, so to say, strategic asset allocation into risk-on trades I would do there for my long-term stock position. What's an Nvidia doing pre-market? 69. Okay, might want to buy some of those. So this is what I kind of want to watch a little bit long term. I don't think this is going to happen today. As I said, I can very well imagine, how it always is with Donald Trump. It's all smoke and mirrors. And once he calms down and had his, breakfast burrito or breakfast, the Big Mac, although it's like in the middle of the night, of course, still there now, his mood is going to be better again, especially if he sees, the markets are down, meaning he's losing money. And so I don't think we are going down there today, but maybe over the next couple of days, it could be a possibility. It could also be the possibility that tonight we're going to totally see the recovery. Still in the NASDAQ trade. So market definitely slowing down a little bit. Gold looks a bit like it wants to reverse. Let's see if we can win at least one of those trades. Dirk, is that a 0.25% risk on account size or daily loss limit? No, this is in this case on account size. So this global loss limit I sometimes talk about when it comes to cryptocurrency trading, this is for more aggressive accounts. So I have like one account where I more aggressively trade cryptocurrencies based also on my own signals there. You guys might have seen that if you are on my YouTube channel regularly. If not, you find the link in the description of this live stream. There I usually trade with a 4% daily loss limit. So I will have quite a lot of positions sometimes open there. I run a stop loss, but on any given moment of a day when I see like that my loss is at 4 or more than 4%, I immediately would close all positions. When I trade, for example, like here, the futures, in this case, gold future, NASDAQ future, I work with fixed stop losses. As you can see, I sketch the trade out for you guys here. And then my position size adapts to what would be a loss of 0.25%. I rarely go over 0.25%, honestly speaking. I did once this year. You guys might remember this one gold trade I did, but I rarely do that. That really has to be then something where I think, man, this is like the chance of a year, the chance of a lifetime. And of course, what HighWitz82 is saying here, don't trade falling knife, absolutely correct normally. Normally, I would stay out of a trade, or I would trade the short when we rebound to the upside. This is really an exception, and an exception just from experience, what markets like to do when Donald Trump, well, basically, shares stupid stuff like this on social media. The markets very often have like a first reaction to this, obviously to the downside, and then sooner or later recover again. So yeah, that's what I'm usually trading. But if you are a beginner trader, for example, absolutely agree with you. Hivitz 82, don't catch a falling knife. That actually takes a lot of experience and also a lot of luck. I mean, who says for these trades that if we go up, I can say like, oh, wow, I bought at the absolute bottom. If we continue further down, then, then my timing was off. However, I would be surprised really if we are tonight not higher. Pardon me, guys. I have a peppercorn in my teeth still. Here. Interesting. Noveni is silver long right now. Silver is like an asset I never trade because I prefer to trade gold. I think, silver is like dying the slow death, in my opinion. I still remember how euphoric everybody was suddenly when we went above 100. I don't know if Unbiased Trader is here with us today. We were talking about the short ETFs, leveraged short ETFs on silver back then. Yeah, should have bought them. But anyway, interesting, of course, also that we are seeing oil performing again. Which is natural, due to the talks about that the ceasefire with Iran is over, that we have ships being attacked again in the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, we are basically back to square one. Gold dollar, I will give you analysis. You looking at any specific time frame there, Dina? Or just in general? Like, are you in a position, would you like me to analyze something there, or do you want just a general overview? When it comes to like the shorter term positioning, I think, so I'm on the 50-minute chart now. What you see here, these pink bands, the green bands, and the orange bands, these are zones of support or resistance from nesting orders. So what this indicator does here in the background, it analyzes where were a lot of nesting orders. So nesting orders means sell limit orders, in this case up here, buy limit orders in the case down here where the green is. So where the market dumped into a zone. Let's zoom in a little bit here. And then the price slowly started bouncing back because the resting buy limit orders that were there soaked up all of the sell pressure for that individual moment. And this indicator analyzes where things like this happen because those zones usually are pretty good areas of support. And the way it looks right now, right, is like, seems at least a little bit like price wants to bounce back here. What can happen then is that price goes up a little bit and then starts attacking again. We'll see that. I hope the rebound is, of course, going to hit my take profit here. But as with everything in trading, of course, this is not a foolproof trading strategy, so to say. Yeah, NASDAQ longs, indeed. I agree with you. Wait, was I stopped out of this trade already? Oh, no, it came like half a point to my stop loss. Wow. But high chance here that I get soon stopped out of this trade. I think, yeah, NASDAQ longs, if not here, then maybe a little bit lower. Could be a good idea. Will gold, I assume you mean, bounce back to 4,200? I think it will eventually, honestly speaking. And there is a lot of pressure. And normally, that's funny enough, no? Gold is not behaving like it did when, or it does like normally by design. By design, at least for all of my trading life, gold always was this typical risk-off asset, meaning like when stocks go down, when the US dollar is strong, usually you'll have the gold price going up because as a defensive asset. But lately, in the past couple of years, after COVID, I should say, gold has also become kind of like a risk-on asset that people like to buy when there is when the general markets risk on assets, especially stocks, cryptocurrencies, are going up. So I think we will eventually, honestly speaking, snap back. But if we just, analyze very brutally what is happening right now in gold, so if I look at the daily chart, we have to see that we are actually, per definition, right now in, what you would find as an example of a downtrend in a market. We have a series of lower highs. We had a series of lower lows. Yeah, we even made a new lower low there. So by definition, what could happen is maybe that we bounce back to, somewhere into the area of 4,200, and then we start making a new lower low. If you just, prefer to look at the markets, to look at gold from a pure technical aspect. Of course, that's, I think in a market like this, you cannot do that. You should not do that. My first mentor back then always said, because I always told him, well, all the information is always in the price, so we basically just need chart analysis to understand what's going on in the markets. The older I got, the more I understood that this is actually not true. That, just plainly looking at charts can be very often a one-dimensional solution for a multi-dimensional problem, especially right now. And because within this market is driven really very, very much by what Donald Trump's newest flavor of the day is. If he is in good mood, if somebody got on his wrong side, Spain, for example, as it seems. And markets do not like that. This is also the reason why we go down. Because markets or traders, investors, they don't like uncertainty. Uncertainty in a way that there's like one person in this world, every time he tweets something, he basically can manipulate if prices go up or down. And so, this is the reality at the moment. And this is also the reasons when I trade that I usually only use something like 0.25%. In a normal setting, like when we are with normal expectations, where I know like one leader of this world is not going totally bonkers and tweeting the markets to death every day, I would risk more, even on a trade like this, for example. But I have come to become a little bit more cautious because of Donald Trump. Yeah, like I just said, I think we will eventually see a bounce back. I still think the areas, this is the future. If you are looking at trading the gold CFD, this area down here, so somewhere between 3,960 and 4,000. That's a solid trade, because that's like a magic number, 4,000. Everybody's looking at that number, and potentially we could see a bounce of that again. But let's see. I want to have a quick look at financial juice, and then I'll get back to the chat. LJ just texted me as well that he's going to be here in 10 minutes. So I think he's done for now, as it seems, with sharing stuff. Donald Trump. Okay, good. That's good for us. And so let's see what else. Since all banks are using leverage and have heavy sell orders, usually if we would dial back like 20 or 25 years, I would agree with you. But nowadays, after 2008, to be more precise, where we had, for example, Lehman Brothers collapsing because they were leveraged too high. They were leveraged by 10, for example. So, Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, leveraged by 10. Should we, as traders, leverage by something like 50 or 100 or 500? Probably not. Not so healthy. And nowadays, banks are very risk adverse, meaning when it comes to trading, at least they do not make these directional bets normally anymore. So you won't have anybody, that is, for example, running the gold desk, like you see in movies, saying like, oh, I'm going to bet now $10 million or $1 billion on a dollar long. That doesn't happen. Banks usually earn their money now by arbitraging, so by seeing what is the flow coming in from their clients, what is on the other side, the demand side, for example, and then they try to take their spread out of this. This is how they earn money nowadays. Not so much with directional bets. That's more something a hedge fund might do, for example. So gold, long on gold from 3,289, 0.8 lots. Well, that's quite a trade, my friend. Congratulations, but I hope you didn't do that on a CFD, because if you bought at 3,200, where were we last time? At around 3,200. So that must have been somewhere almost a year ago. If you did that with CFDs, I think you're sitting on a lot of overnight financing costs that probably would have eaten up most of your profits. So I hope you maybe did this with physical gold or ETF gold or something, but not on a broker CFD account. That is more meant, for short-term trading. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? Yeah, I agree with you. Gold has become a little bit of a meme coin. Absolutely, it's a bit bonkers what is going on there. I'm scrolling up a little bit through the chat so I make sure we didn't miss anything. Yeah, please smash the like button if you haven't done so already. That really helps us, for that the YouTube algorithm, the algorithm on X, speeds up and notices us, and the message gets spread to more potentially interested traders out there. Pound sterling yen. No, Veni is short. Okay. Not a pair I really like to trade, but what we can have a look at is dollar yen, because we are continuing higher. And you guys, if you watch this more frequently, it's one of those trading pairs that LJ and I always like to return to. And I said back then when I engaged in this trade, which ended with a loss, was the scalp there, I said, I have a feeling if we crack 161, we are going to fly higher. This is exactly what is happening. It's like totally detached from reality. Why is that happening? Simply because of the carry trade that seems to be still attractive. Carry trade meaning if you look at the interest rate difference between what dollar interest rates you get. So, for example, for 10 years, that's let's say 4.6%, and what you pay on the other side for yen at the moment, around about 2.9%. You can harvest this differential by doing a long dollar yen trade. You cannot do this on most Forex brokers' accounts because you don't get that positive swap. But if you do that in the interbank market, for example, your bank might say, okay, you buy $100 million. We give you, 4% interest on that. And you sell the yen amount, the equivalent amount, and you only pay 3% interest on that. So you earn on that trade per year 2%. Supposedly without risk. Well, the risk comes into play, of course, if the exchange rate doesn't go into your favor. As long as the exchange rate goes up, so as long as dollar yen keeps rising or stays at the same, you're going to earn this interest rate differential. And of course, you do not do this with cash. This is like a typical trade where, for example, a hedge fund would use leverage. So they would basically say, hey, bank, JP Morgan, how about you loan us out 100 million and or 10 million, and we do this carry trade long dollar yen with 100 million, for example. So that can work quite well. And dollar yen kind of is the only major currency pair where you were able to do that. And yeah, thus it's so popular. It seems to continue to be popular. Now, my opinion is that we are totally over the edge already there, because we see and have seen this for a while that the Japanese, we should look at the 2-year, for example, that the Japanese yields keep rising. I mean, imagine like a year ago, we were still sitting around 0.75%, and we've doubled since then to now, that's the 2-year treasury bond there, to 1.4%. Of course, the rates in the USA, the yields have also gone up. This is why the carry trade is still around. But should we really see, and if you watch us more often, this is something we still expect maybe for this year, that interest rate cuts in the USA are on the table again, then the dollar yen long trade is not a trade I want to be in. And as LJ showed us on Monday, the forward swap for 1 year inflation and the expectation is like very high. I have to ask him again if he can sell that. Dirk, what do you think about building a track record alongside prop firms? Yeah. If I could dial the time back like 25 years now, and there would have been instruments like this, I think that's awesome. First of all, because you get access to money without putting too much of your own money on the table. You can always buy an evaluation account for like $50 or whatever, depending on what account size you want. And if you're successful, you scale it up. What is awesome also that you automatically build up a track record now on the side. When I first, at one point in my career, thought like, I should see if I can get some investors that basically invest in me. So my expertise is, of course, more long-term positioning. I'm by all means not a great day trader or scalper, at least not in the manual ways. When it comes to automatic execution, that might be different. But you automatically build up your track record then as well. And for me, it's always, if somebody has been, let's say, trading in evaluation account and went through the stages of maybe evaluation 1, evaluation 2, and then eventually passed and got a funded account. If somebody like that comes to me and says like, hey, do you want to invest in me? This is my track record. I will, of course, have a look at the risk metrics, like where is something like the Sharpe ratio. Well, for scalping day trading, maybe not the best thing, but something like expectancy. What on average earns one trade for you? Is that positive? Is that negative? Do we see like large drawdown periods? How do you handle risk at all? And if I like what I see there, I always make the offer. If you ever look for money and want to trade funds from somebody else, then come knocking. The benefit is, of course, if you do that with a prop trading account, you keep like between 70 and up to 100% of the gains, because on the backside of it, the prop trading company, if it's a solid company like the 5ers, they will add your strategy and copy your strategy on their shared account, so to say. This is why they can give you then up to 100% of the wins. Yeah, this is funny that you mentioned operating a small hedge fund. At one point in my career, I actually was thinking of building up a hedge fund, but then I saw, there are a number of problems with it. First of all, it's from an auditing standpoint, a lot of work and a lot of money. So you usually, depending on your size, of course, but you need like an audit trail, you need like external companies that do that for you. And you very quickly rack up costs somewhere, between 40 and 60, 100,000, depending on what your size is of your hedge fund. But of course, like accountants do not work for free, right? So this is the first point. The second point for me is always also, I find it very difficult to deal with other people's money. What do I mean by this? So from my experience, it's like you're always the hero for people if you have like a good performance in a month, for example. But as traders, we all know you also have drawdown periods. And from my experience, it was always like, oh, wow, last month I, let's say, made 5%. Everybody loves me now. The next month I lose 2%. Everybody hates me now. And people are very cyclic when it comes to this. So they tend to withdraw their money when there was a bad period. And they tend to invest money when there was a very good period. But you should do actually exactly the opposite. And there was a study, and I have to look this up at one point because I really would like to share this, of typical hedge fund clients from a hedge fund that on average made around 14% per year, which is very good for a very large hedge fund. But and that over a period of 20 years. But the average investor into this hedge fund, so the average client, still ended up losing money because they did exactly that. They always withdrew their money when there was a not so good phase. They always invested money after a very good phase. So they were basically always late to the game. And I made the experience with clients that myself. So at one point, I decided, I don't want to do that. I don't want to manage other people's money. I'm just going to manage my own money. And for me, yeah, that has been a wonderful journey, a scary journey, of course, as well, sometimes. Kwan Huang saying gold target $3,800 per ounce. That, of course, could be very well the case. Ajay, welcome, mate.
Yeah.
How was
Sorry
it?
about that, Doug. I locked out. She actually took my
Oh, man.
my elevator key, so
That's a
yeah, it took a
nightmare.
while to get here. Yeah, well, we've got, as you can see, we've got the game on tonight, like I was saying. So traffic is absolutely chock block. So yeah, it took her a minute to come through.
No problem, man.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. I also felt bad already because I was like 10 minutes late. That poor Will, who was already talking for 2 hours, had to still continue. But talking about being locked out, I remember that one time happened in Singapore to me. So we had this locks there with electronic transponders.
Yeah.
So I went into the jacuzzi where I was living, and then I noticed, oh shit, my transponder is in my pocket. And back then they were still like clunky, so of course it wasn't working anymore. And to make things worse, it was a Sunday. So I was standing with dripping swim pants in front of my apartment. It was like, oh man, how am I going to get back in? Who am I going to call now? Nobody has a spare key. And my friend was visiting me at that time, and he said, like, has a very dry humor. He said, like, well, at least we're not going to freeze to death here.
Very true. Very true.
Sorry.
Yeah, dude, I grabbed my keys like real quick to like run down and then jump back in because you said you were going to be late. So tried to rush down, but yeah, she had taken the swipe key, so I only had the door key because she came here get changed for the gym. So yeah, but we're here now. We're here now. So,
we're here now, and you missed all the Trump fun, man.
Yeah, I did see that. I was watching on my phone. I didn't have any positions in, fortunately, but
I opened long NASDAQ and long gold on the drop, live on the stream here, and up to now I got incredibly lucky with the NASDAQ. It came up to 0.5 points to my stop loss already, and as it seems wants to revert now a little bit. Gold still has a little bit more leeway there, but I said earlier to Will, I did this trade really just shot from the hip in intuition. The intuition being like, or the experience being that the markets do have like a first reaction whenever Donald Trump is tweeting something, and that first reaction usually turns up reverting again. And especially what I see here on the 50-minute gold future, for example, I mean, we are trading at the -3 sigma. So I think there's a high chance we are going to sooner or later snap back to the 0 sigma. If this is going to be here already, well, then I got lucky with my entry, obviously. If it's going to be later and we are trending further down to, I don't know, something like 4,000 or something, well, then so be it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I want to buy in as well. But I'm not so sure. I don't know whether to actually act on this or if this is like, one-off flash in the pan. That's sort of the headline, and everyone goes like, "Oh, okay, yeah, expected that." Not a big surprise. So I don't know. I'm not sure. This was that. If I jump over real quick. So let me just get rid of the Kalman stuff for now.
If you can excuse me 5 minutes, I quickly.
Yeah, of course.
I hope I make sure to take my key with me, though.
Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. No worries. You come back. Yeah, so we've been looking at NASDAQ. So when I was talking to Rich the other day, if you guys recall, on the Monday, it was a bit slower. We did have this ascending sort of wedge come up through here, and we're looking for that top, either for us to pause there because Monday was a bit slow, or we do get the breakthrough and find some kind of resistance up through here. This dotted red line, as you guys can see, that was that daily open / close from the Wednesday, Thursday when we had the payroll. So I expected there to cap us for now if we are still going lower. We did get that, and then we're talking yesterday whether we actually hold this band or break through. My suspicion was we would break through. We did do that, and obviously we've had this further push coming through now with the headlines. So I'm not sure whether I want to buy into this on like a very short time frame for a bit of a bounce back, or if it's actually better to wait for that bounce back and then sell into it. Because yeah, we've got, I mean, pretty clean break from here. I'd say we probably actually heading for the lows that we had through here recently. So I don't know, I'm tempted to buy into this like sort of dead cat bounce type situation, but not sure if I've already missed it. Whether from this point I'd prefer to sell if we get another push. Plus, yeah, the 5 minute doesn't look great. I think this actually goes a bit lower, perhaps. But yeah. Good day, LJ. Quick question. What are the odds of having gold retrace to 4,100? Okay, we can have a look at that. And hang on, what's up with the scarf? It's about 14 degrees. It's not too cold. It's just a little bit chilly. But no, it's for the State of Origin game today. So yeah, we're playing game number 3. It tied 2 apiece so far. They're playing it here in Queensland, in Brisbane, actually. So yeah, like I was saying before, streets are packed. Everyone's out. At all the pubs are full and that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, it's just for the game day. But yeah, so back to this. What's the chance of having a retrace to 4,100? I don't know. I feel like it's very much like the NASDAQ. I think I'd prefer, if we do see any kind of bounce, I prefer to sell into it at this point. I don't quite want to short from here, but I don't think we get quite that far. I think potentially just up into this 200 moving average on the 1 hour, or at most to about 4,090 with that sort of wick low from this cluster that we've obviously smashed through. So I don't think we get right the way to 4,100. I think we get stuck somewhere between 4,080, 4,090 at most. I don't know what you think, Dirk, on gold, or if you're tempted to.
Well, I am already long
jump in on the
gold,
retace.
so I'm trying to buy that.
Oh, you're in on gold as well.
Yeah,
not
I'm
just
in on
NASDAQ.
gold and NASDAQ, yeah, both.
Oh, okay.
But it's you know, things like this, they are always a gamble. You know, it's like somebody said earlier, don't catch a falling knife. Where I said absolutely
Yeah.
true. I would never do that usually, but sometimes, you know, it's basically the same story with my gold long back then, you guys, a couple of months ago, which turned out to be a fantastic trade, obviously. It's a bit a roll of a dice. You know, as I said, I'm pretty sure eventually today we are going to see some sort of rebound, but it could be here, you know, it could be that we go down another $20, $30, $40. Obviously, I would try this if I get stopped out on gold, which is the case in the future at 4,039. I for sure would try to play that same game again if we directly go down to 4,000, for example, just because it's such an important number, in my opinion. 4,000 on the spot, it is though. And
Yeah.
but yeah, it's notoriously difficult trades like this. High chance that you lose money. Like I said, if I lose both trades, well, then I'm down 0.5%. It's not too bad because the upside risk-reward ratio is very healthy.
That's fair. That's fair. I know. I'll consider it. I think if we bounce sort of around 4,040, I think there might be just like a touch more in it before coming back up. I see that the euro, like currencies, have sort of rebounded already. So
Dollar yen, 60 to 40.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking a little bit about this when you were away. You remember I said back then, if we break 161, probably we trade is more to the upside than the downside. But
Yeah.
the thing is, it always comes to mind, that I know we have the same expectation when it comes to potential rate cuts this year, because we think like that the judgment of inflation is like overinflated, pun intended, and so we actually could see rate cuts. And if we see those rate cuts, you don't want to be in a long dollar yen trade, of course.
Yeah, precisely. So I do still think that anywhere above sort of this channel that we've had sort of play through is definitely worth, kind of like the like what you're saying with gold here, a similar deal, like jumping in. At some point we do get this this drop.
I mean, for dollar yen, I could do something like this.
I think it's closer to the end of the month, depending on Kevin Walsh.
Yeah.
However.
Like quickly switching over to my screen for dollar yen. I mean, I could do something like this, but which is a great trade. The
Yeah.
question always is how often do you want to do that? No, if it doesn't pan out, where do we stop? Do we stop where we made this last pivot high, so somewhere around 163, or are we going to 65, 67, 70? So you kind of, and that's the story for me and dollar yen. At least when it comes to last year, I expected the same scenario when we were 20 points lower already. So actually precisely a year ago. And it didn't play out very well. That's what makes it so hard. And I'm quite satisfied, with the exception, of course, of the last trade, how dollar yen has been treating me this year, or that I anticipated it better than I did last year, because it was one of my worst trading pairs last year.
Yeah, fair.
Let me
I
switch back.
I mean, last year I was still net up across the board with dollar yen, but yeah, it has been quite painful to continue to try and jump in on this, and we haven't quite got that follow through just yet. So
yeah, we have FOMC minutes also tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. I don't expect too much.
No, neither do I.
Yeah. But yeah, still looking at this.
I was talking about this earlier. I said to the audience, I have to remember to ask LJ to show this graph again. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I heard when I was down there, I was trying to watch the stream.
Oh, okay.
Whilst I was waiting to see what you had covered. But yeah, so, I mean, this is definitely the biggest sort of divergence I've ever seen. I think at some point this does have to come back into line. So I don't like the fact that we're getting this Middle East flare up again.
Yeah.
It makes timing things really hard. We had a very nice pathway forward for this, to potentially roll over. Now it really skews that dollar selling that I want to see. I don't know. I think I'm still going to lean on that. I might actually join this gold and NASDAQ longs, I think.
Go. I mean,
either a great idea or terrible.
It is. But the thing is, if that trade, goes into the right direction, the payoff is really quite good.
Yeah.
Would be like if I manage to hold it until the end, we are talking about a risk-reward ratio of 3.3 almost. Maybe like 3.1 after cost or something. And the same for gold. Although I have to say, now looking at the 50-minute chart, NASDAQ holds up a little bit better than gold. I don't want to say this is a turnaround. It could also be a dead cat's bounce. So something like this, and then... But
hang on.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't.
Up to your chart, yeah.
So if we could always say like, oh, this looks like we're making a new low pivot here, but if you look at if you zoom out a little bit on the 50 minutes, would be more typical, maybe go up again to the zero sigma for the standard deviation. So maybe something like this, and then after this we fall down. So eventually, I think, I will have to at least adjust the stop loss to break even or something. But let's see. It could also be that we see the little wick up here, and then we immediately go lower again and approach something like 28,750 or something. I really don't know. It's a bit like I said earlier, and I don't do that very often. Normally I have my fixed rule set or my semi-fixed rule set that I turn on my screen, see something, and immediately pull the trigger. Usually not a good idea for me.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, if not, like, if this isn't the trade, what is the trade?
Precisely.
I think obviously, yeah. All right, you know what?
I don't
just
want
gonna
to
do
talk
it.
you into
I'm
something.
gonna do it. No, I'm doing it.
I'm
doing
feeling
it,
more confident, of course, if you join the trade.
All right, I'm
Going to see a massive green candle on both now because LJ is deploying 25 million Aussies per trade.
I hope so. What's the sizing on gold on the futures?
Oh, you're trading it with black. I don't trade it with Black Arrow.
Okay. How much is 1 micro per point on gold?
I
Or
think
per dollar an ounce?
one. Let's look it up quickly before I tell you something that is like completely wrong. Are you trading on the COMEX or?
Yeah, COMEX, yeah.
Let's see. Bring up the specs here.
I feel like I'm missing the trade already.
Standard one, micro gold, MGC is 10 ounces per lot.
Okay.
Per contract. That's a lot, actually, no? But I think you can trade something like 0.1 and stuff like this as well, no? So
Yeah.
0.1 would be 1 ounce.
Okay. All right, I'm in. I'm long gold.
Here we go.
Stop at 48 on the futures. So
Oh, you're like
pretty much.
just underneath the last low.
Yeah.
My stop is 38.
Yeah. So it'd be 38 equivalent on CFD.
Yeah, no, I'm also in the future here. Here we go. Come on, NASDAQ. Push up.
Okay, so it'd be CFD equivalent would be long from 4,047. Stop at 38. Target. Thinking about 66, potentially up to 78, depending.
I agree with you. I mean, I have my take profit at 4105 right now, but I agree with you when we go above 65, so that region between 65 and 80, potentially, we could see a reversal there again. So that's why I said like a dead cat's bounce, like something like this, and then we go lower again. That's why at one point, if that trade goes in the right direction, doesn't hit stop loss immediately, I really think I need to adjust my stop loss when to take profit or partially take profits off a table or something like this. Because gold looks weaker, no? The NASDAQ, if I compare the 50-minute candles, that looks a little more promising what is forming there right now than on gold.
I don't know. I kind of feel like NASDAQ could be weaker, maybe.
So?
Yeah.
do we have here?
It'd be really helpful if my other broker, the charts would actually start working.
Oh, they still don't?
No, still not working. I don't know why. It's just it's mainly all the FX pairs. It's the same on the laptop, so it's not like like a cache problem or whatever. I've tried clearing everything. I thought, hard reset.
Then it's an API problem from the broker.
Yeah.
Hi there. Can you take us through the new Bollinger Bands indicator you published recently? No, I cannot, at least not on the stream. There is a new indicator available. So it's called Modern Bollinger Bands. As most of the time, it's, what I like to do, I like to publish modernized versions of classic indicators. One of them this week being Bollinger Bands. I adapted this a little bit, that it makes it more market adaptive. Replaced the middle line, which is a simple moving average on with a length of 10, with a ELAS homodine discriminator. And I did a whole video on this one, actually, that I released yesterday. So if you are interested in this indicator, you want really a technical rundown, how this indicator works, how you can use it for trading, go to my YouTube channel. You'll find it a link in the description if you are watching from YouTube of this video. And there is a, I think, 11-minute video of me being nerdy and talking about math and explaining the indicator. It's also open source, as always. So if you click, for example, on this sign here on TradingView, you can see the whole source code of this thing as well. And then you can amend it in any way you deem fit. I think, of course, I like to talk about it, but I think within this setting, I don't want to go in nerd mode now and talk about the detailed changes in math, that I did to make it a modernized version. I'm a little bit afraid we would lose 150 of the currently 229 people watching here.
It depends. If the people want it, then, you guys can shout out Dirk. But yeah, I know what you mean.
We want to trade here and not talk about indicators. Oh, come on. I think I have a feeling I entered too early. It looks a little bit like we want to continue lower right now. But I'm going to stay in the trade.
I think if we get another push higher, I'm going to look to jump out of this pretty quick. So I got in just here. Right.
What's that? What's that one sitting?
28738. I think that's the rough equivalent on CFD because I'm long on the futures. So
yeah, you might be right. Absolutely. And under normal circumstances, everybody always wants to trade mean reversion, like catching the tops, catching the bottoms, and but it's of course actually far more difficult to do than just saying, I see the drop, I wait for the pullback, and then I do the short trade. Like, for example, we pull up whatever, is that a moving average there, the white line?
Yeah, that's the 10.
Okay, 10, maybe a little bit, but I would typically look at something like a 20 and 50 exponential moving average now here. Or Kaufman's.
Yeah, it's the 10 on the 15. So normally when we get this, like, I'll look for that retrace into roughly the 10, and then normally if like we're not actually going to rebound, that'll tend to cap.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to look for something like that and then get short down to about 28,500 or so from here, where that sort of S2.
Are you using simple moving averages, or do you like to use like something fancy smanchy like Kaufman's adaptive moving average?
Chart will load. I'm using a simple moving average. All right, I think my trading view is like freaked out.
Yeah, I think might have. No, now it's reloading, as it seems. Yeah, that looks better.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, refresh. Yeah. I think we're heading down to 28,500 overall.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
So-
afraid too. Yeah. But anyway,
I'm going to adjust that. Yeah, we'll
What-
see. We'll see.
what is done is done. So I'm going to, or maybe start hedging now.
I was just considering that. I think we will get that push up because, like I was saying, I wouldn't like to short from here, so I don't think I'll hedge quite yet. If this gets hit, then I'll probably wait for it to rebound to there and then short. Overall.
I would prefer kind of to see it bounce up now, so that I maybe sit on a little bit of wins, maybe like $5 per ounce or something like this, and then do the hedge, for example, to kind of lock it in. But it's not, the market usually doesn't fulfill my wishes.
Apart from that, what else? We don't really have much data today. Hey,
No, just the FOMC. Yeah.
just the minutes.
What's with the Aussie? Aussie, I also could see a potential short trade, honestly speaking. Not at this level here. But if we go
Yeah,
to
ideally.
somewhere like 69.40, for example.
I wanted to see a further push up to 69.75.
Boy, I think that's
We didn't
too
quite
high.
get that far.
Yeah.
And then see that come off. But of course, after today, that definitely killed that. It's like push higher.
Yeah, also it's like the question always is, for me, like on a day like this, we are almost guaranteed where Donald Trump, who probably had his midnight Big Mac just now and then tweeted something, but he'll tweet something more later. And that's the thing. Do I want to expose myself too much then on the markets?
He was too quiet for too long,
So now Iran is his target again, and also Spain, because according to him, Spain also sucks.
Yeah, he's not a fan of Spain. Hey, he hasn't been for a while.
I thought he's going to tweet against Belgium, honestly speaking.
Yeah. I gotta say, I was pretty happy to see that.
I think the whole world was.
Yeah, I saw there were a bunch of all the memes, like who, when that game was being played, who every country's like rooting for.
Yeah.
It's just the entire world, Belgium, and then just US.
I mean, the poor guy, what was his, Balogan, or what? I don't know how he's pronounced. I mean, it was not his fault, or he's like
Yeah,
the victim of this whole thing.
yeah.
But yeah,
Particularly after that, I think everyone was just like, yeah, come on. And then we had like this stuff in the Australia game when Australia played the US, and everyone's like, dude, what is this going on? Like, this makes no sense. This is kind of rigged.
did you
I guess
hear
now
about this guy? He's like an influencer, pretty big one, and he bought an ad block during the hydration break. And in this ad block, it's just him being shown, and he's like bitching about, what the FIFA is thinking of doing these ad blocks during the hydration breaks. That was so funny, man. He spent like 50,000 or something on this. I'm not. I think it actually was in Germany. The guy's German, I think. Maybe that's why you didn't see it. But I found it
Really?
super funny. He spent 50K to bitch 20 seconds about FIFA and why they do advertisement during the hydration breaks.
Yeah. Dude, it's made them a lot of money. I can see why they do it. Obviously, it's very very American. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy as well with the I mean, even the border like trims around the stadium,
Yeah.
the LED ones, they run them at like 240 hertz, like so they flicker, and then they can do like 4 sets of ads on the same thing to different countries because it runs at 60 FPS. So yeah, they squeeze out every little bit. Yeah, so it's actually like flicking so fast like you can't see it, but on the on the broadcast, you've got 4 different sets of ads across different countries all at once. So
No, Vini saying Trump will obvious tweet that the ceasefire is over. He did already that, and he's gonna erase the whole entire Iran. Yeah, I agree. We are probably throughout this afternoon back to genocide again, and I cannot believe I can talk about this like this, because I still remember the first time he was talking about this. I was like totally shocked. I actually posted that in the group chat here at The5ers, also like, hey, is this guy talking about genocide? And now it's like, oh well, it's just another day with Trump.
yeah, yeah. I mean, especially after like this, like, yeah, he's definitely getting fed up. I don't know, man. I do wonder how much the market's actually going to care about this, because this was something I was going to bring up, the fact that, let me just pop that back over here. We've got a heap of oil on water, right? So technically we're definitely looking towards a bit of a glut. We've got too much at the moment, as we always get with these things, supply gets constrained, gets squeezed, just like after Ukraine, Russia first popped off, and then we see this massive glut, and prices come off. The other thing as well, I wonder if this kicks on, how much China continues to pressure Iran, because that was one of the big things, and it seems pretty obvious what the meeting was about when Trump went to Beijing. Because China just straight up stopped buying oil altogether. So they said to Iran, like, yeah, okay, cool, we're just not buying it because you're being ridiculous. Stop it. So I wonder how much, even if this does pick up, does this actually matter for the market? Obviously, we've got the push higher in oil today. Back up mid 70s, high 70s on Brent, of course. No surprise.
Reaction, no.
Yeah, exactly. But I think this doesn't really matter overall. Everyone started going around the strait altogether. And the same thing, I've seen a bunch of economists and people at banks and such talking about how the transit of oil, the amount going through is still not up, even after we open, not up to those normal levels. There also seems to be a thing, like, it's not going back to normal levels ever. Right? Especially right now, we've got a lot going through the pipelines. Why would you now stop that? Right? You're just going to have it keeping through the pipelines. And I think as well, I'd expect China to then also build a pipeline through there eventually to Iran. And we just won't see as much transited on ships through the strait.
It's the thing, no? The longer this goes on, the more alternatives will emerge. And for somebody like China, it makes total sense, no, to have like pipelines there. Basically say like, we don't care, what you do in the strait, we are directly getting this through pipelines.
Precisely. So this is also where I'm wondering, with these trades, like, the thing is you have to have like the rest of the market actually start to clue on to some of this stuff for the trades to sort of play out, which that's always the hard part. Just like this current disconnect, the market definitely hasn't quite caught up to that. So I think we're starting to come to that picture.
It can take some time to play out. This is nothing you trade like, for your evaluation account or something.
No, yeah. We are coming back into profit now, though, Dirk. So
are we? I'm not on the future. I'm
not yet.
My stop loss.
Where'd you get in again? Hang on, jump over to your chart.
Yeah. So at 29 and a couple of bucks.
Oh, okay.
So your entry is way better than mine.
Marginally. Very marginal.
I think a second time I'm not going to survive, the price going into the area of my stop loss and then turning around to the upside just shy of 50 cents of my, or 0.5 points of my stop loss. But let's see.
Is that loading though? I think we're higher than that, aren't we?
Are we lagging here or what? Hold on a second. Yeah. No wonder. Yeah. Sorry. Trading view is delayed for comics for me. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that'd be why. Oh yeah, and okay, that's the futures price as well.
Oh yeah, it is really.
I was looking at the CFD before, so I was like, hang on.
Yeah.
228,934. Wait, what? No.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes late here on trading view.
Yeah.
Since when is
That
it?
makes
We
sense.
used to have real-time data here, but now if I compare it with interactive brokers,
I think isn't it if you pay for premium, isn't it real time?
I thought it
Which
was
obviously you have.
Let me see here. What is that? Data delayed. How much is that for real-time data? That's the thing.
I just hit TP on gold.
Good. $7 a month. It used to be. I was already wondering, like, how come my position on I have this trade on a personal account with interactive brokers. It's like, how come, it's showing different prices? These sometimes trading view is like they change things always to the worse, really. So I need to
that wasn't a thing before.
go to buy real-time data now.
Was $7 a month?
$7 a month.
Well.
Oh yeah, come on, whatever. $7.
Interesting. Okay.
Not necessarily need to be trading views. Can also be the comics actually that.
Yeah, it could be charging
Yeah.
more. So you have to make up the difference. Yeah. All right, out on gold. Quick little, what was it? 450 profit after commission. Nothing too crazy, but I didn't want to stick in it. Not yet. If we start to run, then I'd probably buy back in again, but. How we doing, Unbiased? Good to see you, mate. How we going? Yeah, guys, let's hit that 150 likes. Smash it. We got a bunch of you guys here today. What, 213? So, see if we can get up to that 150. So, if you haven't punched it, absolutely destroy that like button. Trading view is delayed. That's why A-book brokers mostly restrict trading view on their ECN accounts. Yeah, trading view is delayed, but in what sense? Are we talking about just the like the futures data? Because normally, if you have trading view for like brokers, they'll have like a direct hook through, to their own backend, and then trading view essentially just becomes the intermediary, what's it called, like software interface, put it that way.
Okay, let me read.
But yeah, there's always going to be a slight delay.
My trading.
That's why people like MetaTrader and CTrader. If you use like a broker platform, like a web terminal or something, in general.
Here we go.
There's a slight delay. Sorry, I'll swap to my screen so that you can do that.
Yeah, I restarted. Now here we go. Now we now it's like in sync with interactive brokers as well.
Okay. So yeah, NASDAQ, I think if we push up into here by that 10 moving out, I'm going to dip out of that for now.
Out of the NASDAQ trader.
NASDAQ as well, yeah. I think we do push on. Like I think as well, looking at the Dixie, I think this is kind of the top that we've had. I don't expect we'll actually get a further push. I think this starts to come off.
I don't think so. I am for the Dixie, but for NASDAQ Gold, I don't think so.
don't think we've got another leg.
I think
I'd be more confident in gold.
I'm not confident in NASDAQ, actually.
And that's, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I think end of this hour should probably tell us a bit more.
The scary part is earlier I entered my trade on interactive brokers, like based off 10-minute delay data I got from TradingView. And I didn't see it. I didn't see it, man. It's like, this is why you shouldn't do trades like this.
Yeah, it's rough.
Crazy.
Did that actually help though, or
Yeah, maybe it helped, yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say that if it was delay, you probably would have got in a touch lower. Because
yeah,
that's good in this case. Thursday London session will be a banger. Remember that big short that happened in early May. It was the first week on Thursday when Japanese intervened. Yeah, I was talking about that with Pedro yesterday. They do have a certain pattern with the intervention. There tends to be sort of a first attempt at intervention, normally earlier, around that April kind of period, the past times they've intervened, and then they kind of hammer it the next time into that European summer season where there's less volume, less activity, people have stepped away, gone on holidays from, banks, funds, institutions. So you do get more bang for your buck with that. So I'm still leaning on that as well, that potentially they do come in and try to intervene and actually see that through. And especially if we get that line up with Kevin Walsh and the Fed starting to flip or indicate to the market that, yes, we're pretty solid on rates right now. I don't know. I'd hope we get that at the end of the month with the next Fed meeting. I'd say that would definitely be the time. And Kevin Walsh did communicate he'll share a lot more at the next meeting rather than the prior Fed meet, which he basically said nothing. So current flare up does affect that a bit, but I don't know.
Just
trying to see if there's any other headlines.
Or is this where you want to hedge?
This is where I was thinking about jumping out for now, and then I was looking at potentially shorting. Though, maybe I just sit long. I mean, to be fair, I've picked up that portion from the gold trade, so I could sit long, and then that'll cover part of the.
Yeah.
If I do get hit on the stop.
I mean, you could close your NASDAQ, and then the profit is kind of protecting your gold, should it continue lower.
Yeah, gold I'm totally out on. I'm gonna hold this. I adjusted it, so I've got the TP up through here. We'll see.
Here we go, man.
We'll see.
Balls of steel.
Yeah. Duke Nukem. Do you remember that back in the day, Dad?
Man. Yeah. Double the gun, double the fun.
I'm all out of bubblegum.
I loved that. These games, even the ones, the very early ones that were like 2D side-scrolling shooters. And I should reinstall Duke Nukem on my Steam account, maybe.
Yeah, classic, dude. Classic. So good. Let us know what else you guys looking at or want to have a look at. Obviously, after that news release, we're sort of digesting that and kind of just wondering back from here. So nothing too crazy going on. Outside of that, we have no other real data coming out today except for the Fed minutes later on into New York, which also don't expect too much from that either. You know,
Yeah.
Kevin Walsh didn't even put down his opinions last time around, so I think it'll be very by the by. Come on, LJ, make up your mind. Look, I've made up my mind. I TP'd on the gold, right? I've got a little bit of profit, just small profit from there. And so I'll continue to run the NASDAQ trade, and we'll see. But, I mean, this is a good example, actually, of that 10 moving average, where I like to see us run into that, and then the next candle then has to close above it. So you can see here on the 15, we're now above. So as long as this can actually hold and not come back through it, close below, you'll tend to see this start to pick up from there. And it kind of rides the moving average. And then we see price continue higher. So that's why, since we got that close up through here, I was like, all right, I'm willing to sit on this. Because the 5 minute, we should now be riding it. Yeah. So, you know, taps into it, come down through, price comes above, back through it. We've now got that, becomes like a shelf, and we start to push higher.
The elf on the shelf.
Don't you trade DAX? Not
Yeah.
myself personally, and
I
Dirk,
do not.
even though he is German, he does
No.
not trade the DAX.
We were talking about this
either.
a lot of times already. No, I do not trade the DAX.
There are a bunch of you guys that do trade the DAX though, so we always
I understand that
have a look.
people like to do.
Yeah. What did I mark up on here last time? I haven't actually looked at this in a while. So I think this was, yeah, clearly some kind of structure I was looking for eventually for us to come down. We've clearly, with the news today, accelerated that move. I'd say DAX had come on pretty much in line with the NASDAQ. I think we'd pick up from here. I actually like this kind of actually a bit more than the NAS to a degree, actually. So yeah, I'd be saying long. Same thesis as the NAS with the rebound. This is probably actually cleaner. Like you've got a pretty clean sort of breakpoint right there. Momentum is still definitely to the upside, whereas NASDAQ has started to roll over a bit. So I wouldn't mind getting long right here at spot. 24918 on the CFD. Probably targeting, yeah, somewhere up towards 25, 240. So about 300 points or so if we can get that far, which would be the 50 moving average on the 4 hour. And that is also the 200 on the 1 hour. So I'll probably actually target the top of that drop candle on the 1 hour through here. I don't mind that. Yeah, it looks like price is making fair value gap. I never trade fair value gaps personally,
ICT.
just by the way. But yeah, yeah, ICT. What's the name of there is another, like in traditional technical analysis, like traditional TA. It's called something else. They're like similar but a touch different. I forget.
Equivalent to fair value gap, you mean?
Yeah. I forget what's called. I forget. But Akram saying, see, DAX better than the NASDAQ. Look, maybe on this occasion. yeah, everyone's still having kind of the freakouts about AI, you know, being oversold. I think we've gone over this before a number of times. I gotta say, when you look at DRAM prices, I think we're pretty good. Right, these margins are gonna stay solid for a while. The main thing is the Kospi, obviously getting whacked, and the marginal buyer in Korea. There's a whole bunch of retail, right? I need to change the pivot points so they're not so. Got to change the opacity or something. The marginal buyer is sort of fully bought in. A lot of it's on leverage. Like 50% of the entire market is like SK Hynix and what is it? Oh, I've forgotten. What's the other big Korean chip player?
Sorry, what?
On the Korean stock market. So you got SK Hynix and
You're talking.
it's just escaped my brain as soon as I was going to say it. Anyway, regardless. So yeah, they're the big two players. So I think once we do find some kind of bottoms through here, this will be also where the NASDAQ could potentially rebound. So if we see the Kospi start to pick back up, then I think that's where we'll find the relative bottom on the NASDAQ and the S&P. Somewhere a bit lower from here. It's what I would prefer. We hide all this nonsense.
What did you say, Hynix right now?
SK Hynix.
I think the other one is Samsung.
Micron. Micron's the other one.
Samsung is larger than Micron. If we talk about Korean companies.
Yeah.
I mean,
wrong?
Samsung is
SK
larger
Hynix
than
on
Hynix as well.
Yeah, Samsung's definitely larger. Hang on.
If we talk about DRAM, I think it's more Taiwan, no? Not Korea. Are you looking it up right now?
Yeah, no, SK Hynix is on Kospi. I was just making sure.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
they are. Yeah.
But yeah, no, basically what I was saying is like obviously with the Kospi then swinging because it is so heavily like there's a lot of margin trading going on there as well. So when it does comes off very hard, and then always you get that bleed over into the NAS and the other, you know, tech aligned AI trade, put it that way. Yeah, pricing. That's the SMC, ICT, whatever.
Smart money.
Interpretation. There's another. It's called something else. I brought this up a couple of weeks ago. Now I can't remember.
Oh, you mean from price action or what?
Yeah, it's another like type of structure. The trouble is like you try and Google things nowadays, and because ICT SMC is like become so big, you know, Google just shows you ICT stuff. I can't even find the comparative.
I mean, from classic price action, that would be like bullish engulfing or bearish engulfing patterns, I think, no? Yeah, very much like this.
Look, if anyone out there that finds it useful, then
I mean, to be fair, there are some concepts, you know, that you can use as confluence, like order blocks, for example. But it's like so because the whole concept is always very vague, you know. I sometimes have a feeling like the originator of these ICT strategies, he on purpose left everything very vague because it always gives him room to wiggle out, you know, like, oh, you should have done this and this. How didn't you see that? You know, you can always argue from a point of hindsight. And this is, I mean, I coded all these rules into an indicator. This indicator is insanely popular also on TradingView. But and it shows me how many people are actually using ICT. But for me personally, I have yet to discover any edge in this.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's been a billion people that have quantified it now and put it into Pine script and created the algos, tried to run everything, and yeah, the trouble is, just like you're saying, it's very vague, and it sort of like throws the entire book at the market. It's just taken traditional finance / trading stuff, or like the things of old, give them a new shiny name, skew it a little bit here and there. And then just throw everything at the wall and see if something sticks. Now, when you do that with enough things, something is going to stick. But that doesn't mean it's actually good, because it doesn't tend to repeat. So just like you're saying, yeah.
Look at this. I added it. I didn't share my screen. Sorry. Quickly. Here we go. I added my ICT indicator to this chart. I mean, look at what it all draws. I really try to incorporate everything from ICT into this, and it's like one of the things where I always think like, okay, it's just deflect by drawing too much information on your chart. So what am I supposed to do with this actually?
I can't see it. I can see it on the Oh, there we go. Now it's come up.
Okay. Oh, you're watching on the stream.
Because it was black for some reason on.
Okay.
On here, yeah. Now I can see it. Yeah.
It's like, okay, what is this supposed to tell me? And still, people go crazy about it. It's like it's nice to have, but it's like for me, I don't know.
I've only seen people do well with it that have like taken one or two things, or maybe three out of the 50
exactly
bits and pieces,
yes.
And then they just hone in on that.
Like I said, something like, okay, order blocks. I mean, we're looking at order blocks anyway. Everybody has a different definition of order blocks. Victor would probably call them Quasimodos, whatever you want to call them. I think by the end of the day, it's like always, whatever helps you to add a layer of confluence.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, if it works for you, then yeah, it does all come from classic. That's why we talk about like, try and always say that, if you want to learn those concepts, you're probably actually better off going back to where this stuff came from and learning like the OG stuff. And then you can also pick apart where it's been warped or twisted, and how some of these things don't actually stack up and don't quite make sense. And yeah, so if something's working for you, no problem. It's always the thing where people are so like zealous about it, like they can't handle if you say like, no, it doesn't quite work out. Like, yes, it worked out for like 3 months for you in this very niche pocket of the market on this singular asset. Try to do that over 10 years. It doesn't hold mustard. So, normally you want something that doesn't flux that heavily, where it's either, and it's normally not even like great. It's just kind of like okay, and then when it fails, it's absolutely terrible.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
Look at gold and NASDAQ flying now.
Yeah, I'm glad I stayed in it. Hey. Except for gold, but that's okay. That's okay. I was, take a little bit off the table, I think. And yeah, MGN saying it's like Nostradamus's predictions. Yeah, throw enough out there and eventually something will come true. Exactly.
For Nostradamus, always you have to, the way you word your prediction, it's like very open to interpretation.
Yeah, it's like a fortune teller. Like, I foresee this in your...
I foresee a black chariot on the horizon for you next year. What does that mean? This
you see like
has
a
to be decided by
Benz.
your inner will and strength.
Yeah.
Or like
and then someone goes and sees, black Mercedes Benz or like a limo, and they're like, that's the black chariot. Oh my God.
What? The fortune teller was right. I still don't know what to do with this, but he was
it.
right. She was right.
How we doing, Mr. OGG1? How we doing, brother?
Pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Dirk and LJ, can you please explain what was the confirmation for you to decide to go long on gold? Is it only the standard deviation channels? I mean, you jumped into golds first of all, Dirk. So if you want to...
Well, it's a combination, really. You know, back then,
Yeah.
you don't see that on the chart anymore. Pardon me. But what I saw was the combination of that we were back then trading at a -3 sigma in gold, and plus that we had many nesting buy limit orders that were executed against the selling pressure of the market right now, and the buying order soaked it up. So we saw some kind of, not really a reversal, but typically you see this little wicks on the candles, which is an indication that you have like nesting limit orders soaking up the volume, the pressure coming from market sell orders in this case. And I wasn't like super precise so far at the entry, so you can see the market still went lower after this. But I think if you want to trade something like this, it's not about precision so much. It's impossible, of course, to catch the exact low or high. But the combination, plus for me, that from my experience, the market likes to reverse the initial Trump trade, so to say. So the initial reaction of the market is like, oh, you know, we have a flare up again, everything is bad, we're going to die, so let's short the heck out of risk-on assets. Gold also acting like a risk-on asset for the past, well, ever since COVID, actually. And so it was, like I said, it was a little bit like shot from my hip, you know, like a bit like, oh, on a subconscious level, somehow I have a feeling, you know, this could be where the market reverses to the upside again. So I cannot like pinpoint like, oh, you know, this is my precise rule set. In this case, -3 sigma standard deviation plus this indicator says that plus that indicator said this. That's why I also said under normal circumstances, it's not the typical trade I would take, but I did because I think like if a trade works out, the payoff is like very good on a trade like this. And I still need to get in some nice trades. Monday was good, Tuesday was not so good. So I want to end the week on a high note.
Yeah.
Not end the week, but like streaming.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so similar deal. So, I mean, I was locked outside for a bit, so I missed the initial. We had the drop, and then I was looking to potentially get in. Again, it's similar to what Dirk was saying. So when you do have those big pushes, and it is like a very headline driven type situation, you know, often you do get, again, using the term, a bit of a dead cat bounce. And then it's also the question of, okay, is this really new information into the market that you should further kick into? Probably not so much. So therefore, I will typically take those types of trades, again, just off that sort of general rebound. Normally you don't keep kicking unless something materially has changed in the market. This is not really new news. We've still got oil and everything going through. Let me jump over to my screen just here. So we've still got everything going through the market. Going through. Hang on. I can't remove. That's all right. We've still got oil sitting on water.
Had to.
No, it's okay.
Amazon was coming. Sorry.
That's all right. So does this materially change anything? Probably not. So on those trades, I will tend to take it. Now, I did wait a bit. Like I was saying with Dirk, I was like, oh, this is still looking pretty bearish, because I do think the NASDAQ in general was already, I mean, we're already very much in a bit of a downward momentum for sure. So it's just that question of how far can we actually push up? I would still say we see that downside. So yeah, it's one of those shoot from the hip kind of trades, just like Dirk was saying, when you've had that extension of standard price activity within a certain duration, and see that dead cat bounce, a bit of mean reversion before then, people digest and decide, do we kick lower again or completely eradicate this and run back up?
Your entries were better than mine, though.
Yeah, only pretty much because I was
Because you were locked out.
so I couldn't do anything.
Man, you should totally follow us, copy our trades. One guy being locked out, us entering the trade better. The other one doing trading on delayed data or doing trading decisions on delayed data. We are on fire today. Totally on fire.
Yeah. So yeah, and also the fact that after sort of talking through it, as I was saying to Dirk, I was like, what other trades are we going to have? Because I obviously missed the downside. I would have liked to actually short from here.
When you could, like on the NASDAQ, on the 15 minutes, we are like kind of struggling going above the 10 moving average, Kaufmann's adaptive moving average, that is for me right now. So that could be, if it really continues to be a downtrend, I think then and probably we are going to change velocity here again to a downside.
I think we've got a little bit higher still. But I think it might be by these wicks here. The initial bounce we had off the sort of first two candles of the drop.
But
so,
like talking about, we always like to talk about fat tails in normal distribution. That, a lot of indicators, a lot of analysis models you use for markets always assume that you have a normal distribution on markets, which is not the case. You have fat tails on the normal distribution, meaning like a -3, -4 sigma event is like 20 times more likely to happen than you would by plain math assume, actually. And this is also for me like one of the, maybe on the subconscious level, when I see things like this on lower time frames, where I say like, oh, we're at a -3, -4 sigma level, there are limit, in this case, buy limit orders that are executed. Seems like the price is like calming down a little bit. Pressure is coming down, so it's worth a shot. Because eventually we are going to go into what the 0 sigma is again, like to the middle of a normal distribution curve. But it's actually, honestly speaking, I'm happy when we can show trades like this, but at the same time, I don't like to show them too much because it gives the wrong kind of picture of what we are doing here. These are trades that are maybe like 1 out of 200 trades or 2 out of 200 trades I would do like this. It's nothing to do with the way I normally trade. I'm not a big fan of, like shooting a trade from the hip just because of what I see after looking 1 minute at a chart. But
it can turn out very bad.
You do that.
Yeah. I am definitely a fan of it. I do it quite often. Obviously, like as you know, like I trade. I do trade. Like I'll do the longer time frame stuff, but also trade very like short term as well. So yeah, it is something that comes with that, I don't know, experience, if you want to put it that way, where you're just like, yep, this is a trade, going to turn around here. Sorry, hang on. I might have to reset. I don't know. My screen keeps flickering and the EVMux is going black. It's very distracting. That's why I went like that before. It keeps.
Okay, maybe reboot better.
Yeah, I might have to reboot. It's holding up for now, so I'll answer this first. How are we doing, Raf? Good to see you, man. What are your thoughts on GU shorts? Sorry, I saw that before. We can have a look at that now. I gotta say, I still want to see Euro, Aussie, all the majors actually eventually pick up. Obviously, we had the sort of headlines come through, which has dropped us lower. But I gotta say, I do expect this to turn around. I'm surprised the Euro hasn't actually picked up as much as I would have liked. It's definitely a bit subdued. The pound. I don't know. I wouldn't like shorting from here. I think we've kind of had that downdraft. Had the slight kick over from those lows of this higher cluster, higher trading range through here. I would say that's probably the base of it. I think any drops from here will start to be bought in overall. So let me just check the Aussie as well. I prefer shorts on the Aussie. If I did want to short any of the majors, I'd have more confidence in shorting the Aussie or even the Euro. Like the pound has definitely held up much better out of the majors. So I'd probably prefer one of the others. I don't really like the Euro from here though either.
I would prefer shorting the Aussie. But
Yeah.
I would like to see something like 69.40-ish, somewhere around there.
I think the Aussie is also more exposed if we do get that a bit of a pickup here on the NASDAQ and then we do see that extra leg lower. The Aussie is probably more exposed to actually coming off alongside that, whereas the Euro and the pound will probably stay a bit more steady.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd prefer something like the Aussie in general, Raf.
I mean, on the hourly, if I look at the future euro dollar, we are really well supported somewhere around 114.30-ish. So that's on the euro dollar future. That area has been defended, what is that? 64 times right now. So I'm talking about this one here. So on the hourly.
Disappeared for a second. There we go.
64 times. So that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, I want to long euro dollar like on a swing or scalp trade. I'm long euro dollar anyway through options, but since last week. But yeah, it's if I look at
What's that indicator called?
that
Is
one
that the Aurora flow?
that is the Aurora order flow liquidity heat shelves. Yeah. But you can also only use that because it uses these order footprints to identify these areas where you have nesting limit orders to draw these lines. So you need the premium trading view version for this because the order footprint is only available on the premium or ultimate plan. If you want to shell out like $200 a month or something.
Yeah.
But I have really come to like this one a lot. I'm not saying like, this indicator has made me profitable on shorter time frames. It's not about this, but to get like a really accurate view, like where could be support and resistance, because we tend to always, pick the obvious spots, pivot highs, pivot lows. But I think it's really more about like where were, people having limit orders. So like, really putting money on the line. And yeah, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I had a message come through before.
No worries.
I was just checking. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Yeah, you'd have to use it just on the Euro futures.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use it. So for anyone that does have that, you got to make sure you're actually on the futures.
Yeah.
Asset on TradingView, not on like a CFD, Euro CFD as well. I don't even know what version of TradingView I have. Like I bought it on the discount. I don't know what. How do you check?
I think if you go to pricing or something,
does it tell you what you currently have though, or is it just?
Then you can see like, should I downgrade or upgrade? Or... Will!
Hey there, Will.
How was the
Hello.
I'm doing well.
Good man, not too bad. A little bit sticky today for some reason, but yeah, I'm
Bit
good.
warm.
No, I mean my camera. It's a little bit sticky. It was okay on this morning session, but seems a bit sticky now.
Okay.
But yes, no, it is still very warm.
It is really. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty hot today. So I'm gonna go smash a leg day out after today's stream, and then come back and have some lunch.
Very nice.
Very nice. What about you guys? What's news?
Well, we are LJ joined my nested and gold long ideas, but it got better entries. And because he was locked out of his apartment.
So annoying.
So yeah, we're looking at that right now, and we're hoping to look at this. We bounced off the 10 Kaufman's average here. I was thinking about hedging there, really.
Yeah, I mean, that was the original level I was going to take out at, right? And then potentially short from. I think I still want to stay long overall. At least to a bit higher now.
I'll be longing on my futures account.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, I'm just setting my futures account up now. Logging into it. Like I said, guys, like I said yesterday, I haven't found a nice trade for the NASDAQ, but the minute I will find one, I will take it in front of you guys. So
yeah, apart from that, Will, that's basically what we're in. Pretty sure Queensland is getting smashed.
Oh yeah,
in the Origin.
Yeah, really? Who are they playing?
Well, it's Queensland versus New South Wales, right?
Okay.
So State of Origin. Yeah, it's 3 games, best of 3. We've had 2. It's 1 apiece. The third game is being played here in Brisbane. So that's why as well, after I got locked out, it took me so long to get back in because my partner had to bring the keys. There's traffic everywhere, right? So
yeah, I bet. Well, bring on New South Wales.
No, Queensland. Come on, Will.
Okay, I gotta support anything with Wales in, haven't I? Come on, let's be honest. Yeah.
Okay. I can.
I mean, I know you're a Queenslander and all, but
I can
gotta look after the Welsh.
Dude, they're showing people watch it everywhere. They just had the stuff in New York, a bunch of the pubs there, New Zealand.
Oh no way.
Yeah, it's a big worldwide thing, even though it's 2 states in Australia. But I think we're losing. I didn't see the score. I don't know if any of the other Aussies are watching. I think most of them are out. I haven't seen these guys in chat today. Watching the game. Fair. So,
right, I need to make sure I'm on MNQ, and then I need to make sure. So, right, I'm actually going to share my screen for you guys on this. I'm going to drop my screen that I'm currently on. I'm going to share.
Before you jump off, Dirk, give me 1 sec to jump up. I also got to respond to a message.
Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, I'll pop back because I think I'll be on after as well. Hey, LJ, where is Doctor Strange? Will is here. Doctor Strange.
I am here now. Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm here.
Where's that coming from, Doctor Strange?
That's Rich.
Oh, okay. Why?
Yeah, I think he's got some power issues, so I'm not sure.
He does look like Doctor Strange. Yeah, to be fair.
Rich got some issues. Okay, got it.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Don't worry.
Right. Okay. Order's just been filled.
So you went long NASDAQ or gold, or what did you do?
I went long NASDAQ.
All right.
Risking 1% on the futures.
1%. Wow.
Gosh. Yeah, no, I know. I don't know how to change if I'm not 1%. So default risk is 1%.
Default YOLO.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I would have preferred like 0.25 or maybe 0.5%, but screw it. Let's do it, innit?
Nice.
Yeah, so looks good. I mean, I do like this. I prefer this for a 0.5% risk, but we're going in with a full 1% risk. So,
like a 1.5 R, you're aiming at there?
2.
Okay, nice.
Mm-hmm. Nice 1 to 2 R. See what we can get on it. So we'll see. But anyway, what's news, Dirk? Also, guys, 234 of you watching right now. Even on the YouTube, there's over 200 of you in right now, which is absolutely awesome. But I'm only seeing 95 likes. So, just a quick coffee break, guys. While myself and Dirk sip coffee or beer, because Dirk's German and we all know how much Germans love their beer. So,
Yeah,
while
but
we sip
not
coffee
at 1 p.m. Really, it's
fair. I mean, fair
too
play.
early.
But in the meantime, guys, make sure that you smash that like button. Guys, go out and absolutely obliterate that like button. I want to see. I'm going to refresh the page in about 5 minutes time. I want to see at least 150 likes, given that there's 200 of you watching right now. So smash that like button, guys. In the meantime, check out that absolutely awesome coffee. You can't see it. I'm going to end up pouring it everywhere.
That looks like you put dirt into your cup.
It does. It's like chocolate sprinkles. I made myself a cappuccino and I felt bougie. I felt like a bougie bitch, mate. So I thought, ooh, I'm going to put some chocolate sprinkles on my frothy
Yes.
cappuccino. So yeah,
Mr. Fancy Pants.
I know, proper. Yeah, I'm spoiling myself today, mate.
Do you guys trade if you are sick? No.
No,
simple answer.
no.
Especially nowadays, I just turned 49, so I have to look after myself. And it's like, especially within our profession, heart attack time. And
Yeah.
so I'm doing everything I can. I'm not trading when I'm sick. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Go to
no.
bed, recover. Otherwise, you're going to have heart issues, muscle inflammation around the heart, which is like, I cannot even count how many of my trading friends, ex-colleagues, have issues like this, untreated, and then it puts you into the grave eventually.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's not good, mate. It's especially yourself, Dirk, with the experience that you've got. I'm sure you've seen it countless times. Like even myself now, I've only been trading 8 years, and I'm very much retail. I'm not a big boy like yourself, man. But I've seen it. I know people that are suffering or have suffered, or know people personally who have suffered. When it comes to physical health, yeah, you've got to look after yourself in the trading, and that's why you'll see me stress so much about the lifestyle alignment with trading, because we cannot go into trading with the idea that I'm just going to sit there, get fat, eat donuts, slurp on energy drinks, slurp on full fat Cokes, not exercise, not physically healthy. Because if we're not physically healthy, there's a good chance our mind's also going to potentially be somewhat correlated with that. And if that's it's just, again, downward spiraling, so mind and body connection always relates highly to trading.
I had an ex-colleague when at one point in my career, I was working in Hamburg for a bank as a prop trader. And I had a colleague there who was like a veteran of the markets. He used to stand on the actual floor, doing all these hand signals, trading stuff in Hamburg when they still had a physical exchange. And he told me this story back then. He said, like, you know what, Dirk? Back then, we went to the exchange, we traded like for 2 hours, then we would go to lunch break, and people would come back with like a 6-pack of beer or gin tonic from lunch break and just get absolutely hammered, and then they would trade some more, and then they would stop the trading day at like 4 p.m. and they would, go out and get hammered even more. And he said, I'm the only one that's still alive from these people.
I can believe
the only one. And
yeah, I can believe it.
So this is what, I could tell you all kinds of story. The one that maybe stuck with me a bit more than a lot of other stories is like, back then, in the beginning of the 90s, there were trading desks at banks for currency dealers. And they were making so much profits that the banks thought like, okay, how can we keep these people from going to lunch break? Because, when they're at lunch break, they cannot make profit for us. And the solution to this was, why don't we have a personal chef for them who builds up a large buffet in the background, where they can just go fill up their plates and eat while they're at desk. It ended up in everybody being obese and critically overweight. And well, guess it, from these people also not many people are alive anymore. And it's so crazy. But so yeah, I can only
I can believe
highlight
it.
what you just said. Keep your physical and mental health in balance. For me personally, it's very difficult. I'll be honest with you. I also tend to be overweight, but luckily I've lost now 14 kgs ever since I put the walking pad underneath my
Nice.
That's
desk,
good.
so
Dude,
I
that's
can
sick.
like trade and walk at the same time, and it's magical, the difference. I feel better. I'm more refreshed in the morning. I also can feel like that my mind is more sharp, and it's exactly what I needed to do, because by nature I'm more of a person that, like, on a subconscious level, leans into self-destruction. And so if you let me loose without, luckily I have discipline a little bit at least, but if I would just listen to my, what the devil on my shoulder tells me, I probably would like eat and get wasted all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%, man. And that's awesome because, like you said, that mind, again, there it is again, that mind body connection is the idea of exercising, staying fit, staying healthy. A lot of people potentially, even with my Instagram, because, I keep my stuff in good shape. It's not as good as my brother, of course. I'm pretty sure there's
He's a unit,
statues
your
made.
brother is a unit, man.
Yeah, there's statues of my brother in Greece. Um, so
Hopefully not with all details, but
yeah, not all of us can, look like that because of his commitment is unbelievable. But a lot of people will look at traders and be like, "Oh, traders on Instagram, they spend time in the gym, they're all huge, they're all shredded, they're all." It doesn't necessarily need to be that, and I think it's difficult to portray that because a lot of people who are traders who don't hit the gym and aren't on social media don't talk about their lifestyle. They don't talk about what they do on social media. They don't talk about any of the positive side. Like you said, Jake. You got that walking treadmill, dude. Like I've now replaced my desk. I've gone down the old money style look. I've now got like a mahogany desk. So I don't have my raised desk anymore. But when I did have my raised desk, I was going to actually look at buying myself one of the walk-in treadmills to actually trade with. But I thought to myself, I got fields next to me. I can just go for a walk. I'm personally just being lazy because I know I've got accessibility to land. But not a lot of people talk about that side of trading. Everyone sees, and it's almost the Lamborghini effect. It's almost like that when you're going into trading, you need to have a Lamborghini. You need to have a six pack. You need to be, all these signals and Dom Perignon champagne. And in the fitness side of trading, it's the exact same. You don't need to have a six pack. You don't need to be addicted to the gym. You don't need to be caning white monsters and protein powder and creatine all the time. You don't need it, but you do need to stay fit and healthy.
Yeah.
You do need to be active. You do need to have a mind-body connection with trading and outside of trading. And I try to stress that every single day on my Instagram, and I try to stress it every single day on the trading, on the stream on YouTube here, because it is so important. Because I guarantee, LJ, how important is fitness in your life? Not talking about looking at yourself in the mirror when you're getting ready for bed or when you're getting up in the morning and saying, "Wow, LJ, you sexy hunk of a man." I'm not saying that. I mean, how important is it for your mindset, fitness?
Yeah, 100%. Like you're saying with that stuff, like looking good. That's an added bonus. Like
Yeah,
it's a side piece that happens to come with it, which is a great
yeah,
benefit.
exactly.
But yeah,
But
definitely,
how important is
it's
the fitness for your mental?
yeah, it's all the other exactly. It gives you clarity. It refreshes you all the time. I'm definitely much more sharp. Just like Dirk was saying, even when you have that like walking, it gets your lymphatic system. That lymphatic drainage gets a bit of movement, that kind of thing. Definitely, this past year I've year and a half now, almost 2 years, right? Haven't been to the gym like I used to. It used to be 7 days a week for literally 15 years through trading and everything. And then I had surgery, then had to have, forced time off. then got into more work, and then I got swamped with things, and the gym just sort of dropped off. That's something this past week I've jumped back into, because definitely I've noticed just how different that is. And it's interesting for me, especially after doing it for that long, that consistently, to see that differential, and it creeps in. And I've definitely noticed even this past week and bit, like going back to that, getting fitness, going to the gym, working out, that kind of thing. Massive difference.
Exactly
right?
that. And LJ, you're a big guy anyway, so it's no surprise that exercise makes you feel good. Dirk, yourself, you said yourself that your default is self-destructive. You've got a default self-destructive personality, and you're prone to being overweight. I think I'm trying to quote you, so it doesn't sound like I'm calling you fat.
No,
So your default is overweight.
and I'm still too fat. So
Do your head as well. What are you on about? I can see the six pack from here.
Ah.
Blinding me with your abs. Anyway, but how important it is?
Protective layer of fat around my six pack you're looking at, yeah.
But like, how important is it for you, Dick? Because now we've got two sides of the scale. Ignore what I'm saying right now. I'm a mediator. I'm a ref. We've got just stereotypical Australian, good-looking guy. Built well, trained. He's addicted to training anyway. We all know that. LJ loves his sports. Dirk, now we've got you, which is the complete polar opposite, who, like you said, default self-destructive, default overweight. How is it for your mental, and how is it for your trading when you are fitter, when you are losing weight, when you're keeping active?
It's a difference of night and day. I mean, if I compare myself now with, what was it, like 8 or 9 months ago, where I had like 14 kgs more, I'm still fat, I'm still like at 93 kgs at my height, around about 180, it's still far too much, of course. But luckily, I have like the tendency when I train with weights, for example, I can put on some muscles rather quickly, and which also helps, of course. But the difference is like night and day, really. My mind is sharper. I don't have brain fog so much anymore. Mm-hmm. If you get, it's always hard to define, what is brain fog, obviously, but it's like I just feel better about myself, and feeling better about myself also makes me more confident. Being more confident makes me also more confident when it comes to trading decisions, more clear, more confident. So it's a difference at night and day. I'm never going to be somebody, who is like, I'm going to build up the physique of a Greek god, to
Come on, Dirk. I want to see it though.
We want to see like
just jacked.
And never going to happen. It's not going to happen at my age anymore. With 49, you're more dealing and managing that you don't lose too much muscle, and that you don't have too much of the bad fat scraping around your organs. So, for me, blood pressure has always been like a thing. I tend to have a high blood pressure. So a lot of stuff I'm doing is like getting my heart rate down, like in general. My doctor once said to me, I don't know where your high blood pressure comes from. I sometimes have a feeling you are in general anxious about being alive. Because when he measured my blood pressure, like the 24-hour measure, he's like, when you're asleep, your blood pressure is like perfect. Once you wake up, you're like, boom, already, which perfectly fits into, my profession, of course, as well, It's like the typical thing you do as a trader. Bang, you open a trade, bam, your blood pressure's up, even though I don't feel it, of course, which is the danger, So for me, it's all about right now to maintain my health, because I think within the next 5 to 10 years, we are anyway all going to be immortal, thanks to medical treatments.
Hopefully, dude. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. Or would it? That's a debate for another day. But
debate for another day, and look forward to Dirk streaming with the 5ers in 200 years from now.
Yeah, cyborg Dirk. Like, he's on his 8th heart replacement. He's on his 6th stem cell.
But anyway, guys, I have to make a move. It was a pleasure, as always. We're going to see each other again next Monday. And if you haven't done so, I can only repeat, leave a like, leave a subscription, comment here underneath our video or on the, I think it's the top right on YouTube, no, when we are live streaming. And what a pleasure. Let's see how our gold and NASDAQ long trades turn out. Hope to report back on Monday with a nice profit of these ones. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you later,
See you
Dick.
later, Dick. Have a great one, man. Pleasure as
Cheers, man.
always. Actually, guys, like I said, I've probably given it a little bit more than 5 minutes. So we did have 95 likes when I checked the stream last, and there are over 200 of you watching right now. So, guys, last chance, go. Well, it's not last chance, but last chance before I refresh to see if we can get that 150 like mark. Absolutely smash that like button, guys. Let's absolutely smash it. Let's support the live stream. Like I said, let's push it in front of people, because literally what we've just spoken about now, it's not a case of we're trying to turn you all into mofarers. We're not here trying to turn you all into people who must be addicted to the gym. We're just trying to show and stress the importance of staying fit and healthy, and how it does relate to trading, how you can become a better trader just by being healthier. And then I've given you 2 different scenarios here of LJ, who does keep fit anyway. He loves fitness. It's just, part of his personality is enjoying fitness. Like I said, LJ, you played rugby as a kid. You did gym. You trained for 15 years before actually having surgery. So fitness is part of who you are. No different to like myself. Dirk is a complete opposite, guys. Dirk is a complete opposite, where he wasn't so much into fitness. He counts and classes himself as still yet overweight. But since being on his fitness journey of actually losing a little bit of weight, he feels 10x better, and he's, like you said, lacking in brain fog. He feels sharper, and more importantly, he values himself more now, because by valuing yourself more, you have more respect for yourself. And by having more respect for yourself, you actually respect your decisions more. And therefore, it is going to help you be better as a trader, because you're able to analyze your trades and say, you know what, Will, yes, I have confidence in you. You're doing well. You're feeling good. Your peak performance right now, you're doing everything you need to be doing and is the correct process outside of your trading. So therefore, I subconsciously trust you inside of your trading, meaning let's take this trade and not doubt it. So guys, it's not the case that I'm here trying to, nag you to go to the gym. All we're saying here is take it into consideration. Everything you do outside of your trading subconsciously affects you inside of your trading. Anyway, let's absolutely smash those 150 minimum likes, guys. I'm going to refresh the page now.
We're getting close. I refreshed it myself. We are getting close. We need
You know what? Okay. We got 121 likes. That's pretty good. We can smash higher than that easy, guys. Come on, let's absolutely smash that.
30 more. But yeah, like Will was saying, obviously you guys are smashing that like button, that kind of stuff. Very simple to do. It helps us out. Obviously, more we get that sort of thing going on, then we can give back more to you guys as well with, events, giveaways, all that kind of thing. Also,
not only that, it pushes it to a further audience. Pushes it to a wider audience, and a wider audience means that we are able to infect the trading industry with a healthy disease instead of this, what I call guru disease, which is going around at the moment. So, the industry is going through a tough time, and it needs its 5ers antibiotics. So let's go ahead and infect it with some 5ers antibiotics and try and make this space a little bit healthier. So, yes.
Precisely. Do I trade when I'm sick? Because I'm silly. Yes, I do. I trade when I'm sick, when I'm tired. If there's it's probably like a nuclear bomb being dropped, I'll still be at the markets like, oh wow, everything's dumping.
Sirens going off. He's there running towards his bunker, but he's like, shit, I forgot my laptop. Wait there a minute, babe. No, LJ, come on, we gotta go. Just shush. I'm putting on an MQ trade.
This money won't matter anyway. I mean, the broker that I'm dealing with is probably being bombed out of existence. I can't get this money out, but I'll just still be like, all right, short the S&P, right? Yeah.
That is someone committed to the cause. You know that there's
Um,
absolutely no worth in anything that you're trading. There's no significant value, no financial value. You're just placing the trade because it's your process. It's become who you are. Oh man.
I do that with everything though, whether it's trading or anything else. You know, as far as that, I try and like denounce whatever it is. I very much focus on trying to build yourself up into a position, regardless of whatever's going on, that you can still perform and execute at like that high level. And how do you do that? You do that by when those things do come around, you test yourself. Now, that doesn't mean go out and just do that. Obviously, if you know you're actually going to do detriment to yourself, don't do it, right? For instance, like going to the gym, I'll still go to the gym and like train if I'm ill, but I don't do it senselessly, right? If I've got a really bad flu and I know going and training is going to like affect like my heart health or something like that, then I wouldn't do it, right? Then it's just silly. Also, you know, you're probably not going to get the best workout, that kind of thing. You're better off spending time recovering and getting better quicker so that you can go and either trade, go to the gym, do whatever else at an effective level, right? So it depends.
I read that. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Actually,
Go on.
hang on. I was just going to say, any coupon for the futures? Not at the moment, not from us. If there are any, my best recommendation would be to tune into the 5ers futures stream with Dave. He'll probably have more information for you. So normally, once the stream ends, we push you guys over to the futures stream right there, just around sort of New York Open and such. So Dave will definitely be the man to give you any of those. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's got some promos. Maybe they got some account giveaways. No idea. You'd have to ask the man himself. Unbiased saying, please be honest, LJ, you have a twin and therefore have a shift system. Yeah.
I'm 90% sure this is true, by the way. I fully rate that. Unbiased trader, I reckon you're bang on. He definitely has a twin, and he definitely does do double. Like he does shift systems. Like his twin's actually sleeping on his bed behind him now, and he's like, JL, up you go. Come on, JL. And he's like, oh, LJ, what do you want? Well, JL, it's your shift now.
Yeah,
So,
he's plugged into the wall, right, on recharge.
Yeah.
You know, right? And then we'll swap shifts. And then when we swap, we also do the download and it gets uploaded to the other half.
Cool. Yeah, you
know, so
got
we get,
to
like,
update the data, otherwise, he's trading
Exactly.
yesterday's price action.
Yeah.
Or he's trading today's price action with yesterday's mentality. He needs to you need to update your twin on how the markets have moved. Otherwise, he's never going to know that Trump spoke today and slagged off Spain. So
yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
wow.
Trump. I mean, we were wondering what Trump would start kicking off about. So I guess now we're getting it.
He was quiet on the front for a bit, so I think he led us into a false sense of security for a moment, but he nearly got us. He nearly got us, but I would say he's got to get out of bed early to catch us out. But he got out of bed pretty early. He's up at 10 a.m. this morning, not 9:30 this morning.
Yeah. we were joking before. Myself and Dirk, we were saying, surprised he didn't start tweeting about Belgium after the loss. Surely he'd turn his eyes.
Yeah, true. Yeah, fair. Well, maybe he was pissed off that Spain won against Portugal and was like, guys, this cannot happen. Spain did not deserve the win. Portugal definitely had it. They've got Ronaldo. So I don't know. Maybe he's just a really big Ronaldo fan and got pissed off that Spain beat Portugal. I don't know. But yeah, Trump is in a world of his own, man. Fair play. What a guy. What a guy.
He is.
Success 26K saying most people underlook physical exercise, yet they are good. As in, their trading performance is good, but they underlook the physical exercise. That's no, dude, 100%. Look, you can still be a good trader and not do physical exercise. 100%. Your brain capability isn't determined by your outside external factors. It's influenced. So some people may just absolutely revoltingly exercise and actually be pressed to go out on a run. Fine, that's absolutely fine. But just remember, guys, it's also longevity in the body. Like Dirk was mentioning, these guys who are morbidly obese because there's a buffet in front of them, not many of them are alive anymore. Those guys out drinking during lunch, not many of them are alive anymore. Sometimes it's not necessarily about your trading performance. Sometimes it's about keeping longevity in your trading performance and looking after your body. So yeah, but no, 100%. I totally agree. Some people definitely do underlook it, and some people just don't care about it, and they're still fantastic traders. But it's how long are they going to be fantastic traders for?
Yeah, you conk out early. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're eating well, you'll definitely be okay. But yeah, just like you were saying and like Dirk was saying before, I've seen the same thing in like law. Obviously, my dad was a lawyer.
Yeah, exactly.
Same deal. Very just like trading and finance, very high intensity, high stress kind of job. And same deal. Just like Dirk was saying, he cocked out early, had a heart attack at 55. And part of that does come down to, because he was, partner and that kind of thing, exactly like Dirk was saying, they have a lot of lunches, taking out clients and, drinking and that kind of stuff, which is par for the course. But yeah, if you're not keeping in check with it all, it's very insidious. It's like a subtle thing that builds up on you. You'll still be performing well, but then you're gone. And then your performance goes immediately to zero. Right, so
you instantly underperform.
Yeah,
but yeah,
so
no,
it's definitely, definitely something you got to keep up on. Especially
exactly that. And it's a stress, and meditation's another thing. Mental health is another. I used to be a big believer. It's midnight in Queensland, so yes, I believe LG Twin conspiracy. Dude, yeah, you're true, literally. Yeah. But yeah, no, 100%. And especially, like, I used to be one of those, kids that were, mental health is made up, mental health is garbage, just do push-ups, you're fine, shut up with your complaining about you're depressed, blah, 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 blah. I used to think it was all a figment of an imagination. Now, I'm not saying I still believe that. I'm not saying I don't believe that, because mental health is literally a figment of your imagination. It's literally mental. It's not physically in front of you. So mental health is literally made up. It's literally it's in your head. So yes, my point still stands, but no, it doesn't stand, because I was immature when I come up with that theory. After studying psychology, and even studying psychology, I looked at it and I was like, wow, there's so many ways you can cure so many types of psychological issues just by doing XYZ. Now, when it came to trading, that really opened my eyes to, holy heck, there is so much deeper into psychology and into mental health when it comes to people in general. And when it comes to trading, when it comes to, like you said, your old man LJ, when it comes to my old man now, when it comes to my dad, he's a founder and CEO. He's a stressed business guy. When it comes to myself and LJ, we are stressed in the markets on the daily. When it comes to Dirk, every single person who's high performing, even if you're not like actually there yet, even you guys that are in your beginner stages, you're still going to be entering into an industry of high performers, and what you're actually doing is putting the stress of a high performer on your shoulders without the high performance results. Which, dude, that fucking sucks. That's even worse for your mentality, because now you're being punched in the face and not having the results for it. So, that also sucks. So guys, make sure that you're also aligning yourself with that. be aware of it and make sure. And I'm not saying, you know, use it as an excuse. What I'm saying is be aware of it and say, right, okay, I need to go out and do stuff. Like I love this comment here from Success 26K. Every day before trading, I walk 1 kilometer. If this is outdoor, bonus points to you, brother. Bonus points if you're doing this outdoors, because you need fresh air. Try and relay yourself into the natural body. You know, try and go out and hit some fresh air. Listen to the birds. Feel what it's like to go outside of your office, and forget trading. Don't think, oh, what am I going to do in trading today? What's NQ doing? Is Trump speaking today? Body reset. Completely forget trading. I want you to wake up and I want you to guzzle a pint of water. Guzzle a pint of water and then just go do what you need to do, and then do a little bit of exercise, whether it's a 1 kilometer walk, whether it's 5 push-ups, whether it's 10 sit-ups, whether it's 30 jumping jacks, whatever it is, like preferably in the legs as well, because a lot of your endorphins come through the legs. The legs are the biggest muscles in the body, you know, so get your legs going. You know, just like wake up, get straight out of bed, hit down a pint of water, really wake up that body, really wake up that system. Do 5 squats, 10 squats, go for a walk, hit that body with those endorphins. Don't think about trading. Go out, hit some fresh air. Even if it's raining, go like get an umbrella, get a raincoat. You're not going to die from rain unless you're somehow allergic. Then you poor sod. But go out, hit some fresh air, then come back. And I can almost guarantee you, if you forget about trading until you get back into your house, into your office, your endorphins are going to be there. You're going to feel better. And yes, you don't need to hit the gym. Just move. But yeah, that's my personal challenge to you. That's my Wobbly Wednesday challenge to you guys, is wake up, hit a pint of water, and do some form of exercise that involves the legs, whether it's squatting, walking, jumping jacks, whatever.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, with that, guys, as well, hit us with whatever. We're sort of waiting for the markets to move. Both Will and I are in NASDAQ longs right here. I just added to
nice.
mine.
Yeah, I'm too scared to add that. I'm 1% on a futures, so
yeah, I'm trading on the futures as well, but I think that's what we're getting. I've seen euros come back off. We did come back into that cluster of moving averages on the 5-minute on the euro. Similarly with the Aussie, we had that pullback. We've now come back off. I'm not trading anything on FX just yet. I'm going to wait and see, because I don't like the kind of push we're getting. I was considering actually buying up through here if we did manage to hold this area to push back towards today's highs. But you can see the euro is getting smacked right now. So, Raf, I got to say, if you're still in those pound and euro shorts, good stuff. I am considering potentially longing somewhere here though, because I think this might be somewhat of the last push down, and then we get a bit of a reversal through here. I don't know, we'll see, but I'm more comfortable in the NASDAQ at the moment. Like I'm pretty happy with that.
I love that close as well. The close is actually really nice on this.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of the gold longs.
Were you long in gold as well, were you?
Yeah, it was over through here. When I was when.
Oh, do you TP as well?
So, yeah, so I TP'd on that. I was a bit questionable in holding it, so I TP'd the gold, and then hence I was still a bit skeptical on the NAS also, but I was like, okay, look, I got the TP on gold. It was about $500, so I was like, okay, I'll hold the NAS, because originally I wanted to TP around this area, like just by this body, candle body up through here, on that initial, I don't know, sort of, not really retracement, dead cat bounce, I guess, after the news came out, and then I figured, I was talking with Dirk, he convinced me like stay long, and after looking at everything, I was like, yeah, I think I'd actually prefer to stay long on this. Glad I have. But then, yeah, that that profit from the gold trade, I was like, okay, look, that'll cover a portion of the stop loss on the NAS. So see how that goes. Also, dude, yeah, Kevin. Oh, we are getting washed, mate. My stream won't even load. I've got it like in the background to the side to like check on the score now and then. For some reason, it refuses to actually come up. So keep me updated on the score. I don't know.
Just keep dropping in chat every now and then, like every 15-20 minutes. Just update the score.
Look, I'll say it was 18-0 at halftime, right? So we are picking up on that metric. Okay, now it's 8-24, so it's even worse. 24-8.
It's Wales. It's in the name, dude. Do you see we beat Fiji as well the other day?
Yeah. I mean, it's Fiji. Like they're a good team, but you guys are Wales.
Oh, they're a strong team, man.
I hope so.
Fiji are strong. They could have been better. I was quite surprised with their performance. I thought they were going to be a tougher team to beat.
Yeah.
But I mean, Wales pulled out the bag, man. It's the best I've seen Wales play in a long time. I was like, oh, I'm proud to be Welsh again. I'm proud to support Wales. Whereas like before, I was like, I don't even want to watch a Welsh game anymore. We were just we got slaughtered by Italy.
I know. Yeah, you guys.
The king of wooden spoons. You know.
Not done well for a while, but I think it's pretty interesting. I like this North versus South hemisphere thing we've got going on. Pretty good. Australia played quite well against Ireland. We did just lose 33-31.
I didn't watch that game.
It was a very good game. Very good game. All round, yeah. So, not mad, because...
you don't mind if you lose well, you know? A bit like trading, you know? If you lose a trade and it's good, and it's a good trade, then fine, you lose. So be it. No, you can't win everything. It's when you lose and you're like, what was that?
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to be a professional rugby player. You're supposed to be a professional trader. Why are you playing like crap? Why are you trading like crap? You know, it all relates. You know, you don't mind taking a loss as long as it's a good loss.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And the only thing was we had, at the final minute, a penalty kick, which would put us 1 point over, but shanked it just to the right. And so we lost. That's the only unfortunate thing, but anyway.
Yeah, that's a lucky one.
We got Australia versus France on Saturday.
Oh, that's gonna be a good game. France are a strong team.
Yeah, I got box ticket offer today, so I don't know if I'll be able to go though.
In Australia, or is it played in France? It's gonna be Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Australia. Yeah, at Suncorp. I've got a friend's birthday though. Are we just
the same time?
Yes, we did. So yeah, success. Like, I'll cover pound Aussie soon. We did just have a spike. What was this off?
I don't know.
Trump did not repeat criticism of Spain during NATO leaders summit.
I've just hit TP now.
That's all I can see right now.
I mean, I hit TP, so happy days, but...
Do I want to take TP early? No, I'm going to on this. Yep.
Yeah, I can't say I blame you either, mind.
Trump did not repeat the termination of the interim deal with Iran during the NATO summit.
Financial juice, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I can see right now.
Nothing's on Forex Factory. I mean, thanks, Trump.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
One. up 1% now on the futures trades today.
I am.
That's right.
I hit that loss when I did that first trade, didn't I? When I did that playabout trade. Yeah. That's annoying that I took a loss on that. Do you remember that trade that we took when you and Rich were teaching me how to place the trade?
Oh yeah.
I took like $100 or like 100 and something bucks loss. So I'm up $190 now. So
That's good because what is this the 25K?
yes, this is the 25K account.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah, it's alright. I'm above break even, which I'm shocked about. It's like I said, it's futures. I have no idea. I'm learning as I'm going on this. But yeah, dude, that was my first proper official legitimate futures trade, by the way, guys, on MNQ.
You look shocked with.
I was shocked. Mate, like I said, I've never traded futures before. I was like, so I'm quite excited. I am quite excited. If this was CFD, I'd have been like, oh yeah, cool. TP. I'd be a bit shocked on why. Like I said, I'd be a bit shocked on why I've hit TP, given that it's Trump. But
Yeah.
yes.
Kavish, yeah, we were talking about the rugby before. I've seen your this question, we can get to that as well. Plus, I'm looking at Aussie dollar short up to 68.90-ish zone. How's that? So down to, technically, I guess. Can we look at Bitcoin? Yes, we definitely can. So DL, saw this before. We can definitely jump over through that as well. Yep, gold is pumping. We had, it does seem to be simply, hang on, let me jump over. Literally just this news. So it's based on the fact that Trump isn't the one that went back against the agreement. It's Iran that has gone and done what they've done. Because he said before Iran ceasefire is over, I think, but it wasn't Trump that sort of executed this and decided to push back. So, yeah, it looks like that's what we're getting. Hang on.
Okay, give me 2 seconds, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Hang on, guys. Where'd my other screen go? There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, first of all, we'll go down from the top. So, can we look at BTC? Yep, we'll hit BTC real quick. Let's go out a bit further. Do you have any specific time frame you're looking at for BTC, DL? Because this is very much depends. Are we looking at like long-term holds, or you're trying to like trade it actively right now? So if we're trying to trade it actively right now, this is the 1 hour time frame. We've popped back down to that 200-hour moving average, right? Outside the standard deviation cluster. I would say we're headed up to this trading cluster, the underside of there, which is also where that 10-hour moving average, so the 10 moving average on the 1 hour is sitting. So if we go down to the 15, pretty clear, basically just the underside of this trading cluster through here. So I'd probably look for the candle body close through here, and this is probably where you'd find some kind of resistance. But yeah, not too much in it. Now, longer term, I would say BTC is still heading lower. I think crypto is still not quite out of the doghouse. We zoom out a bit further. I did pick up some longer term holds at 60K when we first had that drop. I already had the order pressed there at 60,500 through here. So that's something I'm going to hold for some time and eventually be looking if crypto does manage to recover, we get that like 200K type measure eventually someday. For now, basically these levels that I've sort of drawn out a long time ago, this was all the way back. We zoom out even further on the daily. This was up when we're at the highs that ideally I'd want to see a drop down towards this 55.5. And then potentially, if we can see about 40K, 41K, those are where my next core levels that I pick up from. So 60,500, about 50,000, 55,000, and then 40,500 / 41K for longer term holds. But yeah, I don't think we're going anywhere on Bitcoin just yet. I think we've still got more downside. We've got to plumb into these lower areas before we actually get that pickup. There's clearly no juice, no enthusiasm to actually charge higher at all right now. So Nzuta, so Aussie dollar, 68.90ish. Let's go back down. Lower time frame. 68.90. I do quite like that. I would say hold short. How is that? Good. Now I would question, where did you get in on the shorts? Did you get in before the headlines that we had come out, or have you got in on this sort of dead cat bounce and now we're starting to pull back again? I do prefer, if you're going to short, like I was saying when Dirk was here, I do prefer shorts on the Aussie versus some of the other majors right now. However, I can also see that this starts to unwind itself.
I'm gonna have to hop off. Are you okay to take over for a bit?
Yeah, that should be
legend. Guys, something's come up. I gotta run. So guys, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I shall see you all tomorrow.
Okay. Actually, Will, just before you do, if you allow me just to jump up to the bathroom.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
First of all, because I got to stay on after as well. So just give me a minute,
no
and then
problem.
okay, cool.
Yeah, you shoot into that.
Sorry, brother.
That's right, man. Right, let's get my trading view up so you can see it. There we go. In fact, let's have a look at how many likes we got, guys. Let's have a look. Come on, it's got to be over 150. 132. Guys, come on, smash it. There's, again, still over 200 of you watching right now. Go ahead and smash that like button. Let's absolutely smash it and let's see what we can do. Super cool to see that NASDAQ went and hit my TP. If I have 2 seconds. There we go. Yeah, super cool to see that NASDAQ hit my TP. That was quite a nice trade. Again, we got the nice little drop below here, put in that low, wicked the low, broken close above this previous high, pulled back into that zone of interest for me. And again, we consolidated, absolutely textbook, before then Trump decided to push it up into the correct direction, shall we say. Yeah, so no, I was pretty excited about that, guys. You know, I was excited to see that price hit my TP on futures, because again, never traded futures before, so that was my first official futures trade, which was really cool. And yeah, other than that, just standard price action. Rightio, let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. Don't trust this news at all. Yeah, Void, mate, honestly, I don't blame you. I'm the same. I really don't trust what's going on at the moment. Truth be told, it would be a no trade day for me, but I thought that we had enough time in between Trump speaking, but it turns out we didn't. So I thought he would have at least waited for New York Open, but there we go. CC Cat Lady, hello. And
Cheers, Will. Sorry about that.
That's right, man. Right,
just because I know I'll be on my own
honestly,
for a while.
That's sweet. No problem. Right, I got to dive, so I'm going to love you all and leave you. Again, guys, make sure you smash that like button. Minimum of 150 likes today. Come on, guys, we got this. And again, we're probably like 500 subs away now from 10,000 over the 100K mark. So 110,000 subscribers on the horizon. Let's absolutely smash it. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. I shall see you all tomorrow. Peace.
See you, Will. Cheers, man. Alrighty. How we doing, guys? Where were we? You've got me for a while. Also, FX Darth Vader. Whereas Doctor Strange, I don't think he'll be coming in. He's got power issues over there. So I am filling in for Mr. Doctor Strange, aka Richard Butler. So yeah, let me just see where we were. Okay, so Entuta, there's a couple of you guys comments saying Kavish, I've seen this. I'll run over that next, no problem. Just trying to catch up through this stuff. You guys will have me to yourselves, so smash out anything in the comments, whatever you want to hear / talk about / whatever is on your mind. I do very much like this. So I would say, given we've broken, basically we've got this higher trading range, right? I would have liked to see, as we spoke about before, a push towards 69.70 or so. That was kind of the top side resistance that would have been ideal to actually short off. And today, without the headlines that we had, we probably would have started pushing up through there, tackled the highs from yesterday, and then potentially pushed on to that area. Now, today, we've cracked through this higher trading range. We still have this cluster of lows to deal with through here. Of course, this big charge candle, as I like to call it, was from the NFP last Thursday, and that was the pullback zone into the Monday, right? So Friday into Monday. So Monday was over here. That was the pullback on the Friday. Then the Monday, we had the lows through here. And now we've cracked below that. We've tried to push higher, haven't held that. So I think this will be a question of, on the hourly, we go to those candles. We are dealing with this 200-hour moving average, which also comes in line there with that resistance. So this is the thing. I still am of the opinion that the majors will start to pick up from here. I think this will start to be unwound. We are, if we go to the euro and we look at the standard deviation channels, we're at that 2 standard div type band. I know Dirk has been, he's got like a sort of a swing trade long for the euro. Definitely surprised we didn't see the push higher earlier on Monday and Tuesday up towards the spike high from the NFP. Right, so I would say we do actually pick up from here. Now, on a technical basis, I could see that drop. I don't know if we'll get it. If there was something that I had to pick out of the majors too short, it would be the Aussie. I think that's going to be very contingent on the NASDAQ pushing lower once again, right? Sort of coming up to this 1 standard deviation, -1, right, on this channel on the 1 hour, which is also by the wick lows through here, finding some kind of resistance and then popping back down as we go into New York. I know this looks a little bit messy, but this was basically the larger wedge that we've respected both sides of a number of times, tapped into it, tapped outside, always came back in. Then it was on the Monday, Tuesday, we had another test, and Tuesday we eventually popped outside. So we've continued down like that. Now, if we get that, and we get that further risk off flow, especially if these headlines start to continue to pick up into the evening as Trump, decides to tweet again, then we could see more downside through here. However, just like the headlines that we just got, which saw us push higher, it seems as though Trump is trying to abate this news. He's not the one, he's not the protagonist. And like we talked about before, China's not purchasing oil. They haven't been for a while. They're still going to hold off. We've got a whole bunch of oil on ships, on water right now. So technically, you'd look at this and see that we've got a glut. So there might be a turnaround that people go, okay, yes, the Strait of Hormuz situation is starting to kick up again. Does this actually carry on, or is this just a random sort of flare-up for now? And then it starts to reverse. So I would tend to lean on that side, especially now we're seeing like the euro right here. We've got this the big wick through there, came right back up, charged back down. Over the next 2 or 3 candles, if this can actually pick up, I think we could see a charge much higher back towards 114, like 114.20 or so today, even basically taking out today's drop overall. So we'll see. Okay. So Kavish, see my NQ setups. Let me just find where the original piece was. There we are. So, because I most likely would prefer to trade the NQ today. Obviously, after this pump candle that we just had, I also jumped out, TP'd through here. That was the added position, so we can get rid of that now. So, give your opinion on my longs. Short setups, long NQ at 28875, short 28686. So I assume this is on the CFD as well, not on futures. So if we map that out, 875, it's basically at these highs through here. Look, I can, so we'll map out with this trade. Now, where would your target be? I would assume, if it was me, I'd be looking at something like this. Of course, we've already tapped into that area. Let's actually hide the standard deviation channel for now, just to make it a bit cleaner. And then the shorts would be, what's that, 2686. 686 there. And then I would say, where would you be targeting on the shorts as well? Let's put the pivot points back on just now. So this is where we had the daily pivot, so the neutral level. We've come to the S1, which is the first support per pivots. If you did have that, I'd be targeting around the S2, which is also, if we go further out, let's go to the 4 hour. Comes in just down here, so just above the candle close from that activity we had back in June, early June. So this was, of course, around the flux with the Middle East situation, and also the Fed. We had a few bits and pieces in here, hence we have that that gap on there, depending on what chart you look at. Hang on, let me scroll down. So yeah, Kavish, tell me what you're looking at. Did you get tapped into this? And then where would you be targeting? Are you looking to go even higher from here, or hold this longer, or near term today up until New York, or what? I would prefer, after this candle that we had, the recent news, to sort of wait a bit. At this point, I'd probably either take this trade here, but just for that small little graft, and then jump out, because it's still to be determined if we get the further push, which that'll probably be to New York. So it depends how much risk you want to take, because we could have very much another headline coming out from Trump and then see this snap down again if he comes out and tries to press Iran overall. Okay, let me catch up with you guys. Sorry, I'm trying to do my best to sort of speed run some of this all the way through. LJ, did you talk about oil inventories set for today at 4:30 Rome time? Not the inventories, but we were talking before about the amount of crude on the water right now. So this is the billions of barrels on water. So you can see like this goes all the way back to 2016. This is also the 2020 period where we had that spike and dropped off. Obviously, this was around, of course, COVID. But when you tend to get this, you do get a glut after. You've got too much oil out there. And then you can see we even had this spike just before the Middle East situation. So this also helped oil not hit those 100, beyond the 120 per barrel level, at least in terms of financial markets. Now, the real spot price that was actually trading was closer to 140, 160 a barrel in real time, in real terms, right? China stopped buying barrels. So when China starts buying again, that's when we'll see oil really start to charge. Now, if Iran keeps playing up like this, China still has the measurement to hold out for a bit longer. And they don't like what Iran is doing. It puts pressure on the entire supply chain globally, as well as things like helium and that kind of stuff, which goes into the AI trade, which China is definitely trying to take advantage and take a bit of a nod out of the US dominance right now. So yeah, didn't talk about the exact inventories. I wouldn't be too concerned with that. I think it's a bit skewed. Obviously, we're going to have massive barrels on the water. The other thing with the Strait of Hormuz, there's a bunch of it going through the East-West pipeline. We're probably going to get further pipelines built up from China towards the Middle East as well going forward. So I don't think we ever return to the same amount of transiting of oil through the Strait ever again. So I think this pickup in oil from today's news is probably something to be sold into. I don't think this will actually stick, I gotta say. I'm gonna also put on some background music since I'm here all on my lonesome. Let's see if loud for the stream, because it often sounds a little bit different when it comes through the platform here versus what we hear on stream for you guys. Bit of lo-fi stuff, we'll see. You hear it? I can't even hear it. We got the trade winds. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, let me know if that's appropriate or too much. Yeah, sorry, yeah, so Giovanni, yeah, so I'd say any of this stuff on oil right now is probably something to be reversed overall. I don't think this will actually stick. We've definitely got a huge amount of supply coming through. So obviously this is very headline driven right now, but the forward picture, if you actually put sort of boots on the ground, tangential actual barrels of oil, actual supply, oil price still has to come down further. Play something like hip hop. Yeah, that's the only thing. So this is just the music that like is in the platform. So unfortunately, it's mostly like sort of chill lo-fi type stuff. But maybe we can actually get some more enthusiastic beats coming in. I'll have to put something together myself and probably upload it. So we'll see. Hey guys, are you guys all trading with the 5ers? I feel like that's mainly a question to the rest of you guys in chat. But yeah, for sure, that's why everyone's here. And if you're not trading with the 5ers just yet, then welcome. And you're in the right place. I'll say that. So, just like Kavish said, most of the community here with active traders at the 5ers. And yeah, Giovanni, no problem. No problem, man. Yes, Henry can add new tracks. Just gotta find some. Some that are also not copyright, you know? So maybe I'll have to put something together myself. The NAS has pushed up to this higher level here. So it could have kept holding a bit longer. This is that resistance area that we were talking about. Let me redraw this rather than my scrappy freehand drawing. So this is the underside of that that bottom wick with the higher trading cluster that we broke through. The 100 moving average on the 5-minute comes in through here as well. If we go up to the 15, we've still got a bit of distance to the 50, so we could actually see a bit of a snap through here. I'd like to see that, and then potentially a short, or this actually pushes through with conviction, and we go right up to the highs and basically completely undo that drop candle that we had from the news headline. That's, to be honest, that's what I would prefer to see. Similarly, like we're talking about the euro, the Aussie, the pound, or the majors, I prefer to see this actually being the bottom. We've created that new wick low, but the candle closure on that 15-minute did retrace, and then we've held that over the next two candles. So I think we do get a pickup from here. You can see the 50 moving average through here starting to level out. 100 still declining a touch. 200 slight decline, but they're starting to level sideways. So that downward momentum is definitely starting to dissipate. So I prefer to see a pickup from here. Thus, given that, I might actually consider entering on the NASDAQ once again. So we'll put that back over here, so you guys can see that. So I think if we get a touch up here, a slight pullback, I might re-enter long. That's what I'm now looking at for the NAS overall. Another push up through there, if we can get that. FX, Delta. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. Tell me if it's too loud, if it's like overbearing. Let me know. Topperoni. Topperoni. I love the name to display profile ratio of the Topperoni with the pepperoni. This is actually really good. So why do I not think the euro will fall further? So we obviously had, and let me go beyond the 1 minute. Let's go back to, go to the 30 first of all to make this simple. So this is the pickup that we had from the NFP. Now coming into the Friday, we had that retrace, we had the slight pickup. We didn't quite get to the tops. Coming into the new week on Monday, we didn't pick up at all. The euro's definitely been a little bit weaker. Though, given that shift in the NFP, we highlighted, or I highlighted, that I think the NFP will come in weaker because there hasn't been a proper discount for that increase in jobs with the FIFA World Cup, right? We certainly saw an aberration in the jobs pickup, which has helped strengthen the dollar the past while, which is that pre-hiring for the World Cup, which starts to happen like 2-3 months beforehand. So we've had a number of jobs pitches, which after we were starting to weaken a bit, all of a sudden picked up, and it was very much in hospitality and leisure. Particularly the previous number, we saw an outsized pickup. All the indications said we would see that pickup, but what was not being factored in is exactly where that's coming from, right? Things like healthcare and stuff has stayed consistently strong, but the aberration definitely came from that hospitality and leisure picture. Now, the previous jobs number, I was trying to emphasize that given we've had that hiring, we should now see an actual drop-off on that. But what I'm seeing from the forecasting is that it's being forecasted as though that's going to continue, which doesn't make sense. Because things like a World Cup are very hard to seasonally adjust. So, because it's not something that happens regularly. The World Cup itself is obviously only every 4 years, and then it's not always in the same country, of course. So you don't really have a proper composite to discount those numbers. So I was quoting that last time we should come in below consensus, and hence the market is not appropriately adjusting that. Same deal with inflation, which has been weakening. If we look at this, this is the forward inflation swap on the 1 year from banks, right? And this is the blue line here, light blue, is the rhetoric from the Fed, okay? So we're seeing the forward pricing from the market, from banks, for inflation coming right off. Plus we've got the resolution to the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously today we've had another kickoff, but there's also going to be inflation impulses coming from the World Cup, from more people, coming through, economic activity picking up. Once, this is a lot of people, right? There's a lot of churn there. So the same way that we saw the jobs numbers now drop back, we should see inflation also kick back a bit as well. Plus we don't have the same input pressure costs from things like oil, all the tangentials. A number of things like fertilizer and all that is actually lower than before the war started. So that will tend to bring those input prices lower. So hence, I think this is bottom fishing. Obviously, we had the holiday for July 4th on the Friday, sort of early. July 4th was obviously on the Saturday, where we had an early market close. Everyone goes on holiday on the Friday in America, and a bunch of the big institutions then often take also the day off on Monday, and then people sort of come back to work, back to office. So if you're trying to nowcast and forecast what's coming, if you actually take Kevin Walsh for what he's saying, we'll see a flip in this rhetoric from the Fed, where the market is currently going along with what central banks are saying, but they now need to reverse. We see the dollar actually come off. So I would say this is kind of bottom fishing from here overall. Let me jump back through to chat, guys. FX The5ers saying, I think NAS will recover. What is your opinion? I do agree. So, like we were saying before, just earlier, this is my split position. I'd prefer to see this sort of top roughly where we are, a slight pullback, then I'd look for longs. If not, when we start to fail that, we come right back lower. Right? So right now, I am looking for that long position overall for us to come up. That would be my preferred state. Yeah, Void saying Topperoni is a base name. It is. Very good. Very good. FX Darth again saying, where's Samir and Victor? Victor is actually here. I think Samir will be coming as well. You can correct me, Victor. Welcome. How are we doing? Good to see you, man.
Will hi there. First of all, hi. How are you doing? I get the slight impression that it is cold there.
No, I mean it's not cold. It's a little bit chilly. This is more so for we've got big game on here today for the rugby.
Okay.
So State of Origin. We've got the Game 3 decider. So it's 2 apiece. Currently my team, so Queensland. It's Queensland versus New South Wales. So 2 of the states in Australia that play each other every single year, and it's like a massive thing. The entire country watches. The entire country pretty much shuts down. People watch it overseas, very big in Fiji, New Zealand, people in America, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's just a scarf for support for that. Now, if I was at the game, it would be very chilly. Here inside, it's nice. So, yeah. The
nice.
screens heat up my room, keep me warm. So
that's nice to see. So you're supporting your team. That's always a nice thing, right?
The thing is, I can't check the score right now. My my stream won't load. So some of you guys in chat that were also had it in the background, if you guys can update me on the score. We were losing, Victor. So I think we're still losing, probably. But hey, you can only do what you can do. So
okay,
because I think the game just ended.
And the
I think we
website
must have lost, if that's the case.
website
Sad.
You lost? You guys lost?
I think so. It won't load for some reason. I think there's too many people on the stream. So I don't know what the final score was, but there we go. Yeah, okay. We got smashed. All right, 30-12. Thanks, Kevin. Damn it. Dude, we got killed. That's sad. I thought we'd actually take it. But yeah, not quite.
Did you actually watch the Argentina play the match yesterday?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw highlights.
That was a killer of a match. Believe it or not, Argentina was losing 2-0, and I think they had like 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And they changed, or maybe it was 20 minutes, I don't know. But in the last couple of minutes, they changed the score to actually 3-2. That was a bizarre game. For a minute there, I thought, it's over. It's completely over. I mean, I was rooting for the underdog because they were really playing well. Although, of course, Argentina is a favorite of mine anyways, but they weren't really being as effective. And so I said, well, I felt good when the underdog, which, wasn't the favorite, wasn't supposed to win, was actually winning. I thought, wow, man, they are actually, doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is playing with their heart, with passion, and I like that. However, they, Argentina eventually made 3 goals and changed the whole game completely. I thought, really, when they were through 2-0 behind, I thought, this is over. They're never going to be able to catch this up, but they did. What a suspenseful match. Really recommend anyone watching that, even if it's a replay.
Yeah. I saw a bunch of commentary on it after. I had to go to bed when the game was actually on. But I saw a bunch of people saying that they were a bit skeptical on some of the calls. So I haven't watched the full game.
Actually,
people were going
Actually, there is a thing or two to be said about the calls the referee made, the arbiter. One was there was I mean, those who know and go watch it back, they will know what I mean. There was a goal from Egypt that was disqualified because there was a fault, I think, up, minutes or seconds before, it was on the other side. Argentina was attacking, there was a fault there, and they lost the ball, and they went on, very quickly to make a goal, Egypt that is. And that goal got disqualified because there was a fault before, yes. And this happened, and it was called back because of the VAR referees. And I guess that was a call. I mean, I'm not a referee, but it looks like, okay, all right, they're very, very minute, they're very precise with their calls. I guess, okay, I can live with that. That's accuracy. Okay, good. But something similar happened right before. There was another fault when Argentina made their last goal, and it was debatable. At least I thought, if you're going to be consistent, at least check, consider, look at the VAR, look at the let the VAR decide, or the referee should go and check the play and see if the same thing happened, because maybe it happened. Maybe, that goal should have been annulled as well. But they never, the referee didn't thought it was necessary to watch. So I thought it was a little bit of inconsistency there. And it felt like they weren't treated equally. And maybe it wasn't the fault. Maybe Argentina, the goal was truly deserved, and that's fine. But at least, I thought, it felt like the referee should have at least watched the replay, the VAR replay, and it did. And for that reason, the Egypt supporters thought, it was a bit fishy for them.
Yeah.
But we need to applaud Egypt. Egypt has given the reigning.
Yeah, but also because they knocked us out. Okay. Not cool.
Okay. No, yeah, okay, all right. I understand your point, but Egypt, if you look at historically, and not only historical, but in present day, Argentina is the reigning world champion.
Yeah.
And they had them pinned down 2-0. Basically, I thought, no, they're going to win. I didn't expect it, but they definitely deserved it. Eventually they didn't win, but it was an amazing performance. Even if they lost, I think they can go home with their head up high, because they fought with a lot of passion, and that's what the spectators want to see. They want to see real play, unlike the game that was afterwards, Switzerland against Colombia. Both were neutralizing each other, and there weren't really, they were low tempo. The speed of the game was much lower, and I think Switzerland very intelligently neutralized Colombia for being they took out basically the oxygen, and they weren't being very effective. It was a complete different game compared to the one before, Argentina against Egypt. And eventually Colombia lost with penalties, but they went all through extension time without any goals, and that wasn't as exciting for the spectators. I did watch it. It was a bit late, but I was expecting Colombia to win though.
Same. I would have.
But
I think what you're saying with Egypt though as well. Yeah, fair play. They definitely beat us fair and square. We lost on our own volition, swapping out goalkeepers final minute. Terrible decision. So yeah, they beat us fair and square for sure. So, dude, no, France, no, anyone but France, okay? We just can't have France winning anyone but France, okay?
G-Wave official, you are officially spamming the chat. You are one step away of being paused, if not banned, of the chat, because we do not allow this to happen. So if we see this again, and actually I'm seeing it even more,
Unnecessary.
you are, yeah, it's completely unnecessary. If you want to be able to participate in the chat, you are, hereby warned.
Yeah.
Okay. So how is the anyways going? I mean the championship is getting great teams are getting eliminated. Brazil, Germany, Portugal. It is it is it's such a same. Actually, the Netherlands, I would have thought they would have gone much further as well. But I mean, that's the uncertainty, right? That same uncertainty with the market. You may have the A+ setup and you still lose sometimes. Happens. You can't control that. You just gotta embrace it and not bet the whole farm on any given setup.
Just like the US, even though you got Trump, manipulating the entire World Cup, right? A bit of intervention right there. You still lost,
Yeah. I thought it was and they actually did the dance, right? The Belgium team did the dance, the meme dance, the meme Trump dance. I know, man. That's a little bit like playing with fire, don't you think?
It is. It is. I don't think it's a good idea to be on the bad side of the US at all right now, in general, with Trump going on. Meanwhile, I'm here basically saying that, but I'm just sour that the US beat us in the early rounds, right? Which that game seemed very rigged per se. Everyone was even a bunch of the other countries, managers and stuff were saying like, "Oh, come on, like this doesn't even make sense." And everyone's like, no, you just lost. But then we've seen, Trump coming out doing this. Anyway, we're here now. The US is out.
That's true. I think it's sometimes reality isn't beautiful. There are things that shouldn't happen, that things that do happen that shouldn't happen, and it's a fact of life, right? So what do? You try to avoid it next time and take corrective actions. But there are some things you can't change. I mean, and the way it was handled, I think that shouldn't reoccur because otherwise, it just chips away at the beauty of the sport. So I hope, exactly. I hope they realize that they're actually damaging the sport by these kind of decisions. JRTZA, I'm not sure where it seems like you're from. You were in. Actually, are you talking about? I think you were talking about Argentina, since you were talking about Messi before. Does that mean you are in Argentina, my friend? Let us know in the chat. I would love to know if that's the case or not.
I can guarantee they'd still be partying right now for sure.
They're
I can definitely assume.
No. I mean, the Latin American countries, they're really very passionate about football. And, for them, it is, the event of the year, if not, for the whole 4 years. So, Messi all the way. Got a couple of Messi fans in the chat. Great stuff. All right. We have, I see on your chart that is, you think NASDAQ will have some kind of a retracement and then a continuation later on today. Is that correct?
Possibly. I was debating. So through this period, I didn't catch these shorts. I was a bit busy before. Then just before jumping into stream earlier, I got locked outside. So I didn't quite get to pick up through here, but it turned out okay because I still got some of these lows. I was talking with Dirk. He also went long NASDAQ. I was debating it, going like, NASDAQ long. I also had a gold long through here. I jumped out very early because I wasn't quite too sure. So I took profit on the gold long, pretty much just 1-to-1, and then decided to stay in the NAS for now. And I figured, okay, I've made a little bit of profit on the gold long. That'll contribute to my NASDAQ stop loss, right, on the day. Then we had that news sort of headline thing come out. When Will was in here, I added to that an extra position. This is the second one. We had that spike up. When we got that spike, I was like, okay, I'll take that there. Then was waiting for a bit of a deeper pullback or see how we get that digestion. We've obviously pushed further high, pulled back here a touch, and at this point I feel like, yep, sure, I'll jump in for the longs. Basically up towards the low barrier through there, from that high cluster earlier through Asia and early London. So that's roughly where I'm targeting, somewhere up here. Around that 29.50, 29.60 type area. And yeah, I've taken this on the futures account myself, so yeah. But yeah, because outside of that, I haven't seen too much other than I'd be willing to jump in the gold long again, possibly. But I feel like today hasn't been, like, this is more of like a dead cat bounce, sort of mean reversion trade after the news candle, or not news candle, but headline candle that we had, pushing the market lower. So yeah, we'll see. Now, coming into New York, hoping we get the pump higher. If we do, and we see confidence in that, I'll keep holding it up to the TP2.
TP2 would be all the way from that. That's going to be 180 level.
Yeah. So around the London Open that we had, so 29,150 or so on CFD. That on futures would be what's that? That's about 29,400 on the futures.
Yeah, I do see it, and there's a couple of things that I can talk about. There is a nice reaction on NQ based on the structures we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's actually very interesting, but it didn't give me any, at least not yet, any indication or any entry. I'll switch to my screen. Let's see if I can find it quickly.
Yeah, that's all right.
There we go.
You can see my screen is kind of lagging as well, Victor. If you wouldn't mind me like jumping out and jumping back in.
Okay, no
I've
problem.
been on stream all day, so it starts lagging after a while.
No problem at all.
So
Do whatever you need to do, my friend. I'm gonna be breaking down NQ for our lovely viewers. All right, so this is what's happening. It's actually quite interesting. And so on the higher time frame, we have nothing actually to be said here, besides the open and the high of the couple of months back. Couple is a big word. The May candle, but we're in the middle, so it doesn't really give us any information. Besides that, on the weekly, same thing. We doesn't really give us a lot of information other than this. We do have two bearish fresh order block that were retested, one and the second one, and both of them indicate basically that sellers are coming in and they are likely going to push price. At least there's a good chance they could be pushing price for a little bit lower, at least to this level, and maybe a little bit lower. That's on the weekly. The current candle isn't closed, of course. It's Wednesday, But you can clearly see how you have a fresh order block that was retested right here, and then we are moving away from it from that moment. So on the higher time frame, it's quite clear that the market is favoring lower prices so far. So I'm slightly biased I'm looking for a short. I would like to see some daily reasons to go short as well. And if you do the same, and before we had a couple of we had a couple of structures on the daily time frame that was actually looking bullish. We had a fresh order block below. We had one here, and let me grab them so you can see it. Right, so we have one right here. We came back, retested, created another one, came back to retest that as well. This is the last one, and what you can see now is that where the market was supposed to be a demand zone is no longer getting that effect on the market. Instead, we created a bearish order block. That's not supposed to happen if we're going to be, if price is going to do this, why is it creating bearish structures? Doesn't make sense. So the only likely, or the most likely explanation for that is that, this demand zone has been, is being consumed and is no longer enough to push price higher, right? So that means that what you want to be doing is you want to be seeing this as perhaps, and this is the tricky thing is, as long as this is still not closed, it's not definitive, but you can preemptively start shorting from this level. So if price goes up, maybe today or tomorrow, you can start looking for a possible short. At the same time, because we are so close to the invalidation level of this demand zone, you want to be looking for this line, if it holds or not, right? Because it could be a grab for liquidity afterwards, right? So if today it closes below here, definitely you want to be shorting from this level. And if it doesn't, you can still short from this level, but make sure that it doesn't come with a huge impulse, because then you need to actually interpret it as a liquidity grab, right? So those are it's a little bit we're switching. Basically what I'm saying is we're switching bearish. It seems they are, and the conclusion or the confirmation would come from the daily order block being broken, which hasn't happened yet today. But at the end of the day, we will get the information, the confirmation. And if you look at the H4, it's clearly something has broken. See this big candle, right? Where we had before buyers, structures, quasis, and whatnot. That's the neckline. We clearly broke this quasi on the H4. So this whole reversal pattern indicated right here is now broken. We're starting to break structures. That's not what you want to be seeing if you think price is gonna go up later. That seems the opposite. It seems like we're getting ready for that continuation lower, which makes sense on the daily, which makes sense on the weekly as well as the direction. However, we are in a much bigger structure, which is this, right? So before you completely discard the buyers or the buyer's idea, this quasi, presumably, well, we haven't shown back, but this quasi, which that is the head, or actually it is, this one is the head. If we break it down, we had two levels. We had this level, and we had a smaller one, which also is within the daily, within the H4, and within the hourly. So we had two levels or two areas to be looking at to check and guess what the market does, right? The market went through the first one, right? So it shouldn't have caused you any damage because it was very clear. It wasn't reacting to it, but it did go to the second one, this area, right? So the overlap is right here. That's the overlap. And if you look at it, if you go to lower time frames, you will see that the market reacted quite nicely from that. So this is the basically this is the last leg, or the last last leg for the buyers to stand on. So even though the weekly, the daily, and the H4 are basically aligning for price to go much lower, you know, this is the last reversal pattern. So I can still take this one, meaning on the 3-minute, we do have a quasi, left shoulder. That would be the established downtrend. We break that level, and I could wait back for levels to be, let's go to the 3-minute and pinpoint where those levels are. Those are, great areas to be trading. If price comes back, let me take these away.
So you're saying you like my long from here, Victor?
I do like your long for as long as as long as this quasi is being respected. So yes, it's I mean, as long as we come, I mean, from current level, if this continues, yes. If it comes back, I would like it as long as it reacts to these levels, because if it doesn't,
I was going to say,
it just switches
if we
back.
Did pull back, yeah, if we did pull back, would you get? I would say if we pull back again, I would actually want to go short, to be honest.
As long as we are reacting on these levels, yes, I want to go short, but I will have my stops right under these levels when after each. So it's like a one thing. I put it in, and if it doesn't get stopped out, I'm gonna hit this big because it's gonna go up, and that's the edge of the ledge basically.
Yeah.
But if it stakes me out, I'll be glad I'm out, because that most likely means that this is gonna just continue quickly going lower, so yes, I do like your long. I would like to enter somewhere in there though, but yes, this is on the H4 and higher time frame. This is looking increasingly bearish, so I would hold this for. I would hold this just for the levels you mentioned, the intraday levels, intraday areas, and not expect this to go, much higher than that, because I don't think the market is telling us yet. I mean, that can change with the open. I mean, if market comes today strong, and just pushes and close and invalidates this bearish daily, then yes, we're back on bullish completely.
No,
but I
agree. Yeah. I think we push higher to those levels, like you were saying, and roughly where I have my TP. I'm actually looking at the open potentially for that to reverse and then go short, because just like you were saying, I think like we're very bearish right now overall. Yeah. So I will say just a side thing before you continue. We are going to have Trump talking soon. He's doing like a live conference, so just something to be wary of, especially after today's headlines earlier. So yeah,
I see.
You guys can find it on Financial Juice if you want. He's not started yet, but they're waiting. So
yeah. Indeed, this is what we're seeing right now. That's the, he's not actually speaking yet, but they are waiting for him to come to the stage and address the world, at least those who are watching. Okay.
Sorry, Victor,
No, I think it's great to, that's exactly why our viewers, that's what they want to know, right? We give them these relevant information and reminders for them to be watchful of. So I think the level is suspiciously very nice on NQ, the reaction we're getting, which is not this one. This one is gone, in my opinion. It is this one that's still, that's the last leg. So if this holds, I can see, the market could push up and reverse, start a buying structure, from this place. But I would have to, price would have to come back and retest something in there, maybe after the open, and then switch back to bullish, and I'll get in there and just put my stops very, very tight. And if it takes it out, I'll just sit on the sidelines and be happy that I just lost that one trade. But it's a nice one. I think it's getting close to these levels where everyone is in doubt. Is it, it's not clear. Are we gonna go lower? Looks like it, but apparently we're not. And I like exactly that confusion, because that's, it's on the edge. It can go both ways, and it gets people trapped. I mean, participants, market participants trapped, and that's exactly actually what I want, because once they realize, all the sellers, I mean, everyone is seeing the same thing, I think, right? It's getting increasingly bearish. And so you would definitely see some sellers getting ready to pile in as price, if it does go down. And until that gets taken out, you will see the cascade, and that will push price much, much higher. That's exactly what you would want to see. Well, maybe not that SI, but that's a a nice possibility. So let me go back to the 1 minute, and I see we have in the background people have been asking about him. All
The
these
big man.
fans. The big man.
There he
Hello,
is.
guys.
Yes.
Thank you for the welcome, guys. How are you guys?
Doing well, Samir.
Yeah.
And Victor, you seems
yes.
little tensed.
No, not really. I'm just thinking about Trump talking, and do I really want to get into the market before he talks? So
Okay.
that's what I was thinking about. We want to make sure, that X factor is out of the way before we start getting into any position. But I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking, Samir. How is
That's
how is
awesome.
everything on your side? I heard you're gonna be traveling.
Yeah, I'm gonna be traveling. I think next week. So there is gonna be a traders meetup, and traders meetup are usually fun. A lot of people share their experience, like what they have done good, what they have done bad. So for me also, it is a good learning. Learning from other people. It doesn't mean that I have made or I am profitable. Like I don't have to learn. So I still learn from every trader. And similarly, I mean, you guys share very, whatever happening in the market, I learn from you guys also. So I think this is a very good thing when it comes to these type of meetups. And I just set it up my laptop. It is fine now. I don't know what is wrong with my PC. It has stopped working. Probably I should change it. I'll figure it out later on.
Yes.
Totally, that's fine.
I mean, slowly, I'm replacing every part. I replace the graphic card, again some problem. So now I think that this time I should replace everything. So yeah.
That's how it goes. That's all right.
All right.
Yeah, the market is getting, as we discussed, getting bearish. I'm looking to look for possible shorts from the levels above. I mean, that's way above where we are. That would be something for tomorrow, perhaps, on the H4. I mean, this big candle, unless it gets, and doesn't have a lot of time, it have 1 hour to do so, unless it can close above this level, this whole move should be interpreted as a bearish move, meaning it indicates that the market is favoring lower prices. Right? If it comes up, especially if it can't hold this level, the previous swing low breakdown we had, then that spells trouble for buyers, alike. These levels that were supposed to have a demand, they're supposed to be demand areas. They now are to be watched for reaction bearish, because that's how typically these levels will expect or will behave afterwards, right? They flip, become supply zones where they were demand zones before. So that's NQ. We have about 35 minutes to go before the open. The market just tapped that level. Look at that, just tapped at the broken level and went through it right now. On EU, let's take a look very quickly what we're seeing. We are below the level we talked about on the monthly time frame, which is the level you want to be watching for a higher time frame for the swing trades, right? That's the swing point, and also the low of a from March. On the weekly time frame, it's looking weak. After we broke and closed below that level, the market is not showing strength. On the daily time frame, we had a reaction here. And what is price? I was looking into this this morning. What is price doing, creating these bearish structure after a bearish successful retest, while we are in a demand zone? Same thing with NQ. It's not supposed to be happening, and if it's happening, it's because the demand zone is not effective. I mean, it can be. It hasn't been consumed completely because it hasn't gone to the lower level yet. It hasn't invalidated, hasn't consumed it completely, and it could mean that just the market needs more time to eventually go higher. But it's looking suspicious. It's looking suspicious, and it looks like it just wants to continue lower and lower. You're not supposed to be getting weaker as you're approaching a demand zone. It indicates the opposite. Weakness, and the market is not holding the level. I am seriously taking consideration that we could maybe we're switching back bearish, and we should be looking for levels. Areas to short from. The first one that comes to mind is, of course, the one we had just had on the H4. Let's take a look at that. We don't have a quasi on the H4. It's an H2 quasi, the reversal pattern. This is the H4 neckline. Hasn't been created yet. So actually the H4 is just telling us that there isn't a reversal yet. So maybe we are going to continue go lower. That's what the H4 is currently telling us, right? And on the recent price action, we are not respecting bullish structures. We didn't before. We're not again. It's looking weak, and also when you consider that, you look at the H4. Where is it squeezing the demand zone from? After we went back and retested the bearish structure from that reaction, going from a H4, that is, if this was just an H1, I would still need more confirmation. But if you're going from an H4 and it is squeezing it, that's an indication that this is likely not going to hold. We'll have to wait for an hour or so, but it looks actually not even 2 minutes.
I think you have to take into consideration though, Victor, that we had the July 4th holiday period as well, which always skews the market with that lower volume, that lower activity. I will say, I'm quite surprised we didn't see that push higher. I was talking about that with Dirk as well, that this should have held typically. I know Dirk's also in like a longer swing trade for the euro from a bit lower, but we haven't quite seen that further pickup after the payroll number last week. But I will say, I think we do start to pick up as people come back from that holiday period, in the US, because normally, like, even the Monday, the Tuesday, Wednesday, now people take a longer stint off, especially front running that period before the European summer. So I agree with you. It's definitely something to keep an eye on, but it could also be like a false narrative coming through, and we do actually start to pick up, especially with the Fed at the end of this month. My concern.
Yeah.
So,
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That seasonality, if you call it that way, the festivities, which are very, very big in the US, that could skew our perspective, the image basically. Sure. And if that were to, but in any case, I want to see things on some level that they're picking up, and I'm having difficulty finding that silver lining of the bearish structure. So maybe it's something that still needs to come in the future, because we are keeping we had a bullish structure here, didn't hold. We had another structure here after it retested. It's not holding, and actually we have 18 seconds, but it's already clear. It's gonna break this order block as well. We had, if you look at it on the look at that. Why is the market bearish? We come back to the supposedly a demand zone and create a bearish. Go back to retest it, just continue to go lower. This is spelling out, at least for the next few hours, for price to go lower. And perhaps what you're saying is something that needs still to come back to the market, right? It's only Wednesday, perhaps. They're taking a long weekend off, and maybe who knows? Maybe today things will change and switch over. Maybe Trump will be the catalyst. Maybe he says something in the NATO in Turkey, the NATO meeting that changes everything. And who knows? Maybe that could be the game changer. But so far, it's looking weak, and that's a decisive invalidation of the H4. That's a clear sign. Let's clean that out, as well as the one. So the level is gone, and this is looking increasingly bearish on my from my perspective. We are in a demand zone, but it's not.
Yeah, I prefer to see a lower dump, right, and then a pickup.
Okay.
That'd be ideal.
Let's see if we have a level that there isn't any level other than, the H2. That's the next in the hierarchy of the time frames. The next time frames that I would be interested in. I'll be interested in getting in here if there is a reversal from that level, and eventually that level, just to get in before it finally breaks everything down. Get a ticket in, so to speak. Samir, what are you? Are you ready to go in any direction for your Dow or perhaps NAS trades? You mentioned yesterday Dow wasn't playing nicely lately, so you want to check NAS more often.
Yes, and yesterday, if you noticed, I was looking for sells. If price closed below this, I took a stop loss here, and then I managed to catch a sell here, but I think somewhere around here, and my target was triggered here, but after that there was a huge fall. So as a trader, I don't really care about this fall. I can only see what opportunity it is gonna give me now. So let's focus on this price action here. And okay, let's start with the US 30. Actually, I was planning for a buy here, and why? Because on the I think 2-hour time frame, it was just at the 200 EMA, and there was also a very decent level here. But I was in the gym, so I was like, let's wait for the NYSE open, and let's save the risk for the NYSE, because then you have some cleaner price action, and I mean the chances of winning the trade increase. But here I missed the buy. It was a good buy, and I would have taken right at the trendline breakout. It was somewhat like this. It was a good trendline breakout. Could have kept my stop loss wide, targeted this 200 EMA. But anyways, missed the trade. Not really missed. I was seeing it, but I decided not to take it. So yeah, let's see what we can do in this NYSE session. Okay, VWAP is a very according to my strategy, VWAP is a crucial thing. So right now we are also retesting the VWAP, but we are also away from the VWAP right at this price point. Now let's see what we can do. I'm gonna go to the daily time frame to see what the price is doing. Okay, we are at this area, which is some kind of break and retest. Price is retesting this level. Okay, point number one. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. What do we have? Okay, we have this kind of fair value gap. Let me delete this session breaks. Okay, we have this fair value gap here. So I think if price goes above first, we can take a sell. Let me give you a few trade ideas what I will be looking for. So what if price goes above, this is a 4-hour fair value gap, tries to print some kind of rejection, and then we can take sell. This is the trade idea number one. Or we can come here and show some kind of reaction and then we can trade the price at least to the VWAP. This can be the trade idea number 2. This is the ideal situation. What if price crossed all the way, break the VWAP and retest it? Then I think the scenario will change. I will look for buys. And similarly, if price breaks below with a way too aggressive momentum, I don't want to sell. I still will look for buys. Why? Because there is one analogy that I follow. If price is way too away from the VWAP, I can take some reversal trades. So I will just let the price to even break this and some kind of pattern. I will keep my stop loss wide and I will let the price to tap the VWAP. So these 3 trade ideas I have, and let's see what we get. To be honest, the most amount of confidence is in the buy side. Why? Because the 200 EMA is bullish, and if you go to the 15-minute, we still have some distance to the VWAP. So right at the open, I want price to push back below and some kind of rejection, and I can take the advantage of that. Maybe a liquidity move, I don't know, but I can take advantage of that push to the upside. Yeah, I think this is what I will look, but this is still confusing, so I will wait patiently today. I don't wanna just jump into the market until I see a very clean thing that I have traded before. Let's take a look at NAS, what NAS can do today. Going to the 30-minute time frame. VWAP is loading. Okay, right here we are near the VWAP. Actually, NAS is cleaner. I think if we retest this kind of structure and started to bounce, I can take the buy. I think I will just go to the 1-minute time frame and I will look for some kind of behavior, slowing down on momentum and then breakout. This will typically what I look for. Breakout candle, can take a buy here, targeting the VWAP. This is trade idea number 1. And trade idea number 2 can be, we can retest this whole area, some kind of rejection, and then I can plan for sells at least to maybe this fair value gap. That will give me 1-to-1, and that is enough for me. So this trade idea that I showed you just right now, this liquidity play and price rejecting from here, my confidence is a little bit more when it comes to take any trade in today's session. So I think I will look for selling a little bit more on NAS because the momentum is already down. So why to go against the momentum? I will go only against the momentum if we started to see some kind of reaction from this fair value gap. And that doesn't mean that I will enter immediately. I will need price 1-minute time frame to give me some reaction, consolidation, and then I will enter at that breakout. So yeah, this is the plan for NAS and US30. I'm just gonna sit on my hands. I'm not gonna trade until we have NYSE open. I'm just gonna wait for 5 to 10 minutes and then we will see what we can do. Right now I can make just few trade ideas, and those all trade ideas can be invalidated once market opens. So I have to, I gave you some analogies that I use on a day-to-day basis. Whatever happens, I will trade on it. For an example, if price closed above the VWAP, then I will look for buys. If it rejected, then I will look for sells. So it depends on the scenario. I gave you 2-3 scenarios, and let's see what we have in the NYSE open. If we didn't have anything, if price do something that I didn't plan, then I will react accordingly. So right now this is the plan for US30 or NAS. Let's see what do we get. The market will guide us and we will just follow the guidelines what market is giving. For me, I use trend lines, patterns, impulsive candles and all these things. So let's see what or where we get that impulsiveness and some kind of correction. These two things are really important when it comes to my trading strategy. Here it was impulsive lag and then consolidation. I could have taken this breakout, but I was not on the charts, but it was a really good trade here. So similarly, let's see where do we get impulses and corrections. And yeah, let's take a look at gold also. I think gold was falling also. Okay, gold is also falling. Going to the 2-hour, yeah, we are under the 200 EMA. I don't want to buy. I will look for sells only. But the problem is that where you can plan for sells. I think this can be the area. This is simple break and retest. But as looking at these candles, we can fall from here also. And if you see to the left hand side, this is unfilled candle. So I think price can tap to this area. If I want to take any sell, I will wait for this area to be tapped. So gold for me, looking for sells. But as you know, I don't trade gold that much. So US30 and NAS will be the focus for today. We are already at a very good level. Now the NYSE will tell us if this level will hold or not. So we just have to wait, and we just have to wait for some kind of pullbacks. That is it. Then I will take the entry. I don't mind to share my trade with you guys like I did yesterday. Yesterday was a rocky day for me, but I managed to catch good wins yesterday. Let's see what I can do today. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. I've been on stream all day, so I will take a break, go and get some food for now. Leave you guys in these capable hands right here. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Ciao for
Thank
now.
you, LJ.
Thank
See
you,
you guys.
LJ,
Appreciate it.
for being here.
Nice
Take
rest
care.
of your day. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, we have Trump speaking in the back, not in the background, but the speaking here. Let me put perhaps let me put a screen on so you can see its current. Maybe I have to switch to mine. Yes, Trump is speaking at the NATO summit, and as you can see here is Zelensky at his side, and discussing different
Okay.
topics. And the what's important is to check how the market is reacting on this, because if you look at Trump has been talking about Iran, even though it's Zelensky is present. The topic of the day is of course Iran, and he mentioned today, or
Just give me a minute. I am looking for my other phone. I'll
No
be
problem.
there in 10 seconds.
No problem. Take your time. Trump mentioned that the ceasefire agreement they have is over. It's terminated, which it seems like I don't know. That's what he said earlier, and he's not repeating that on the NATO summit right now. So I don't know if that's positive or if that what it was exactly, but it's clearly on the forefront of the headlines risk for EU and all dollar denominated pairs. So we have let's take a look on EU. Market is breaking down. Basically, if you look at the daily, we are in a demand zone, but it's not reacting as such. The 4-hour, we just broke the bullish structures, and things are getting, by the hour or by the minute perhaps, getting less, getting more bearish. And the possible areas where I would be interested in, we already had this reaction on the H4, so that's not something we can use, but perhaps when we come back to a level that we left behind, maybe this H2, that could be something. Let's take a look at this is probably Trump speaking, right? These drops. Let me check if there's any news. We have today. Well, we only have the minutes. The minutes of the meeting in about 4 hours and 47 minutes. So that's nothing. And then we have some other information, but none of them could explain why the market dropped. Had these reactions, even though it's not huge. It's about 10 pips, but in the very, very, I think that's likely a speech related. All right, so let's take a look. What do we have? Market looking weak. Nothing except some hourly and 2-hourly structures being created, but none of them have the overlap with the H4. That means personally, I'm not participating in that short. I need price to come back. And what I could have is, I could see myself trade from this level again, but I don't think that's going to happen. But hey, if it comes back to the overlap, no, I can't trade that either. This was the first reaction, the first retest. So that means the next time it comes back, I would be just on the sidelines, not expecting anything So I'll have to get more information. The EU is not doesn't have any setup right now for me. That area which happened before, looking at the level, yeah, that wasn't something, we didn't have a quasi in here to trade from this level, but that would have been the level to get in for the short, and it already happened. So that means I'll be sitting on the sidelines. I'm not scalping. Well, I could be scalping this level, but the main strategy is out of question right now. Hi, Raphael. How are you doing? Thank you for coming in. Let's check on the chat again. Someone says there is Usam is talking about the airports being shut. Iran's Hormuzgan airport. And Raphael is asking about GU. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, okay. We have Samir in the background, who is having some technical difficulties, but it is it's going to be fine. He'll be or not. It's okay. Okay, so we have on the weekly for the GU, we are coming back from a look for a daily time frame. We are in a demand zone on the daily, fresh level being retested. On the weekly, we have switched, right? This is the switch you want to see, and it may or may not have a retest before we continue. We have for currently we are in a supply zone based on the last structure that was created, which is on the weekly. So we are kind of in a transition phase. We are supposed to be building bullish structures, but we're still dealing with some supplies from before. And if we look at the daily time frame, there was a daily level indicated by the quasi from the left, but that whole structure has been invalidated by that close. So that means that actually we need to, understand that structures are breaking, and that's not a good sign. I mean, for your swing trades, that's not a good sign at all, because that opens the door for price to continue going lower. Okay, that's one thing to consider, but that may or may not affect your trades. I mean, it did reach target, but that's it. So the quasi is gone. Let's take these off, as well as make this smaller. Okay, so that's for the swing trade perspective. Let's take a look at the daily. Do we have anything? We are currently within that weekly supply zone. We are currently retesting a bullish structure, so that gives us a reason to try to go long from this level, but eventually the weekly would want us to go short from later on, not necessarily today, but I mean during this week and perhaps next week. So the daily, let's see if we can find something to go long for on H4. Do we have a reason? Not really, right? This is something I was looking into earlier today. Why is the market creating bearish structures if supposedly the market is supposedly is going to go up, right? This is a demand zone, it's supposed to go up, and it's doing the opposite. It's pushing price much lower, creating bearish structure. That does not make sense. That tells me that the market is getting ready for breaking that level. That's what it tells us. On the H4, so my analysis or my trade plan stops here in this time frame, because if anything, I should be going short this level. Okay, going short that level. That's the only trade that I am allowed to take on my strategy. So if you go H2, that means I need to look for a level right on the H2 here for a short. and H1 does not give us, actually H1 has a even better level. So let's do that. Perfect. All right, let's, so the question is, which of the two would you take? I would be more inclined to take the tighter area and wait for price to come all the way up before I take that short. However, if this is, how long this is? This is 18. Actually, you know, it's a matter of choice, but having the level, the area of interest being this is not a, it's not, there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's still valid. And to see the quasi would be, let's take a look. That would be, I mean, the smallest one would be here, but for clarity, I'll put it down here. There we go. And that means that I would be interested in going short at this level and only that level. That's it, nothing else, I think. Let me check. Yeah, that's been taken out already. So that's the only level that I'm interested in going short. So even though I expanded the H2 for a bigger area, this is the only level that makes sense to me to go short. And I would just wait for the market to come back, maybe even put an alert there. So whenever we get there, we get alerted. On the lower time frames, nope, nothing there. Nothing here, and nothing here I can take. So the only entry order blocks that are, you know, great in my opinions are the ones that are between the head and the level. So anything in here, you want to be looking, actually not anything in there, but only to the 50% retracement and not use these levels. Okay, so that gives me, it's a little bit more restrictive, but it's still a good level that we can use. And there is, however, the possibility of looking for quasis in there on the lower time frames. And there is reasons to do that. So besides this whole area, which the 5 minutes runs on here, we could be looking for reversal patterns on the more recent time frames. And if that were the case, then where would you want to sell this? Okay, so this is looking great. Okay, so this is something I can take as well. So that would be a second choice. Yeah, that would be the neckline, head. I mean the head, left shoulder. This would be a place that I could definitely take a trade on. Take a trade short, that is, Raphael. And even on other time frames, like this is a entry on the 3 minute for me. I mean an entry order block, I mean, going short, right? So you want price, you're expecting price to take that swing point lower, and it is also on the 2 minute. Well spotted, Raphael, well spotted. Let's take a look. Anything else? Right, so this is the area. Would not be interested if price, you know, this is the area going higher, but there's another reversal pattern going on here, which, because it already reached the bigger area, is also valid to be taken. So basically, you're taking the reversal from this high as well as in here. And what I would do is I would wait. We can actually take the trade together on this stream, and I would wait. All right. So what you want to see is this is the level, and these are the two different time time frames, but those are the entry order blocks. And what you want to see is you want price to react to them, right? So if it just continues to go up like so, you don't do anything. Just let it go. Just let it break and don't do anything. And if it closes above this level, all bets are off. Okay? It's not supposed to close above that. And it's a sign of strength if it does, and it's likely going to push much, much higher. Okay? Going to do something like that with some acceleration. It looks like it's going to break it, and just let it go. Let it go. Do not go short here, because it is in the area, but it's not reacting yet. We can go to the 1 minute. Yeah, this looks like it wants to break it, and we just let it do whatever it wants to do. It's not a 1 minute quasi, by the way. The smallest time frame is it's a 2 minute. So on a 2 minute, you need to see the reaction, right? So if you just wait and see if the market closes above this, then you discard this whole reversal pattern, and you wait for either this area or I mean, that's only if it gets there. All right, looks like it's going to take it out. And the market, the US Open, is going to happen in about 4 minutes and a few seconds. All right, so the market closed, the 2 minute close right below it. So that means we have to wait 2 more minutes. But it's already clear that it's not holding up. I mean, it's officially not broken yet, but this is clear. This is very, very clear, right? That it's not holding. This level is not holding it. So you want to be hands off. This is likely to be eventually broken, and if that's the case, you just let it go. But this is the exact area you want to looking for that short. So you're still waiting for that reaction. I mean, if it drops quickly now, I can still get the short in, but only if it drops very, very quickly, and indicate, you know, there's something, sellers actually came in, this was a squeeze, and, you know, it has to negate these candles and go in the opposite direction. If it doesn't, one more minute to go. Thank you for the heads up, Raphael. Great spot. So we have 50 seconds to go. In the meantime, we can go to EU to see what's happening on that side. EU is looking nothing different. Still weak, coming back. Yeah, that's weakness all over. Not impressed at all. Even if it goes back a little bit, it will still look weak for a continuation lower. GU, 20 seconds to go. And this is looking, it's not reacting at all, right? Very easy, very easy. Just wait for the market to actually confirm with a reaction or not. If it doesn't react, it's clear, you know, it's telling us clearly we don't want to be getting in a short when it's not reacting to these levels. Clear. There we go. There we go. That's a break of the structure, so that means the quasi is out of the window. There's nothing there. On the 2 minute, it's gone. On the 3 minute, it's not gone yet. On the 5, it is going to be gone in about an hour. I mean, a minute and 40 seconds. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer. But until as it gets all of these time frames out, you know, this is not a short anymore. And that's how you avoid you know, getting in front of you know, a momentum. If it's not reacting, just step away. Just be patient and only take the trades that, you know, actually confirm by price action. There we go. Samir is back with us.
Thank you, Victor.
No problem.
You were a life savior. Okay, market open. Market is just about to open and I'm back. I didn't catch you, but you was talking. My laptop battery is 100%, so I think we should not be having any issue now.
Okay.
So yes, I'm back, guys.
We had a possible short signal or possible trade, I mean, on GU. on the 1 minute, or actually it was on the 2, 3, and the 5 minute, but it didn't react to the level. So we, it already invalidated the 2 minute, and we're waiting for about 20 seconds to get the news if it's if the 3 and the 5 are the last confirmation of these time frames, if they're going to be invalidated as well, which I think is going to happen, unless we have a 5-second drop here of about 10 pips or so. Didn't happen, right? So all of this is gone, so that means we can take it off. Nothing here to trade. We just let it go and we wait for the market to get to this level. This is the next level where we want price to have some kind of reaction, and if it does, then we'll come back to that level and talk about it. It has, we'll just leave the 5 minutes, but I mean, there are multiple levels here that could be used. Multiple time frames, I mean. But let's go to NQ. What do you say, Samir?
Okay, NQ is moving to the upside. It is tapping the VWAP. But as it is, the market structure is bullish. If I see on the smaller time frame, it is creating higher highs. So I think selling at the VWAP, technically my strategy is telling me that I should sell at the tap of the VWAP. But market structure is bullish right now. So I think I will wait for a breakout. And the breakout for me will be here. What is my stop loss is going to be? 130 points. Something like this. I'll go for 1-to-1. Okay, this is something that I'll be looking at. And let's take a look at US30 if we are printing anything good. Okay, US30 is moving. I didn't took this trade, guys. I was just... my risk to reward tool was there. We are going bearish here. Let me delete this 200 EMA. But we are far from the 200 EMA. 15 minute is far. Yes, I will look for buys on US30. I can buy right here actually. As we are printing our rejection candle, I can place my stop loss, maybe 100 points. Yeah, now my stop loss is going to be a little bit more. 100 points or 120 points. 420 points. Let's see how this candle closes in about 7 minutes. Oh, sorry, 2 seconds, 7 seconds. Okay, I think now I will take a trade here. Okay, I just bought MYM, but I think my lot size is messed up. I entered way too little lot size. Let me see. No, I think it's fine.
Yes, the New York is open, and we have the market retesting. I'm gonna switch very quickly to my screen, Samir. We are retesting.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just take the position here.
No problem. We have on GU retesting of that level. There's a lot of momentum. You can see how one-sided the market has been for the last couple of minutes, and that is, that spells like it's going to continue to go through it. If that's same thing that we did before, right? We wait patiently for the market to react. If it doesn't react to the level, you let it go, right? You do not try to impose anything on the market. That's not even possible. Just let the market react to the level or not. So I'm gonna take out the alert. We already had it. Let's delete the alert. The market is looking in about in a minute and 30 seconds to close above or not, and we'll see if it reacts in anything, but it's still accelerating by the looks of it. Look how bigger the bodies are getting with each candle on this 5-minute time frame. That tells me, it's not only it has a long or a big momentum, it's also accelerating. It's getting even stronger and stronger with time, and you can actually see it how nicely this is pushing forward. EU as well is doing nice in the sense that on the lower time frame it is you are getting these break of these the trend line. I mean, you can clearly see we already broke it a little bit, and if you were to indicate it something like this, you'll see that we also are breaking out of it. That's nice, but it doesn't change the hourly expectation or the hourly structures it left behind before. I mean, even if it takes out this structure, we have so many piles on top of each other before it gets bullish again. So it doesn't have a lot to go. I mean, it's unlikely. It's possible that it does this, but it's at this point it looks unlikely unless there is some major news, some major statement from NATO summit or something like that could change things completely. But right now it doesn't look like it's good, but it's perhaps a little bit too little, maybe too late. The market has not invalidated the structure yet on the 5-minute, so we still have 5 minutes to go, but it's very solid, not having retraces by a lot. So that means it looks like the market is will keep on going higher. We'll have to wait on that for a couple of minutes more, maybe 4, maybe more. NQ, the market reacting from the open. Let me put it on the 1 minute. So this is the open. This is the opening candle right here. Right, that's the opening candle. And if we look at the higher time frames, it's getting increasingly bearish. We did have a reaction from a area of interest, right? That area we did have, that changed the market. Makes a lot of sense, but we need to wait for the market to close first. Are we closing above this level? Then it could start changing, how we perceive the market, right? How the participants will be perceiving it. If we're able to close above that in 23 minutes, then I can start entertaining a long. So in 23 minutes, I can start looking for that possible long, but I'll have price to get back into the area to then later push higher. It's still not there. And until then, I will assume the market is just pushing higher to then react to something, a supply zone, and go lower back again. That's my, those are the two areas, the two things that I'm interested in following today, right? See if the market is able to close above this level. That's 29,346.75. And if not, then I want to be shorting this H4, which was the last one, but I'll use some fresh order block, perhaps that or that. As long as they're fresh, take that to take the short, to take price back to lower levels, and perhaps even back into that level. Who knows? We'll have to check that out in a short while. Let's go back to Samir's screen.
I am, as I mentioned, I'm in long skies. I want the VWAP to get tapped. And let's see. This pattern is really interesting because we are consolidating and I am expecting a breakout. Okay, right there it is a breakout. Once I tap the VWAP, I don't have a TP. So once I tap the VWAP, I will just close the trade because the analogy is very simple. 15-minute 200 EMA is way too away from the price. And if you know me or if you see the stream, so this was a part of the strategy that I used to follow. So today it is helping me in this kind of market condition. And we are not tapping the VWAP yet. So I think as 200 EMA, we are way too away. And we should tap the VWAP at least. Okay, let me zoom in here. Okay, so this is the very basic analogy. And I'm seeing these type of things on in the market almost every day. So that's why I'm comfortable taking a position in these type of patterns or these type of market condition. So let's see. It can be a stop loss day also, but pattern looks clean. So let's see what we are gonna get. And we are just 8 minutes into the market open. Can we tap this fair value gap? If we can, that will be wonderful. We can also break to the downside. But let's see. I'm just gonna rely on the 200 EMA, and yeah, that is the only thing that I'm relying on. So let's see what we have today. Yeah. And now at this point, I can just wait. Will I look for any other trade? I don't want to take any other trade. This is the only trade that I want to focus on. If this is a stop loss, I'll just take the day off. This is the first trade of the day. And the last trade of the day, I don't want to fight the market because look at this. We have felt so much. If I try to long again, or maybe one part of the strategy is also this. If the lows are gone, we are away from the VWAP. That is also a part of the strategy, and I can look for longs. But I'm just doing a self-talk here, and I'm also talking with you guys. Do I want to put myself in that stress where after taking a stop loss, I will take a trade? Today, I'm not in the mood to take that stress. If I was okay with like handling this type of stress, like okay, I can handle this type of stress and I can take a position. I'm okay. I'm comfortable in that position. So today, I'm not comfortable taking trade after this loss because I'm very close to passing my challenge. So it doesn't make sense that I mess up now. So I don't want to, as I mentioned, I don't want to mess up. So if this is a loss, I'll just step away. I'll reset. I'll look at the charts tomorrow, and yeah. So I can just wait for now. I can't really do anything.
We have
I think
some
I'm about to hit a TP here
okay, nice.
on my CFD side. I don't know if if the camera will focus. So I'll just show. This is the first time I'm doing this. But anyways. Okay, now
Nice.
we are rejecting. As a short price is rejecting now. But anyways, guys, I have accepted the outcome already. Now I don't really I don't want to be too attached to the position, to be honest. So I am trying everything in my mind, the self-talk, whatever I'm doing here with you guys, to just be calm and accept the outcome. As in trading, you have to accept the outcome. There is no escaping in that. If that is a loss, you have to accept it. If that is a TP, I know that is a happy feeling. So yeah. And today is 1-to-1 day, guys. I can't really fight for the huge risk to reward. If I was trading here, this breakout, I would have secured a little bit more as I'm not there. So I think today is 1-to-1 only. I don't want to go for a crazy target today because as I feel market can either short to the upside or short to the downside. So I just want to get little piece, and I don't want to be I just want to get out. That's how I will put it. Okay, we are breaking here on NAS, the VWAP. Now the VWAP is bullish. If you ask me what is the plan, so I think if we consolidate here and then again break out, that can be a good trade. But if we again dump here, so then the sentiment will change and my bias will change. So I just want a consolidation, and that way I will know, yes, VWAP is holding, so we can plan for longs. So one consolidation and you can expect for long entries here. But if we reverse from here, then the bias will shift. I think this will be a fake out. VWAP is also bearish, so then there is gonna be a different story. But at least for now, I'll just wait for the consolidation if I was trading this pair. But as I'm focusing on US30, okay, we have seen a breakout also. If I was not involved in the trade, I would have definitely taken this trade here. Stop loss could have been 150 points. Targeting 1-to-1, expecting that yes, this huge range, this gap which we have between 200 EMA and the price, it can get filled. Again, as I mentioned, I don't mind taking this position. I am comfortable in this position. It is a part of the strategy that I follow. So to me, it is okay. As I mentioned, I've already accepted the outcome. And I think I read one comment when I came to the stream about Mac or PC. I'm trying to find it. But anyways, let's take the recent one. I'm big fan, Samir and Victor. Thank you, FX Darth. It really means a lot to us. And thank you once again. I'm long in NQ. Kavish. Yes, it makes sense actually. But again, as I mentioned, okay, we have this rejection area also. So if you want to, I mean, if I was about to take longs here, I would have waited for consolidation and then the entry. I think you shift into Mac device. Yes, now I'm using the Mac, but the stream I used to do on Windows, but it is giving me problems nowadays. I don't know, maybe I'll just stream with the laptop or I will get a new PC. If I get another payout, then only I will get a PC. I don't wanna spend from my saving, you know. So that is the finance type of game that I play with myself. Hello, hello,
You have
Wealth Tech. Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to cover XAU USD because we have two comments here. I think earlier also was people were saying about asking about XAU USD. The market structure is telling me that it needs to go to the downside, as I mentioned in the earlier analysis that I was doing. But my experience is telling me I've taken shorts around this area and I've taken a stop loss. So taking that in consideration, I think you should go for longs here. It is just my experience. Analysis wise, it is telling you to go shorts as market condition is to the downside or market structure is to the downside. But I have taken losses around these break and retest setups. So I think we can take that that experience in note. So if anybody's planning for longs also, that is fine. If you're planning for shorts, I will say let the price go more above, probably at this resistance. If you want to take longs, I think it is okay because I've taken a stop loss, trading break and retests. So I will take that in consideration. So yeah,
There's
this breakout is also fine. I'm sorry.
Robert
Yeah.
Dragici is talking about the demand zone to the left, and I'm gonna shift to my screen to look at it from the higher time frame. There isn't a lot to talk about other than that we are, coming off of a reaction, a bearish immediate reaction of a monthly bearish structure. So, that sets the tone a little bit on the higher time frame. As you can see that from that moment, we've been, very convincingly going lower with very little resistance. There's one level that we want to be considering is that the weekly structure, we haven't broken it yet. So buyers are still able to get in, get inspired, but as soon as we break this level, it's going to be clear for everyone, investors and traders alike, that gold has, is starting to break structure and might be likely to go lower. And there isn't, if you look to the left, there isn't a lot, not to say there isn't anything for price to, focus on as a demand zone. It goes all the way back to this level, which is way, way lower. Hold on. I tried to suppress that sneeze, but I was
We didn't.
at it.
We didn't hear it. So
Yeah,
you're
I
fine.
muted myself very quickly.
Yeah.
The level is there isn't a lot, so this is kind of like a precipice. If we actually break it, we're likely to have like acceleration to the downside. So that's something on my mind coming from a monthly time frame and looking at the weekly. Things are looking grim if we don't get the reversal very, very quickly. And by very quickly, I mean within a week or two or three. Considering the time frames that I just mentioned. So if we look to the daily time frame, we are reacting still. We're not breaking bearish structure. We did break one first before here, but the more clear, obvious a level that should be broken hasn't been broken yet. So we're not actually stepping out of the bearish order flow. We did create and left behind one structure that could be an indication where price could come back and retest. So basically, this would be one of the exits, if you will, right? As if you're on a highway for price for buyers to get in and start. That would be an entry, but the sellers to get out of that trade and for price to move higher. So we'll have to wait for market to actually get that. So on the swing trade, things are looking increasingly grim, and the level to be retested, the intersection to be retested, is this level right here. So it's still about what, $60 below where we are on the CFD price feed. And if you go to the H4, you can understand as well where we are. There is a reversal pattern, so there is that possibility of price putting in some low and reversing. But it's where there were two levels, right? This is one, and the other area is way lower, about $100 below. And the first one got, totally crushed just a couple of minutes ago, actually, for 3 hours ago. Look at that. These are the two levels based on the H4 that are more likely, that have a great probability of reversing price. And the first one just got crushed, right? Very convincingly. Big move down, close below that. That's totally gone, right? So things are not looking at all as if the market is getting ready for a reversal. So the next level that I want to be looking for is this H4, which is $100 below where we are right now, more or less, and anything it creates before the level, right? Even if it doesn't touch the level, if it creates a quasi, I would want to get on board with that. So that's the, from a bird's eye perspective. And if you look for current levels, for those who are wondering about for today, perhaps, I don't see anything bullish about this, right? Nothing bullish about this at all. I mean, yes, I understand there was some buying pressure there. It left some demand zone, but the one that really, that's the level that I wanted for it to respect, and it wasn't able to do so. So to me, I'm not interested. H4 is telling me it's breaking structures. It's not reacting to the levels it should be reacting. So I'm not interested. I think this is just going to be more of the same, meaning price will likely push higher, but eventually go lower. How much higher, and that was the question Samir was trying to answer, is difficult to say. The only thing I can say is that, I don't want to go in, I want to be selling at a level of supply. And where was the supply? That's up here. So yes, I can take a trade halfway. Let's say if it aligns on H1 and gives me a 5-minute nice reversal pattern, I could do that. But the better way, the one that gives you less headache, is actually selling from the demand zone, from the supply zone, and it's way far from that, and maybe even will not reach it. But if it gets there, that's where I would want to start looking for that possible short, and all the way to the daily and perhaps even the H4. That makes sense to me. If we go to lower time frames, you can see clearly that's one big imbalance there. I don't want to be trading. I don't want to be getting in when it's not clear to me. There's nothing in this move that tells me price is going to go, at least not on the hourly, the price is going to react to. Look at that. Even on the 15-minute, there's nothing here giving me where that could be. So you could go, if you're bound to take a short, you could look for where does the market start breaking structures. Well, we just had one just now. It's only a 15-minute. Actually, it didn't break it completely, so that's not even true. We did have a small reaction, small reversal pattern. I can see myself taking a short from that level. But as I mentioned, the hourly time frames are telling me the better level to be shorting from, or area, is above us. It's all of, basically, it's not going to reach that or maybe it will today. Let me check. It's 93 and it's 98. Yeah, I don't think it's, well, it can reach that level back. So reach the level, it could be within, it could be possible, get all the way up. So maybe it could be today, but I'm not interested. Not interested. Let's look at well, that could be, if you have other reasons to go short, based on that fresh 30-minute order block, it makes sense. If you keep on getting these levels, you can combine that with a 5-minute and get your trades on. Going short from the current level, sure, I can see myself. This would be the neckline head, or that would be the neckline. Either way, it got interest and got so the level would be getting in short where we were, putting your stop above this level there, and then targeting much lower level. That makes sense to me, but it's doesn't have the backing of the hourly, so not too keen on taking that trade. It's not showing anything on the hourly, so anything short, I mean. That's on X. That's on gold. There was a question, someone from Italy. It was, let me check here. We have someone from Italy asking this, Giovanni Lacqua, asking about the quasi, because apparently in Italian, Giovanni, we are brothers in masks. I didn't know that it was it meant that in Italian. Quasi is, as someone in the chat indicated, quasi is just short for Quasimodo, and Quasimodo is the variant of the head and shoulder pattern that is a very popular, perhaps one of the most popular patterns in trading, and it typically is very symmetrical in textbook, and what the quasi is just a variation of that, where the symmetry is usually the shoulders. These are the two shoulders. This is the head. That's why it's called head and shoulder, and the bases as well of the shoulder are very close to each other, right? So unlike the head and shoulder, the Quasimodo short quasi does not have that kind of degree in symmetry. So it looks something like that, where the bases are quite far away from each other. Not only that, but it could be something like this, and the distances between them could be it could be much different. Let me indicate it, something like that, where you had previously, it doesn't look symmetrical at all. And when that happens, the head and shoulder, that wouldn't, for most people, that wouldn't be a head and shoulder, but it is a quasi, right? So this would be the head, the left shoulder, the neckline, and we wait for price to come back for the right shoulder to get the short in, and you go short from the level based on something to the left, right? And then you put your stop either above the level, this entry order block, or above the head, depending on your style, and you target, the low of that structure, something before it as well, depending on the rest of the trend, the momentum, the day, etc. And if you have higher time frame, you can even just expand it to something that makes sense on, let's say, the daily or the H4, if this is something on the minutes, let's say. So that's the quasi, and it doesn't mean, it's not meant as the maybe, as in for Italian. All right, we have, let's go revisit GU, the area we taught. This is a clear indication, we talked about this, that the structure is gone. There's nothing here to trade, not on the 5-minute. We are in the 5-minute and it closed above it. So that means we should take that off, take that quasi line and all of these levels. That's a clear indication that the market is not interested to reverse from that level. And so we're not interested at all. As you can see right here, there was nothing indicating a possible reversal, no reaction, so you don't take the trade. You just accept what the market is telling you by closing above. It's not going to use this structure likely for the reversal. It may react from now, go lower, but likely perhaps continue higher later on. That's GU. EU, let's take a look very quickly because we are at the end of our stream. Today is Wednesday, so we still have, if you're interested in getting more content about trading, we have on our Discord community, we have in about 45 minutes, we'll have some I would say entertainment, but it's also educational, where you can come in. We'll talk about all trading related topics and it's interactive, and we also give away 10 hub credits. So you might even win 10 hub credits. Okay, so let's check on EU. What do we have? Nothing here still. Still too young to say anything, but I mean the 4 hour is too young to say anything about it. But it just, you know, just move. What I see is just, you know, playing with that daily level, but not really doing anything. Meaning it's not giving us any direction. And if that's the case, I'm gonna assume that the trend is just going to continue. That counter trend that is, because the trend is a little bit bigger trend is going up, and that would be the minor, the smaller trend compared to the retrace we had from these levels, which is at 113.20 some. That's EU. If you go, there's no need to go lower time frame actually, you know, because we don't have an H4. All of these can, you know, and we have multiple structures on the hourly, so it's kind of difficult to understand which ones will be more likely to continue the trend going lower. Will it be from this level, from that level, or maybe from the 4 hour? The 4 hour already was retested successfully, so the next time it gets there, it's going to be the second retest. I'm not going to be trading that, but I mean, it could use the second retest. You know, based on the 15-minute, you can pinpoint at least this area as a good area to start looking for shorts. It's not based on the hourlies. It's based on something a bit more granular and of less weight in terms of the time frame. But I mean, it's not bad. If the market rejects from here, get a short from this level and putting your stop above that, above the entry order block, and target at least this low and probably much lower. Not my favorite because I based all my trades on the hourly, but it's, I mean, it's defensible. All right, that's EU, GU, and maybe Samir, maybe you can take a look at NQ as the last chart we discussed today.
Okay, NQ is now consolidating. As I mentioned, we are above the VWAP. Now, if we break this, I think that will be a good longs here. We have a pattern here. Price has already spent time consolidating. Now, a breakout above this, stop loss can be below the VWAP. You can go for 1-to-1. So that's what I will be looking at. Yes. And gold, I agree with Victor, but guys, you know, please don't take random trades on gold, because gold can wipe your account very quickly because of its pip range. It moves like crazy. I think you should use your risk management wisely. Do not risk above 1%. And as we are coming to the end of this stream, I'm sorry guys, I was having some technical difficulties, but I have set it up my laptop now. From tomorrow you will not see these kind of difficulties, and we will see you tomorrow guys. Thank you so much for being here. It really means a lot to us, and thank you to the 5ers also for giving us this opportunity. With that being said, as Victor mentioned, you will be redirected to future stream. And again, once again guys, thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you, Samir. We will be tomorrow again with our stream, same place, same time. See you guys on Discord. For those who are available and willing and interested, thank you for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.